Acclaim for Angela Davis's Blues Legacies and Black Feminism, a masterful work. Davis's book is the first to explore race and class ideologies as they were cast by a famed trio of poor, black blueswomen during the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Impassioned passages on Lady Day will do much to change public perceptions. Davis has done her sisters proud. San Francisco Chronicle, meticulously researched, accessible. Davis's book at last gives Rainey, Smith, and Holiday a place in the American canon on a par with such giants as Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston. San Jose Mercury News, a brilliant analysis of early women's blues. She recovers the integral role played by poor black women in the development of an American aesthetic. Globe and Mail, Toronto. Beautiful, her most heartfelt writing since Soul and Soledad nearly 30 years ago. Fort Worth Morning Star Telegram. Angela Davis's revolutionary spirit is still strong, still with us, thank goodness. With amazing detail and analysis, David uncovers repressed histories of class struggle in our collective unconsciousness and leads us to discover and celebrate, through these artists' performances and lives, their unique contributions to a world often at odds with middle-class American values. Davis's loving transcription of the lyrics is a true gift. The Virginian Pilot, provocative, a lasting contribution. The Seattle Times, an important work that gives a fresh reading of the blues. Ebony, just as blues singers often transform the lyrics they were given, Davis deftly transforms the insights of Herbert Marcuse to serve the purpose of her study. Bessie Smith, writes Davis, communicated critical social meanings across racial and class boundaries. Davis's examination of the blues will have the same effect. Newark Star Ledger, compelling and insightful. Davis treads new paths deep into blues territory. Washington City paper, Davis has an ear fine-tuned to decipher the smart-ass irony, the playfully twisted delivery, or the deep soul cry that lies beyond the lyrics. San Francisco Bay Guardian, a passionate and revelatory look at the role of music in race, popular culture, and American social values. Black Media News, astounding. The most significant social analysis of the blues in decades. Subtle, nuanced, complex, wise, yet simple, obvious, and fun. Perhaps the best book ever written about the blues. Appalachian Journal, fascinating. This engaging book is of profound interest. Library Journal, an invaluable piece of research. Southern Voice, Atlanta, persuasive and compelling. A nuanced analysis of the cultural matrix that gave rise to the blues. The Philadelphia Inquirer, an important work of cultural history. Quarterly Black Review of Books, amazing, lyrical. That not only were their songs bluesy but political, providing models of folks who were in charge yet cognizant of their race, class, culture, sexuality, and willing to stretch the boundaries to which they had been relegated in society. San Francisco Bay Times, Angela Y. Davis, Blues Legacies and Black Feminism. Angela Davis is the editor of If They Come in the Morning, Voices of Resistance, and the author of Angela Davis, an autobiography, Women, Race and Class, and Women, Culture and Politics. She is professor of History of Consciousness at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Also by Angela Y. Davis, Angela Davis, an autobiography, If They Come in the Morning, Voices of Resistance, Women, Culture and Politics, Women, Race, and Class, First Vintage Books edition. February 1999, copyright 1998, by Angela Y. Davis, all rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. Published in the United States by Vintage Books, a division of Random House, Inc., New York, and simultaneously in Canada by Random House of Canada Limited, Toronto. Originally published in hardcover in the United States by Pantheon Books, a division of Random House, Inc., New York in 1998. Vintage Books and Colophon are registered trademarks of Random House, Inc. Permissions acknowledgements are on pages. This page. The Library of Congress has cataloged the Pantheon edition as follows: Davis, Angela Yvonne, 1944, Blues Legacies and Black Feminism; Gertrude Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday / Angela Y. Davis; PCM, 1 / Blues Music History and Criticism; 2 Blues Music Texts; 3 / Feminism and Music United States; 4 Women Blues Musicians United States; 5 Afro-American Women; 6 Rainey Ma, 1886 1938; 7 / Smith Bessie, 1898 1937; 8 Holiday Billie, 1950–1959. Title: ML 3521, D 355 1990 8 782, 421643 082, DC 21, 973302 1 ISBN 970 075744442 www. Random House. Com v31, in loving memory of Kendra and Franklin Alexander. Contents: cover about the author, other books by this author, title page, copyright, dedication. Acknowledgments, introduction. I used to be your sweet mama. Ideology, sexuality, and domesticity. Mama's got the blues. Rivals, girlfriends, and advisors. Here come my train traveling themes and women's blues. Blame it on the blues. Bessie Smith, Gertrude Ma Rainey. And the politics of blues protest, preaching the blues spirituality and self-consciousness up in Harlem. Every Saturday night blues. And the black aesthetic, when a woman loves a man. Social implications of Billie Holiday's love songs. Strange Fruit. Music and social consciousness. Lyrics to songs recorded by Gertrude Ma Rainey. Lyrics to songs recorded by Bessie Smith. Notes, works consulted, permissions. Acknowledgments. It is both a rewarding and a daunting task to reflect at the end of a project such as this one upon the many people who have lent their time, energy, and spirits to assist in its completion. As thankful as I am to the following individuals and institutions for their invaluable contributions, it is not really possible for me to convey here the full impact each has had upon this work as a whole. I therefore trust all those I name here to know that my gratitude extends far beyond these few paragraphs of thanks, and I ask forgiveness of anyone I may have overlooked. First, I want to thank my mother, Sally Davis, and my nephew Ben Davis for enabling me to live and work under one roof. At the earliest stages of this project, Kip Harvey assisted me with the challenging and thrilling process of transcribing women's blues lyrics. At different stages, Roberta Goodman and Vicki Smith served as my research assistants. Vicki reconstructed the footnotes after a computer crash wiped them out, handling a latter 20th century crisis with skill and grace. I have benefited greatly from the insights of my close friends Terry Lynn Carrington, Faith Nolan, and Diane Reeves on music and performance history. My exchanges with Edward Guerrero, whom I interviewed about the blues on my radio program on KFA some years ago, helped to shape my analysis of the blues aesthetic. My longtime friend and comrade Charlene Mitchell, who has a great love for Bessie Smith, provided important inspiration and vital resources from her record collection. Linda Tillery and Teresa Trull, both of whom addressed my class on women's music at San Francisco State University, provided a contemporary link with the blues women, whose legacies are at the heart of this book. All of the students in the classes I have taught on women's music at a number of Bay Area institutions have helped to keep my perspective fresh as I delved into this blues history. At different phases, Nikki Finney and Joy James read portions of the manuscript, and provided thoughtful feedback that I hope they find justly incorporated into this final version. My sister, Fania Davis, lent her support as always, but I am especially thankful to her for the legal expertise she devoted to the protracted and often tedious process of obtaining permissions to reprint the Rainey and Smith lyrics. Robert and Michael Mirapal helped me to secure permission to use Strange Fruit. Patsy Moore provided 11th-hour clarification of some of the more inaudible lyrics. Over the years, my work on this project and others that have complemented it has been aided by my associations with the following: the Women's Studies and Ethnic Studies programs at San Francisco State University, the Women of Color Resource Center in Berkeley, Cedric Robinson and the Black Studies program at the University of California, Santa Barbara, which I think of as my academic home away from home. The faculty, staff, and students of the History of Consciousness Department at the University of California, Santa Cruz, which is my academic base, and the members of the Research Cluster for the Study of Women of Color in Collaboration and Conflict. I have been blessed with a tremendous amount of practical assistance and moral support from my editor, Peter Dimmock, whose skills and humanity defy description. Peter handled this project with an intelligence and a tenderness that went beyond the call of duty, and I am grateful that his mark is upon this work. Last but not least, I wish to thank my friend, business manager, and intellectual comrade, Stephanie Kelly, whose thoroughgoing participation facilitated the long-term production of this book. She invested countless days and late nights working with me at every stage, performing tasks I would have entrusted to no one else. I thank her for the remarkable skills and boundless support she brought to this project, and I especially thank her for her patience and constancy. Introduction: Blues, Legacies, and Black Feminism is an examination of the work of 3 women artists who played decisive roles in shaping the history of popular music culture in the United States. It is an inquiry into the ways their recorded performances divulge unacknowledged traditions of feminist consciousness in working-class Black communities. The connection I attempt to make between blues legacies and Black feminism is not without its contradictions and discontinuities. To attempt to impute a feminist consciousness, as we define it today, to Gertrude, Ma, Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday would be preposterous, and not very interesting at that. What is most interesting and provocative about the bodies of work each of these women left behind is the ways in which hints of feminist attitudes emerge from their music through fissures of patriarchal discourses. While I try to situate their recorded performances, the primary material with which I work, in relation to historical developments of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, I am most concerned with how these women's performances appear through the prism of the present, and with what these interpretations can tell us about past and present forms of social consciousness. Given the long histories of slavery and segregation in the United States, it is understandable that Black social consciousness has been overdetermined by race. This one-dimensionality is also often reflected in works that attempt to recapitulate those histories. While an impressive body of literature establishing historical antecedents for contemporary Black feminism has been produced during the last 2 decades, there remains a paucity of research on the class-inflected character of historical Black feminism. As the works of 19th and early 20th century Black women writers have been made increasingly available through projects such as the Schomburg Library 19th Century Black Women Writers Series, efforts to reconstruct Black feminist historical traditions tend to focus on texts such as these one to a large extent. Therefore, what are constituted as Black feminist traditions tend to exclude ideas produced by and within poor and working-class communities. where women historically have not had the means or access to publish written texts, but some poor black women did have access to publishers of oral texts. In fact, in the 1920s, many black women were sought after and often exploited by burgeoning recording companies. Black women were the first to record the blues. In 1920, Mamie Smith's version of Perry Bradford's Crazy Blues, her second recording on Columbia's OK label, was so popular that 75,000 copies of the record were sold within the first month of its release. $1, the cost of each record, was a small fortune then for the mostly poor black people who bought Crazy Blues. The song's runaway sales marked the successful debut of a black woman blues singer, which in turn opened the door for scores of other black women artists, who were sought after by representatives of the recording industry as entrees into a previously ignored and untapped black market. Women like Alberta Hunter, Ida Cox, Ethel Waters, Lucille Hegeman, Edith Wilson, Victoria Spivey, Rosa Henderson, Clara Smith, Trixie Smith, Sippy Wallace, and many other less-known artists could be heard during the 1920s not only in theaters and clubs, but also on labels such as Paramount and Columbia, both of which launched Race Records, campaigns, and Black Swan, the only black-owned recording company of the period. At the peak of the classic blues era, which loosely spanned the decade of the 20s, hundreds of women had the opportunity to record their work. That women were given priority over men as recording artists attests to the reductive marketing strategies of the then embryonic recording industry, strategies we still see reflected today in the industry's efforts to categorize or, in effect, to segregate culturally different genres of music that in fact claim an increasingly diverse listening public. The company's attempts to construct and tap a new black market were elaborated around the assumption that because the initial successes were with women's blues, only women could be successful recording artists. Between 1923 and 1926, when Bessie Smith and Gertrude, Rainey respectively recorded their first songs, few men, aside from Papa Charlie Jackson, who also did duets with Rainey, were signed up by Paramount and Columbia, the two major companies of that period too. However, when male country blues caught on in 1926, their growing popularity initiated a pattern that eventually marginalized women blues singers after the classic blues era began to decline with the stock market crash of 1929. The 1930s became an era of widespread exploitation of black men blues singers, who were sought out aggressively by profit-hungry recording companies that paid them paltry sums for their recorded performances, some of which continue to be published on compact discs today. The story of Robert Johnson is only the most dramatic example of this phenomenon. At the same time, many once highly commodified black women blues singers, including Bessie Smith, the empress of the blues, were struggling to find work in other genres such as theater and the emergent motion picture industry. Even though the period of ascendancy of black women blues singers was relatively short, these women nonetheless managed to produce a vast body of musical texts and a rich cultural legacy. One might expect that because the classic blues era coincided with the Harlem Renaissance, this musical articulation of African American culture would have been treated extensively by the writers and intellectuals of the day. However, because women like Bessie Smith and Ida Cox presented and embodied sexualities associated with working-class black life, which, fatally, was seen by some Renaissance strategists as antithetical to the aims of their cultural movement, their music was designated as low culture in contrast, for example, to endeavors such as sculpture, painting, literature, and classical music, through which the spirituals could be reformed. Consequently, few writers, with the notable exception of Langston Hughes, who often found himself at odds with his contemporaries, were willing to consider seriously the contributions blues performers made to black cultural politics. In her examination of Hughes's 1930 novel, Not Without Laughter, Cheryl Wall argues that Hughes was not only the first writer to represent the figure of the blues woman in literature. No comparable representation would appear in the fiction of black women for decades to come. Indeed, in the early works of first-generation contemporary black women writers, fictionalized portraits of blues women were created by Toni Cade Bambara, Gail Jones, Shirley Ann Williams, and Alice Walker. Mary Helen Washington entitled her second collection of black women's short stories Any Woman's Blues, and Toni Morrison Sula, an artist without an art form, might well have been a blues woman had she only found her voice. Alexis DeVoe wrote a poetic biography of Billie Holiday, and Jessica Hagedorn wrote an extended poem, Sometimes You Look Like Lady Day. These were some of the women of color writers who helped to shape my gender consciousness, whose works piqued my curiosity about the figures that had inspired such marvelously irreverent characters and moving portraits. I wondered how these foremothers might differ from the black women we were beginning to claim as ancestors in the gender struggles we encountered as we mounted our radical opposition to racism. What can we learn from women like Gertrude, Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday that we may not be able to learn from Ida B. Wells, Anna Julia Cooper, and Mary Church Terrell? If we were beginning to appreciate the blasphemies of fictionalized blues, women especially, their outrageous politics of sexuality and the knowledge that might be gleaned from their lives about the possibilities of transforming gender relations within black communities, perhaps we also could benefit from a look at the artistic contributions of the original blues women. When I first began researching the literature on blues and jazz women, I discovered that, with some significant exceptions, the vast majority comprised either biographies or technical studies within the disciplines of music and musicology. I am not suggesting that investigations of these artists' lives and music are not interesting. However, what I wanted to know more about was the way their work addressed urgent social issues and helped to shape collective modes of black consciousness. Because most studies of the blues have tended to be gendered implicitly as male, those that have engaged with the social implications of this music have overlooked or marginalized women. When I decided to look closely at the music produced by Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday, what I expected to find was a strong consciousness of race against a backdrop of prevailing patriarchal constructions of gender. This is certainly the impression one gets from the biographical material on the three singers. In fact, the original title of my study was Gertrude, Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday, Black Women's Music and Social Consciousness. However, the more I listened to their recorded performances of songs composed both by the artists themselves and by others, more I realized that their music could serve as a rich terrain for examining a historical feminist consciousness that reflected the lives of working-class black communities. That their aesthetic representations of the politics of gender and sexuality are informed by and interwoven with their representations of race and class makes their work all the more provocative. What gives the blues such fascinating possibilities of sustaining emergent feminist consciousness is the way they often construct seemingly antagonistic relationships as non-contradictory oppositions. A female narrator in a women's blues song who represents herself as entirely subservient to male desire might simultaneously express autonomous desire and a refusal to allow her mistreating lover to drive her to psychic despair. Ma Rainey and Bessie Smith both recorded versions of Herbert and Russell's Oh Papa Blues. These are the lyrics Rainey sings. Just like a rainbow, I am faded away, my daddy leaves me. Most every day, but he don't mean me no good. Why? Because I only wish he would. I've almost gone insane. I'm forever trying to call his name. Oh, Papa. Think when you away from home, you just don't want me now. Wait and see, you'll find some other man mackin' love to me. Now Papa, Papa. You ain't got no mama now. 6. Bessie Smith's recording is entitled, Oh Daddy Blues, and these are her first and last stanzas. Just like a flower, I'm fading away. The doctor calls to see me most every day, but he don't do me no good. Why? Because I'm lonesome for you, and if you care for me, then you will listen to my plea. Oh, Daddy. Think when you all alone, you know that you are getting old. You'll miss the way I baked your jelly roll then. Daddy, Daddy. You won't have no mama at all. 7. I should point out here that these transcriptions are my own. A large part of the project of producing this study has been the transcription of the entire bodies of Rainey's and Smith's available recordings, 252 songs in all, some of which are very difficult to hear. When I began this aspect of my research, compact discs had not yet begun to be mass-marketed, and I was working strictly from vinyl reproductions. When their work was reissued on CD, the transcription work became considerably easier. Yet many of the original recordings that are reproduced on CD have deteriorated so much as to render them nearly inaudible in places. The second section of this study, following my critical examination of Rainey's, Smith's, and Holiday's work, contains my transcriptions of all of Rainey's and Smith's extant recordings. The transcriptions are included here because both blues women frequently improvised even as they sang pre-composed lyrics that were not always their own. This process of revision obviously had a significant impact on the recordings to which we have access today, and it is on the basis of these recordings, these often revised renditions of the lyrics that appeared on the lead sheets from which Rainey and Smith work it, that I have worked out my own analyses of the songs as they were performed. Thus, while other transcriptions exist in numerous studies of the music and of the artists themselves, my own listenings have revealed numerous inaccuracies in those transcriptions. For this reason, I have chosen to work with first-hand transcriptions, which no doubt contain their own inaccuracies, and for which I take complete responsibility. As the complete lyrics of Rainey's and Smith's songs are not available elsewhere, I have included them in this book in order to facilitate further research on this material. I have not included transcriptions of Billie Holiday's recordings because the popular material that constitutes her body of work remains readily available in print today. Moreover, her originality consists not so much in what she sang, but rather in how she sang the popular songs of her era. In the contemporary period, which is marked by a popular recognition of the politicalization of sexuality, the blues constitute an exceptionally rich site for feminist investigation. The overarching sexual themes that define the content of the blues form point the way toward a consideration of the historical politics of black sexuality. Considering the stringent taboos on representations of sexuality that characterized most dominant discourses of the time, the blues constitute a privileged discursive site. In this book, I attempt to explore the feminist implications of the recorded performances of 3 women, one who stands at the beginning of the classic blues tradition, another who pushes the blues form to its very limits and begins to use popular song as a blues vehicle, and yet another who, in moving away from the blues and establishing jazz vocals with a genius and originality that has yet to be surpassed, remains solidly anchored in the blues tradition. All of their performances illuminate the politics of gender and sexuality in working-class black communities. Whether we listen to these musicians today primarily for pleasure or for purposes of research, which is not to suggest that pleasure is without its critical dimensions, or that research is without its pleasure there is a great deal to be learned from their bodies of work about quotidian expressions of feminist consciousness. These quotidian expressions of feminist consciousness are what I attempt to accentuate in this book. In this sense, my study is far less ambitious than a work like Daphne Duval Harrison's Black Pearls. Whereas Harrison's fine investigation comprehensively takes up the classic blues tradition, mine is confined to three artists, two of whom, Rainey and Bessie Smith, decisively defined the classic blues era, and one of whom, Billie Holiday, ushered in the period of modern jazz, recording her first song shortly after Bessie Smith recorded her last. Harrison's work examines the blues women of the 1920s as pivotal figures in the assertion of black women's ideas and ideals from the standpoint of the working class and the poor. It reveals their dynamic role as spokespersons and interpreters of the dreams, harsh realities, and tragicomedies of the black experience in the first 3 decades of this century, their role in the continuation and development of black music in America, their contributions to blues poetry and performance. Further, it expands the base of knowledge about the role of black women in the creation and development of American popular culture, illustrates their modes and means for coping successfully with gender-related discrimination and exploitation, and demonstrates an emerging model for the working woman who is sexually independent, self-sufficient, creative, and trend. Setting 9. I hope my study will complement Harrison's in the sense that it attempts to accentuate the feminist contributions of two pivotal women of the classic blues era, as well as those of the most significant jazz woman, the story of whose troubled life has persistently overshadowed the important contributions she made as an artist. Contemporary blues and jazz women come from diverse ethnic and racial backgrounds, and certainly, the audience for this music resides not only within but far beyond the borders of black culture. With the globalization of music distribution, indeed, with such developments as unauthorized CD production in some country's scope of black music, and its historically broad cultural implications, can no longer be confined to African American communities. In this context, feminist interpretations of blues and jazz women's legacies can contribute to an understanding of feminist consciousness that crosses racial and class borders. 10. I hope that readers of this book will also read, for example, Maria Herrera Sobek's feminist interpretations of corridos, Mexican folk ballads. 11. Moreover, beyond the realm of musical culture, many feminists of color are rethinking mainstream feminist historiographies, not simply to carve out a place for women of color, but rather to contest the very validity of the discourses employed in those works. 12. At the same time that I see my own work as connected with these various projects, I hope the arguments I propose in this book will make a specific intervention into current popular debates regarding the legitimacy of women of color feminisms, and of black feminisms in particular. 25 years after the second wave debates on what counts as feminism, popular assumptions that the historical origins of feminism are white stubbornly persist in many black communities, despite significant feminist and womanist activism and research. The tendency to construct women like Anita Hill as race traders is a dramatic byproduct of the recalcitrant idea that black women who speak out against black men are following in the footsteps of white feminists. The fact that a productive debate about the problematic gender politics, and indeed the overarching conservatism, of the Million Man March failed to emerging that feminists like Kimberlé Crenshaw, Luke Harris, Marcia Gillespie, Paula Giddings, Jewel Jackson McCabe, Gina Dent, and I were harshly criticized for even desiring to initiate such a debate yet further examples of widespread views in black communities that race must always take precedence, and that race is implicitly gendered as male, A book like Blues Legacies and Black Feminism will not popularize feminism in Black communities. However, I do hope it will demonstrate that there are multiple African American feminist traditions. I hope it will demonstrate that feminist traditions are not only written, they are oral, and that these oralities reveal not only rewrought African cultural traces, but also the genius with which former slaves forged new traditions that simultaneously contested the slave past and preserved some of the rich cultural products of slavery. According to cultural critic Stuart Hall, Black popular culture in its expressivity, its musicality, its orality, in its rich, deep, and varied attention to speech, in its inflections toward the vernacular and the local, in its rich production of counternarratives, and above all, in its metaphorical use of the musical vocabulary, has enabled the surfacing, inside the mixed and contradictory modes even of some mainstream popular culture, of elements of a discourse that is different other forms of life, other traditions of representation. 13. I hope, therefore, that the analyses I present here will persuade readers that it is possible to interpret the work of these three prominent performing artists of the African American past as helping to forge other legacies. Blues legacies, Black working-class legacies of feminism. Finally, I hope this study will inspire readers to listen to the recordings of Rainey, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday, both for pleasure and for purposes of research, and that it will occasion further interdisciplinary studies of the artistic and social contributions of blues and jazz women. I used to be your sweet mama. Ideology, sexuality, and domesticity. You've had your chance and proved unfaithful, so now I'm gonna be real mean and hateful. I used to be your sweet mama, sweet papa, but now I'm just as sour as can be. I used to be your sweet mama. One, like most forms of popular music, African American blues lyrics talk about love. What is distinctive about the blues, however, particularly in relation to other American popular musical forms of the 1920s and 1930s, is their intellectual independence and representational freedom. One of the most obvious ways in which blues lyrics deviated from that era's established popular musical culture was their provocative and pervasive sexual, including homosexual imagery. Too, by contrast, the popular song formulas of the period demanded saccharine and idealized non-sexual depictions of heterosexual love relationships, those aspects of lived love relationships that were not compatible with the dominant, etherealized ideology of love, such as extramarital relationships, domestic violence, and the ephemerality of many sexual partnerships, were largely banished from the established popular musical culture. Yet these very themes pervade the blues. What is even more striking is the fact that initially the professional performers of this music, most widely heard individual purveyors of the blues, were women. Bessie Smith earned the title Empress of the Blues, not least through the sale of 750,000 copies of her first record. For the historical context within which the blues developed a tradition of openly addressing both female and male sexuality reveals an ideological framework that was specifically African American, emerging during the decades following the abolition of slavery. The blues gave musical expression to the new social and sexual realities encountered by African Americans as free women and men. The former slaves' economic status had not undergone a radical transformation. They were no less impoverished than they had been during slavery. 6. It was the status of their personal relationships that was revolutionized. For the first time in the history of the African presence in North America, masses of black women and men were in a position to make autonomous decisions regarding the sexual partnerships into which they entered. 7. Sexuality, thus, was one of the most tangible domains in which emancipation was acted upon, and through which its meanings were expressed. Sovereignty in sexual matters marked an important divide between life during slavery and life after emancipation. Themes of individual sexual love rarely appear in the musical forms produced during slavery. Whatever the reasons for this and it may have been due to the slave system's economic management of procreation, which did not tolerate and often severely punished the public exhibition of self-initiated sexual relationships. I am interested here in the disparity between the individualistic, private, nature of sexuality and the collective forms and nature of the music that was produced and performed during slavery. Sexuality after emancipation could not be adequately expressed or addressed through the musical forms existing under slavery. The spirituals and the work songs confirm that the individual concerns of black people, expressed through music during slavery, centered on a collective desire for an end to the system that enslaved them. This does not mean there was an absence of sexual meanings in the music produced by African American slaves. 8. It means that slave music, both religious and secular, was quintessentially collective music. It was collectively performed, and it gave expression to the community's yearning for freedom. 9. The blues, on the other hand, the predominant post-slavery African American musical form, articulated a new valuation of individual emotional needs and desires. The birth of the blues was aesthetic evidence of new psychosocial realities within the black population. This music was presented by individuals singing alone, accompanying themselves on such instruments as the banjo or guitar. The blues therefore marked the advent of a popular culture of performance, with the borders of performer and audience becoming increasingly differentiated. 10. Through the emergence of the professional blues singer, a predominantly female figure, accompanied by small and large instrumental ensembles, part of the rise of the black entertainment industry. This individualized mode of presenting popular music crystallized into a performance culture that has had an enduring influence on African American music. The spirituals, as they survived and were transformed during the post-slavery era, were both intensely religious and the aesthetic bearers of the slaves. Collective aspirations for worldly freedom. 11. Under changed historical circumstances, in which former slaves had closer contact with the religious practices and ideologies of the dominant culture, sacred music began to be increasingly enclosed within institutionalized religious spaces. Slave religious practices were inseparable from other aspects of everyday life: work, family, sabotage, escape. Post-slavery religion gradually lost some of this fluidity and came to be dependent on the church. As sacred music evolved from spirituals to gospel, it increasingly concentrated on the hereafter. Historian Lawrence Levine characterizes the nature of this development succinctly. The overriding thrust of the gospel songs, he writes, was otherworldly. Emphasis was almost wholly upon God, with whom man's relationship was one of total dependence. Jesus, rather than the Hebrew children, dominated the gospel songs. And it was not the warrior Jesus of the spirituals, but a benevolent spirit who promised his children rest and peace and justice in the hereafter. 12. The blues rose to become the most prominent secular genre in early 20th century black American music. As it came to displace sacred music in the everyday lives of black people, it both reflected and helped to construct a new black consciousness. This consciousness interpreted God as the opposite of the devil, religion as the not secular, and the secular as largely sexual. With the blues came the designations God's music and the devil's music. The former was performed in church, though it could also accompany work, while the latter was performed in juke joints. circuses, and traveling shows 14, despite the new salience of this binary opposition in the everyday lives of Black people. It is important to underscore the close relationship between the old music and the new. The new music had old roots, and the old music reflected a new ideological grounding of Black religion. Both were deeply rooted in a shared history and culture. God and the devil had cohabited the same universe during slavery, not as polar opposites, but rather as complex characters who had different powers and who both entered into relationships with human beings. They also sometimes engaged with each other on fairly equal terms. As Henry Louis Gates, Jr., and others have argued, the devil was often associated with the trickster Orisha Legba, or Eligua. In Yoruba religions 15, some of the folktales Zora Neale Hurston presents in Mules and Men portray the devil not as evil incarnate, but as a character with whom it was possible to identify in humorous situations, 16 in describing the religious household in which she was reared. Veteran blues woman Ida Goodson emphasizes that the blues were banned from her childhood home. Nevertheless, she and her playmates often played and sang the blues when her parents were away. On those occasions when her parents showed up unexpectedly, they easily made the transition to gospel music without missing a beat. My mother and father were religious persons, and they liked music, but they liked church music. They didn't like jazz like we do. And of course, we could not even play jazz in our home while they were there. But just the moment they would turn their back, go to their society or church somewhere or another, we'd get our neighborhood children to come in there, and we'd get to playing the blues and having a good time. But still, we'd have one girl on the door watching to see when Mr. Goodson's coming back home or Mrs. Goodson, because I knew if they came and caught us what we would get. Whenever we'd see my father or my mother coming back home, the girl be saying, "There come Mr. Goodson Nem," and they'd be so close up on us, we'd change the blues, singing "Jesus Keep Me Near the Cross." After that, my mother and father would join us, and we'd all get to singing church songs 17, as if reconciling the two positions, that of herself as a young musician, and that of her religious parents. Goodson later explains that the devil got his work and God got his work. During slavery, the sacred universe was virtually all-embracing. Spirituals helped to construct community among the slaves and infused this imagined community with hope for a better life. They retold Old Testament narratives about the Hebrew people's struggle against Pharaoh's oppression, and thereby established a community narrative of African people enslaved in North America that simultaneously transcended the slave system and encouraged its abolition. Under the conditions of U.S. slavery, the sacred and especially sacred music was an important means of preserving African cultural memory. Karl Marx's comments on religion as the opium of the people 18 notwithstanding, the spirituals attest to the fact that religious consciousness can itself play a transformative role. As Sojourner Truth and other abolitionists demonstrate, as well as insurrectionary leaders Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, and the Underground Railroad conductor Harriet Tubman Religion, was far more than Marx's illusory sun. Spirituals were embedded in and gave expression to a powerful yearning for freedom. 19 Religion was indeed, in Marx's words, the soul of soulless conditions. The spirituals articulated the hopes of Black slaves in religious terms. In the vast disappointment that followed emancipation, when economic and political liberation must have seemed more unattainable than ever, blues created a discourse 21 that represented freedom in more immediate and accessible terms. While the material conditions for the freedom about which the slaves had sung in their spirituals seemed no closer after slavery than they had seemed before, there were nevertheless distinct differences between the slaves' personal status under slavery and during the post-Civil War period. In three major respects, emancipation radically transformed their personal lives. 1. There was no longer a proscription on free individual travel. 2. Education was now a realizable goal for individual men and women. 3. Sexuality could be explored freely by individuals who now could enter into autonomously chosen personal relationships. The new blues consciousness was shaped by and gave expression to at least two of these three transformations: travel and sexuality. In both male and female blues, travel and sexuality are ubiquitous themes, handled both separately and together. But what finally is most striking is the way the blues registered sexuality as a tangible expression of freedom. It was this dimension that most profoundly marked and defined the secularity of the blues. Theologian James Cone offers the following definition of the blues, agreeing with C. Eric Lincoln's succinct characterization of them as secular spirituals. Cone writes, "They are secular in the same sense that they confine their attention solely to the immediate and affirm the bodily expression of black soul, including its sexual manifestations. They are spirituals because they are impelled by the same search for the truth of black experience." 22. It is not necessary to accede to Cone's essentialist invocation of a single metaphysical truth of black experience to gain from his description a key insight into why the blues were condemned as the devil's music. It was because they drew upon and incorporated sacred consciousness, and thereby posed a serious threat to religious attitudes. Levine emphasizes the blurring of the sacred and the secular in both gospel music and the blues. It may not have been the secularity of the blues that produced such castigation by the church, he argues, but rather precisely their sacred nature. He writes, "The blues was threatening not primarily because it was secular. Other forms of secular music were objected to less strenuously and often not at all. Blues was threatening because its spokesmen and its ritual too frequently provided the expressive communal channels of relief that had been largely the province of religion in the past." 23. Although both Cone and Levine make references to Mamie Smith, Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and other women who composed and performed blues songs, they, like most scholars, tend to view women as marginal to the production of the blues. Note that in the passage quoted above, Levine refers quite explicitly to the spokesmen of the blues. With the simple substitution of spokeswomen, his argument would become more compelling and more revealing of the new religious consciousness about which he writes. Blues practices, as Levine asserts, did tend to appropriate previously religious channels of expression, and this appropriation was associated with women's voices. Women summoned sacred responses to their messages about sexuality 24 during this period. Religious consciousness came increasingly under the control of institutionalized churches, and male dominance over the religious process came to be taken for granted. At the same time that male ministers were becoming a professional caste, women blues singers were performing as professional artists and attracting large audiences at revival-like gatherings. Gertrude, Ma Rainey, and Bessie Smith were the most widely known of these women. They preached about sexual love, and in so doing they articulated a collective experience of freedom, giving voice to the most powerful evidence there was for many black people that slavery no longer existed. The expression of socially unfulfilled dreams in the language and imagery of individual sexual love is, of course, not peculiar to the African American experience. As part of the capitalist schism between the public and private realms within European-derived American popular culture, however, themes of romantic love had quite different ideological implications from themes of sexuality within post-slavery African American cultural expression. In the context of the consolidation of industrial capitalism, the sphere of personal love and domestic life in mainstream American culture came to be increasingly idealized as the arena in which happiness was to be sought. 25. This held a special significance for women, since love and domesticity were supposed to constitute the outermost limits of their lives. Full membership in the public community was the exclusive domain of men. Therefore, European American popular songs have to be interpreted within this context, and as contributing to patriarchal hegemony. The blues did not entirely escape the influences that shaped the role of romantic love in the popular songs of the dominant culture. Nevertheless, the incorporation of personal relationships into the blues has its own historical meanings and social and political resonances. Love was not represented as an idealized realm to which unfulfilled dreams of happiness were relegated. The historical African American vision of individual sexual love linked it inextricably with possibilities of social freedom in the economic and political realms. Unfreedom during slavery involved, among other things, a prohibition of freely chosen, enduring family relationships. Because slaves were legally defined as commodities, women of childbearing age were valued in accordance with their breeding potential, and were often forced to copulate with men viewed as bucks, chosen by their owners for the sole purpose of producing valuable progeny. 26. Moreover, direct sexual exploitation of African women by their white masters was a constant feature of slavery. 27. What tenuous permanence in familial relationships the slaves did manage to construct was always subject to the whim of their masters and the potential profits to be reaped from sale. The suffering caused by forced ruptures of slave families has been abundantly documented. 28. Given this context, it is understandable that the personal and sexual dimensions of freedom acquired an expansive importance, especially since the economic and political components of freedom were largely denied to black people in the aftermath of slavery. The focus on sexual love in blues music was thus quite different in meaning from the prevailing idealization of romantic love in mainstream popular music. For recently emancipated slaves, freely chosen sexual love became a mediator between historical disappointment and the new social realities of an evolving African American community. Ralph Ellison alludes to this dimension of the blues, I think, when he notes their mysteriousness, their ability to imply far more than they state outright, and their capacity to make the details of sex convey meanings which touch on the metaphysical. 29. Sexuality was central in both men's and women's blues. During the earliest phases of their history, blues were essentially a male phenomenon. The archetypal blues singer was a solitary wandering man accompanied by his banjo or guitar, and in the words of blues scholar Giles Oakley, his principal theme is the sexual relationship. Almost all other themes, leaving town, train rides, work trouble, general dissatisfaction, sooner or later revert to the central concern. 30. In women's blues, which became a crucial element of the rising black entertainment industry, there was an even more pronounced emphasis on love and sexuality. The representations of love and sexuality in women's blues often blatantly contradicted mainstream ideological assumptions regarding women and being in love. They also challenged the notion that women's place was in the domestic sphere. Such notions were based on the social realities of middle-class white women's lives, but were incongruously applied to all women, regardless of race or class. 31. This led to inevitable contradictions between prevailing social expectations and black women's social realities. Women of that era were expected to seek fulfillment within the confines of marriage, with their husbands functioning as providers and their children as evidence of their worth as human beings. The sparsity of allusions to marriage and domesticity in women's blues therefore becomes highly significant. In Bessie Smith's rendition of Sam Jones' Blues, which contains one of the few commentaries on marriage to be found in her body of work, the subject is acknowledged only in relation to its dissolution. Her performance of this song satirically accentuates the contrast between the dominant cultural construction of marriage and the stance of economic independence Black women were compelled to assume for their sheer survival. Sam Jones left his lovely wife just to step around, came back home 'bout a year. Lookin' for his high brown, went to his accustomed door, and he knocked his knuckles sore. His wife she came, but to his shame, she knew his face no more. Sam said, "I'm your husband, dear." But she said, "Dear, that's strange to hear. You ain't talking to Mrs. Jones, you speakin' to Miss Wilson now. I used to be your lofty mate, but the judge done changed my fate. Was a time you could have walked right in and called this place your home, sweet home, but now it's all mine for all time. I'm free and livin' all alone. Say, hand me the key that unlocks my front door, because that bell don't read Sam Jones no more. No, you ain't talkin' to Mrs. Jones, you speakin' to Miss Wilson now." 32. Although the written lyrics reveal a conversation between proper English and Black working-class English, only by listening to the song do we experience the full impact of Smith's manipulation of language in her recording. References to marriage as perceived by the dominant white culture are couched in irony. She mocks the notion of eternal matrimony. "I used to be your lofty mate," singing genteel words with a teasing intonation to evoke white cultural conceptions. On the other hand, when she indicates the perspective of the Black woman, Miss Wilson, who used to be Mrs. Jones, she sings in a comfortable, bluesy Black English. This song is remarkable for the way Smith translates into musical contrast and contention the clash between two cultures' perceptions of marriage, and particularly women's place within the institution. It is easy to imagine the testifying responses Smith no doubt evoked in her female audiences, responses that affirmed working-class Black women's sense of themselves as relatively emancipated, if not from marriage itself, then at least from some of its most confining ideological constraints. The protagonists in women's blues are seldom wives and almost never mothers. One explanation for the absence of direct allusions to marriage may be the different words mainstream and African American cultures use to signify male spouse. African American working class argot refers to both husbands and male lovers, and even in some cases female lovesses, my man, or my daddy. But these different linguistic practices cannot be considered in isolation from the social realities they represent, for they point to divergent perspectives regarding the institution of marriage. During Bessie Smith's era, most Black heterosexual couples married or not had children. However, blues women rarely sang about mothers, fathers, and children. In the subject index to her book Black Pearls, Black Studies scholar Daphne Duval Harrison lists the following themes: advice to other women, alcohol, betrayal or abandonment, broken or failed love affairs, death, departure, dilemma of staying with man or returning to family, disease and afflictions, erotica, hell, homosexuality, infidelity, injustice, jail and serving time, loss of lover, love, men, mistreatment, murder, other woman, poverty, promiscuity, sadness, sex, suicide, supernatural, trains, traveling, unfaithfulness, vengeance, weariness, depression, and disillusionment. Weight loss 33. It is revealing that she does not include children, domestic life, husband, and marriage. The absence of the mother figure in the blues does not imply a rejection of motherhood as such, but rather suggests that blues women found the mainstream cult of motherhood irrelevant to the realities of their lives. 30. For the female figures evoked in women's blues are independent women free of the domestic orthodoxy, of the prevailing representations of womanhood through which female subjects of the era were constructed. In 252 songs recorded by Bessie Smith and Rainey, there are only 4 all by Bessie Smith that refer to marriage within a relatively neutral context, or in a way that takes the marital relationship for granted. In Poor Man's Blues, mention is made of the gross disparities between the economic conditions of the working man's wife and the rich man's wife. Poor working man's wife is starvin'. Your wife's livin' like a queen. 35 in Pinchback Blues, advice is offered to women with respect to the foremost quality they should seek in a husband, namely, that he be a working man. Bessie Smith sings the following phrases in a way that demands she be taken seriously. Girls, take this tip from me, get a workin' man when you marry. And let all these sweet men be. There's one thing about this married life that these young girls have got to know. If a sweet man enter your front gate, turn out your lights and lock your door. 36, even though this song assumes that most women listeners will get married, it does not evoke the romantic expectations usually associated with marriage. Instead, it warns women not to enter into marriages in which they will end up supporting an exploitative sweet man, or a pinchback. Take Me for a Buggy Ride, a popular song filled with sexual innuendo and recorded in 1933 during the very last session of Bessie Smith's career, contains a passing uncritical reference to marriage. Daddy, you as sweet as you can be when you take me for a buggy ride, when you set me down upon your knee and ask me to be your bride. 37, even these explicit references to marriage may be attributed to the fact that Smith was seeking ways to cross over into mainstream musical culture. She herself decided to record no blues during what would be her final recording session. She wanted to sing only popular songs, all of which were composed by the husband and wife team of Leola B. Wilson and Wesley Sox Wilson. 38, her producer, John Hammond, may also have had something to do with this decision to exclude blues songs. After a hiatus in her recording career occasioned both by the anticipated obsolescence of the blues and the 1929 stock market crash that left the recording industry in shambles, there were obvious economic reasons for wanting to appeal to as broad an audience as possible. The sexual allusions in these songs, along with songs recorded earlier in the 30s, have caused them to be labeled quasi-pornographic. While sexual metaphors abound in these songs, the female characters are clearly in control of their sexuality in ways that exploit neither their partners nor themselves. It is misleading, I think, to refer to songs such as Need a Little Sugar in My Bowl as pornographic. Nevertheless, Hammond is probably correct in his contention that, given their superficial approach to sexuality, they do not compare with Bessie's own material of the 20s. The reference to marriage in Take Me for a Buggy Ride may very well be a result of Bessie Smith's attempt to cross over into a cultural space that required her to position herself in greater ideological proximity to white audiences, while maintaining her connection with black fans. Having put together a swing accompaniment for this last session consisting of black and white musicians Buck Washington, Jack Teagarden, Chu Berry, Frankie Newton, Billy Taylor, and Bobby Johnson, with Benny Goodman playing on one number, John Hammond certainly was expecting to see these records distributed outside the race records market. Gertrude Rainey, a pioneer on the black entertainment circuit and the person responsible for shaping women's blues for many generations of blues women, received her title Mother of the Blues before she made her first recording. In the songs she recorded, the institution of monogamous marriage often was cavalierly repudiated with the kind of attitude that is usually gendered as male. Blame It on the Blues, for example, implicitly rejects the sexual exclusivity of marriage. Reflecting on the source of her distress, The protagonist finds that she can blame it neither on her husband, her man, nor her lover. The lyrics of this song in the tragicomic way Rainey sings them refuse to privilege marriage over non- or extramarital sexual partnerships. Can't blame my mother. Can't blame my dad. Can't blame my brother for the trouble I've had. Can't blame my lover that held my hand. Can't blame my husband. Can't blame my man 40 and shave 'em dry. A song rich in provocative sexual metaphors. Rainey sings about a woman involved with a married man 41. When your wife comes, she sings with unflappable seriousness. Tell her I don't mean no harm. And in the spoken introduction to Gone Daddy Blues, the woman who has left her husband for another man seems to play with the notion of convincing him to take her back. Unknown man. Who's that knocking on that door? Rainey, it's me, baby. Man, me who? Rainey, don't you know I'm your wife? Man, what? Wife? Rainey, yeah, man, ain't that awful? I don't let no woman quit me but one time. Rainey, but I just quit one lil old time, just one time. Man, you left here with that other man. Why didn't you stay? 42. Misery Blues is the only one of Rainey's songs in which the woman appears truly oppressed by the expectations associated with the institution of marriage. She is singing the misery blues because she has allowed herself to be deceived by a man who promised to marry her, that is, to support her in the traditional patriarchal way. She expected marriage to free her from her daily toil. The husband-to-be in this song not only reneges on his promise of marriage, but absconds with all her money. I love my brown skin. Indeed I do. Folks I know used to me being a fool. I'm going to tell you what I went and done. I give him all my money just to have some fun. He told me that he loved me. Loved me so if I would marry him, I needn't to work no mo. Now I'm grievin', almost dyin', just because I didn't know that he was lyin'. 43. While Rainey's performance mournfully emphasizes the woman's grief. Misery Blues can be construed as an advice song that cautions women who might similarly be deceived by the romantic expectations associated with the bourgeois, patriarchal institution of marriage. Bessie Smith's work poses more explicit challenges to the male dominance that ideologically inheres in this institution. In Money Blues, for example, the wife makes life unbearable for her husband with her incessant demands for money and high living. 44. The husband, Samuel Brown, has beer money, but his wife demands champagne. As is often the case, the blues in the title notwithstanding, this is a popular song, not a 12-bar blues. In Young Woman's Blues, one of Smith's own compositions, the protagonist is simply not interested in marriage. Smith's performance of the following verse exudes a self-confident sense of female independence and unabashed embrace of sexual pleasure. No time to marry, no time to settle down. I'm a young woman and ain't done runnin' round. The same sentiment is definitively restated in the closing lines of the song. I ain't no high yella, I'm a deep killer brown. I ain't gonna marry. Ain't gone, settle down. I'm gone, drink good moonshine, and run these browns down. See that long lonesome road, Lord. You know it's gotta end, and I'm a good woman and I can get plenty men. 45. In what is undoubtedly the most disturbing reference to marriage in Bessie Smith's work. The narrator of Hateful Blues threatens to use the butcher knife she received as a wedding present to carve up her fickle husband. 46. Early women's blues contain few uninflected references to marriage. Evocations of traditional female domesticity, whether associated with marriage or not, are equally rare. When women are portrayed as having fulfilled the domestic requirements socially expected of women in relationships with men, it is often to make the point that the women have been abused or abandoned. In Bessie Smith's Weeping Willow Blues, the narrator proclaims, "Folks, I love my man, I kiss him mornin', noon, and night I wash his clothes and keep him clean and try to treat him right now he's gone, and left me after all I've tried to do. 47 Smith sings these lines with convincing sincerity, thus debunking the notion that the fulfillment of conventional female domestic responsibilities is the basis for happiness in marriage. On the other hand, Yes, Indeed He Do is full of irony in its references to domesticity, implicitly criticizing the stultifying household work women are compelled to do for their men. I don't have to do no work except to wash his clothes and darn his socks and press his pants and scrub the kitchen floor. 48 The sardonic Safety Mama, another Smith composition, humorously critiques the sexual division of labor that confines women to the household. The song contains an inverted image of domesticity, in which the man is compelled by the woman to take on what are assumed to be female household chores as punishment for his sexist behavior in the relationship. So wait a while, I'll show you, child, just how to treat a no-good man, make him stay at home. Wash and iron, tell all the neighbors he done lost his mind. 49 The manner in which Bessie Smith creates this musical caricature of domesticity reveals the beginnings of an oppositional attitude toward patriarchal ideology. There are important historical reasons that romanticized images of marriage and the permanency in personal relationships implied by this social institution are absent from women's blues. Normative representations of marriage, as the defining goal of women's lives, blatantly contradicted black social realities during the half-century following emancipation. A poor black woman of the era who found herself deserted or rejected by a male lover was not merely experiencing private troubles. She also was caught in a complex web of historical circumstances. However smoothly a personal relationship may have been progressing, a recently emancipated black man was compelled to find work, and even if he found a job near the neighborhood where he and his partner had settled, he nevertheless might be seduced by new possibilities of travel. In search of work and also in search of the perpetually elusive guarantees of security and happiness, men jumped freight trains and wandered from town to town, from state to state, from region to region. There were imperative economic reasons for undertaking journeys away from home, yet even when jobs were not to be found, and available employment was backbreaking and poorly compensated, the very process of traveling must have generated a feeling of exhilaration and freedom in individuals whose ancestors had been chained for centuries to geographical sites dictated by slave masters. 50. This impulse to travel would infect great numbers of black men as a historically initiated compulsion, and would later be rendered in song in Robert Johnson's Hellhound on My Trail. I got to keep moving. I got to keep moving. Blues falling down like hail. Blues falling down like hail. I can't keep no money. Hellhound on my trail. Hellhound on my trail. Hellhound on my trail. 51. Many of the absconding and unfaithful lovers memorialized by blues women were in pursuit of that fleeting glimpse of freedom offered by the new historical possibility of self-initiated travel. Most women, on the other hand, were denied the option of taking to the road. In his C and A Blues, P.D. Wheatstraw offered one of the many blues versions of this disparity between the male and female conditions. He portrayed the man assuaging his pain through travel, and the woman assuaging hers with tears. When a woman gets the blues, she hangs her head and cries. When a man gets the blues, he flags a freight train and rides 52. A few songs recorded by Bessie Smith, Chicago-bound blues, is 153 support the masculinist view of men's and women's divergent responses to new forms of emotional pain in the post-slavery era. In general, however, blues women did not acquiesce to the idea which appears in various forms in male country blues that men take to the road and women resort to tears. The women who sang the blues did not typically affirm female resignation and powerlessness, nor did they accept the relegation of women to private and interior spaces. Although women generally were not socially entitled to travel on as wide a scale as men, significantly, blues women overcame this restriction 54 likewise. In their music, they found ways to express themselves that were at variance with the prevailing standards of femininity. Even as they may have shed tears, they found the courage to lift their heads and fight back, asserting their right to be respected not as appendages or victims of men, but as truly independent human beings with vividly articulated sexual desires. Blues women provided emphatic examples of black female independence. A significant number of songs in Gertrude, Ma Rainey's recorded legacy, suggest ways in which the structures of gender politics in black communities deviated from those of the dominant culture. In the call-and-response tradition, many of her love and sex-oriented songs mirror or furnish responses to songs associated with the male country blues tradition. Male blues deal with a wider range of experiences, many accumulated on the job or on the road. But those that revolve around sexuality or include observations on love relationships are not radically different from their female counterparts in the behavior they describe and the images they evoke. Contrary to prevailing assumptions, as Sandra Lieb, author of Mother of the Blues, a study of Ma Rainey, has observed, relatively few of Rainey's songs evoke women so incapacitated by their lover's infidelity, desertion, or mistreatment that they are bereft of agency or driven to the brink of self-destruction. Only 13 of her songs describe a woman in abject sorrow, lying in bed and weeping for her absent man. 55 far more typical are songs in which women explicitly celebrate their right to conduct themselves as expansively and even as undesirably as men. The protagonists in Ma Rainey's blues often abandon their men and routinely and cavalierly threaten them, even to the point of violence. While the overwhelming majority of Bessie Smith 16,056 available recorded songs allude to rejection, abuse, desertion, and unfaithful lovers, the preponderant emotional stance of the singer protagonistal so true of Ma Rainey's far from resignation and despair. On the contrary, the most frequent stance assumed by the women in these songs is independence and assertiveness, indeed defiance bordering on, and sometimes erupting into violence. The first song Bessie Smith recorded, a cover of Alberta Hunter's popular Downhearted Blues, portrays a heartbroken woman whose love for a man was answered with mistreatment and rejection. But her bout with the blues does not result in her dejectedly hanging her head and crying. Smith represents this woman as proud and even contemptuous of the man who has mistreated her, accentuating in the following lines the woman's self-respect. It may be a week, it may be a month or two, it may be a week, it may be a month or two, but the day you quit me, honey, it's common home to you. 57. It may be true, as Paul Guerin has observed, that he blues is a self-centered music, highly personalized, wherein the effects of everyday life are recounted in terms of the singer's reactions. 58. At the same time, however, the blues give expression to larger considerations reflecting worldviews specific to black working-class communities. Thus, Downhearted Blues does not conclude with the implicit threat made against the man who has mistreated and deserted the female protagonist. Instead, it ends with an address to men in generale bold, perhaps implicitly feminist contestation of patriarchal rule. I got the world in a jug, the stoppers in my hand, I got the world in a jug. The stoppers in my hand, I'm gonna hold it until you men come under my command. 59. An equally bold challenge can be found in Ma Rainey's wonderfully humorous Barrel House Blues, which celebrates women's desires for alcohol and good times, and their prerogative as the equals of men to engage in acts of infidelity. Papa likes his sherry, Mama likes her port, Papa likes to shimmy. Mama likes to sport, Papa likes his bourbon. Mama likes her gin, Papa likes his outside women. Mama like her outside men. 60. This signifying blues, in drawing parallels between male and female desire, between their similar inclinations toward intoxication, dance, and sex, launches a brazen challenge to dominant notions of women's subordination. Barrel House Blues sketches a portrait of a good-time mama, no less at ease with her body and her sexuality than her papa. Such glimpses of women who assert their sexual equality with men recur again and again in the work of the classic blues singers. 61. Indeed, some of these fictional portraits probably reflect actual experiences of black women who traveled the professional entertainment circuits. Ma Rainey was notorious for being able to outshine any man with her amazing sexual voracity, and Bessie Smith was known for being able to trounce any man who challenged her to a drinking duel. In Gertrude, Ma Rainey's and Bessie Smith's times, women's blues bore witness to the contradictory historical demands made of black American women. On the one hand, by virtue of their femaleness, they faced ideological expectations of domesticity and subordination emanating from the dominant culture. On the other hand, given the political, economic, and emotional transformations occasioned by the disestablishment of slavery, their lived experiences rendered such ideological assumptions flagrantly incongruous. In the blues, therefore, gender relationships are stretched to their limits and beyond. A typical example is one of Bessie Smith's early songs, Mistreatin' Daddy, which opens with an address to an abusive and insensitive lover. Daddy, Mama's got the blues, the kind of blues that's hard to lose. 'Cause you mistreated me and drove me from your door. Smith sings these lines as if to convince us that this woman has attempted to make the relationship work, and is utterly despondent about having been abused by a man she may have loved. Before long, however, she menacingly informs him, "If you see me setting on another daddy's knee, don't bother me. I'm as mean as can be. I'm like the butcher right down the street. I can cut you all to pieces like I would a piece of meat." 62. Fearless, unadorned realism is a distinctive feature of the blues. Their representations of sexual relationships are not constructed in accordance with the sentimentality of the American popular song tradition. Romantic love is seldom romanticized in the blues. No authentic blues woman could, in good faith, sing with conviction about a dashing prince whisking her into the happily ever after. Only a few songs among Bessie Smith's recorded performances and none in Rainey situate love relationships and sexual desire within a strictly masculinist discursive framework. The classic blues women sang of female aspirations for happiness and frequently associated these aspirations with sexual desire, but they rarely ignored the attendant ambiguities and contradictions. In Honey, Where You Been So Long, for example, Ma Rainey evokes a woman who is overjoyed that her man is returning. "He'll soon be returning, and glad tidings he will bring. Then I'll throw my arms around him, then begin to sing." But she does not attempt to pretend that this man is a paragon of perfection. "Honey, where you been so long? Never thought you would treat me wrong. Look how you have dragged me down." 63. Note a language that mocks the dominant white culture with down-home black English. Bessie Smith's Sam Jones Blues uses the same technique to highlight cultural contradictions black women experienced when comparing their own attitudes toward love and sex with the idealizations of the dominant culture. The woman in Ma Rainey's Lord, Send Me a Man Blues harbors no illusions about the relationship she desires with a man. She is lonely and wonders, who gonna pay my board bill now? Appealing for any man she can get, she pleads with a bluesy zeal. Send me a Zulu, a voodoo, any old man, I'm not particular, boys. I'll take what I can. 64 Bessie Smith's Baby Doll conveys a similar message. I wanna be somebody's baby doll so I can get my lovin' all the time. I wanna be somebody's baby doll to ease my mind. He can be ugly. He can be black. So long as he can eagle rock and ball the jack. 65. These blues women had no qualms about announcing female desire. Their songs express women's intention to get their loving. Such affirmations of sexual autonomy and open expressions of female sexual desire give historical voice to possibilities of equality not articulated elsewhere. Women's blues and the cultural politics lived out in the careers of the blues queens put these new possibilities on the historical agenda. The realism of the blues does not confine us to literal interpretations. On the contrary, blues contain many layers of meanings and are often astounding in their complexity and profundity. Precisely because the blues confront raw emotional and sexual matters associated with a very specific historical reality, they make complex statements that transcend the particularities of their origins. There is a core of meaning in the texts of the classic blues women that, although pro-feminist in a historical sense, reveals that black women of that era were acknowledging and addressing issues central to contemporary feminist discourse. By focusing on the issue of misogynist violence, the first activist moments of the second-wave 20th century women's movement exposed the centrality of the ideological separation of the public and private spheres to the structure of male domination. In the early 1970s, women began to speak publicly about their experiences of rape, battery, and the violation of their reproductive rights. Obscured by a shroud of silence, these assaults against women traditionally had been regarded as a fact of private life to be shielded at all costs from scrutiny in the public sphere. That this cover-up would no longer be tolerated was the explosive meaning behind feminists' defiant notion that the personal is political. The performances of the classic blues women, especially Bessie Smith, were one of the few cultural spaces in which a tradition of public discourse on male violence had been previously established. One explanation for the fact that the blues women of the 1920s and the texts they present fail to respect the taboo on speaking publicly about domestic violence is that the blues as a genre never acknowledges the discursive and ideological boundaries separating the private sphere from the public. Historically, there has been no great body of literature on battering, because well-to-do white women who were in a position to write about their experiences in abusive relationships only recently have been convinced that such privately executed violence is a suitable subject of public discourse. There is, however, a body of preserved oral culture orature, to use a term employed by some scholars. 67 about domestic abuse in the songs of blues women like Gertrude, Rainey, and Bessie Smith. Violence against women was always an appropriate topic of women's blues. The contemporary urge to break the silence surrounding misogynist violence and the organized political movement challenging violence against women has an aesthetic precursor in the work of the classic blues singers. Women's blues have been accused of promoting acquiescent and therefore anti-feminist responses to misogynist abuse. It is true that some of the songs recorded by Rainey and Smith seem to exemplify acceptance of male violence seen, sometimes even masochistic delight, in being the target of lovers' beatings. Such claims do not take into account the extent to which blues meaning is manipulated and transformed sometimes even into its opposite in blues performance. Blues make abundant use of humor, satire, and irony, revealing their historic roots in slave music, wherein indirect methods of expression were the only means by which the oppression of slavery could be denounced. In this sense, the blues genre is a direct descendant of work songs, which often relied on indirection and irony to highlight the inhumanity of slave owners, so that their targets were sure to misunderstand the intended meaning. 68 Bessie Smith sings a number of songs whose lyrics may be interpreted as accepting emotional and physical abuse as attendant hazards for women involved in sexual partnerships. But close attention to her musical presentation of these songs persuades the listener that they contain implicit critiques of male abuse. In Yes, Indeed He Do, Smith's sarcastic presentation of the lyrics transforms observations on an unfaithful, abusive, and exploitative lover into a scathing critique of male violence. Is he true as stars above me? What kind of fool is you? He don't stay from home all night more than 6 times a week, no. I know that I'm his Sheba, and I know that he's my sheik, and when I ask him where he's been, he grabs a rocking chair, then he knocks me down and says, "It's just a little love lick, dear." If he beats me or mistreats me, what is that to you? I don't have to do no work except to wash his clothes and darn his socks and press his pants and scrub the kitchen floor. I wouldn't take a million for my sweet daddy Jim, and I wouldn't give a quarter for another man like him. Gee, ain't it great to have a man that's crazy over you? Oh, do my sweet daddy love me? Yes, indeed he do. 69 Edward Brooks, in the Bessie Smith Companion, makes the following comment about this song. Bessie delivers the song with growling gusto, as if it were really a panegyric to an exemplary lover. She relates his wrongs with the approval of virtues, and it comes as a jolt when the exultation in her voice is compared with her actual words. 70 Brooks's analysis assumes that Smith was unself-conscious in her performance of this song. He therefore misses its intentional ambiguity and complexity. Smith was an accomplished performer, actor, and comedian, and was therefore well acquainted with the uses of humor and irony. It is much more plausible to characterize her decision to sing, Yes, Indeed He Do, with mock praise and elation as a conscious effort to highlight, in the most effective way possible, the inhumanity and misogyny of male batterers. Yes, Indeed He Do was recorded in 1928, 5 years after Smith began her career as a recording artist. In 1923, she recorded Outside of That, a song about a man who was regularly abusive, but also a superb lover. The sarcasm in Yes, Indeed He Do is far more conspicuous than in the earlier song, but Outside of That also deserves a close examination. The protagonist enthusiastically proclaims her love for a man who batters her, and who becomes especially violent in response to her announcement in jest, claims the narrator that she no longer loves him. I love him as true as stars above, he beats me up, but how he can love I never loved like that since the day I was born. I said for fun I don't want you no more, and when I said that I made sweet papa sore he blacked my eye. I couldn't see then he pawned the things he gave to me, but outside of that, he's all right with me. I said for fun I don't want you no more, and when I said that I made sweet papa sore when he pawned my things, I said you dirty old thief child. Then he turned around and knocked out both of my teeth outside of that. He's all right with me. 71 At first glance, this song appears to embrace and even glorify female violence. It is often interpreted as overtly condoning sadomasochistic relationships. But when one considers the lyrics carefully, even apart from Smith's interpretation, there is no convincing evidence that the woman derives pleasure from the beating she receives. On the contrary, she lauds her lover for his sexual expertise and proclaims that she loves him despite the brutality he inflicts upon her. Smith's presentation of Outside of That is somewhat more subtle than in yes, indeed he do. But a close listening does confirm that she uses her voice to ironize and criticize the woman even if she herself happens to be that woman who would embrace with such enthusiasm a partnership so injurious to her physical and emotional well-being. The historically omnipresent secrecy and silence regarding male violence is linked to its social construction as a private problem sequestered behind impermeable domestic walls, rather than a social problem deserving political attention. Until very recently, it was so effectively confined to the private sphere that habitually police officers would intervene in domestic disputes only in life and death situations. Even in the 1990s, police intervention, when it does occur, is still accompanied by a serious reluctance to insert the public force of the state into the private affairs of individuals. 72 outside of that effectively presents violence against women as a problem to be reckoned with publicly. The song names the problem in the voice of the woman who is the target of the battering. He beats me up, he blacked my eye. I couldn't see, he turned around and knocked out both of my teeth. It names domestic violence in the collective context of blues performance, and therefore defines it as a problem worthy of public discourse. Hearing this song, women who were victims of such abuse consequently could perceive it as a shared and thus social condition. Whether individual women in Bessie Smith's audience were able to use her performance as a basis for developing more critical attitudes toward the violence they suffered is a matter for speculation. Certainly, the organized campaign to eradicate domestic violence did not emerge in the United States until the 1970s. Women involved in these early efforts borrowed a consciousness-raising strategy from the Chinese women's movement referred to as speak bitterness, or speak pains to recall pains. This strategy resonates strikingly with blues practices. Among black working-class women, the blues made oppositional stances to male violence culturally possible, at least at the level of individual experience. The lyrics indicate resistance by the victim. I said for fun, I don't want you no more, when he pawned my things. I said, you dirty old thief. Though these comments are offered in a humorous vein, they nevertheless imply that the victim does not cower before the batterer, but rather challenges his right to assault her with impunity. In Bessie Smith's rendering of this song, the recurring phrase outside of that, he's all right with me, is sung with a satirical edge, implying that its significance may be precisely the opposite of its literal meaning. Ma Rainey's Black Eye Blues, a comic presentation of the issue of domestic violence, describes a woman named Miss Nancy who assumes a posture of defiance toward her abusive partner. I went down the alley. Other night Nancy and her man had just had a fight. He beat Miss Nancy, crossed the head when she rose to her feet. She said, you low-down alligator. Just watch me sooner or later gonna catch you with your britches down. You abuse me and you cheat me. You dog around and beat me, still I'm gonna hang around, take all my money, blacken both of my eyes, give it to another woman, come home and tell me lies, you low-down alligator. Just watch me sooner or later gonna catch you with your britches down, I mean, gonna catch you with your britches down. 74 Women's blues suggest emergent feminist insurgency, in that they unabashedly name the problem of male violence, and so usher it out of the shadows of domestic life, where society had kept it hidden and beyond public or political scrutiny. Even when she does not offer a critical perspective, Bessie Smith names the problem and the ambivalence it occasions. In Please Help Me Get Him Off My Mind, for example, the protagonist consults a gypsy about her emotional entanglement with a violent man, whose influence she wishes to exorcise. 75 other explicit references to physical abuse in Smith's work can be found in It Won't Be You. 76 Slow and Easy Man. 77 Eavesdropper's Blues. 78. Love Me Daddy Blues. 79. Hard Driving Papa. 80. And Tain't Nobody's Business If I Do. 81. In the first song, the protagonist sardonically celebrates her decision to leave her man by informing him that if in fact her next partner beats me and breaks my heart, at least it won't be you. Slow and Easy Man presents a woman who presumably delights in the sexual pleasures offered her by a partner, but there is a casual reference to the fact that this man curses and fights. We can assume that the woman in Eavesdropper's Blues is the target of verbal and physical abuse, since the man turns her eyes all blue if she has no money to offer him. In Love Me Daddy Blues, as in Please Help Get Him Off My Mind, the woman experiences the dilemma typical of battered wives who continue to love their abusers. Edward Brooks describes the last lines of Hard Driving Papa as a celebration of masochism. But when Bessie Smith sings Because I Love Him, 'cause there's no one can beat me like he do, it is clear from her performance that far from relishing the beating she has received, she is expressing utter desperation about her predicament. The penultimate line, I'm going to the river feelin', so sad and blue, is delivered with such melancholy that we are all but certain the protagonist is intent upon suicide. This is a rare moment of unmitigated despair in Smith's work. To interpret the reference to battering as a celebration of masochism ignores the larger truth-telling and complexity in the song. Bessie Smith's recorded performance of Porter Granger's Tain't Nobody's Business If I Do, a song also associated with Billie Holiday's, one of Smith's most widely known recordings. Like Outside of That, it has been interpreted as sanctioning female masochism. It is indeed extremely painful to hear Smith and Holiday sing the following verse so convincingly. Well, I'd rather my man would hit me than to jump right up and quit me. Tain't nobody's business if I do. Do I swear I won't call no copper if I'm beat up by my papa. Tain't nobody's business if I do. If I do. 83. The lyrics of this song touched a chord in black women's lives that cannot be ignored. While it contradicts the prevailing stance in most of Bessie Smith's work, which emphasizes women's strength and equality, it certainly does not annul the latter's sincerity and authenticity. Moreover, the song's seeming acquiescence to battering occurs within a larger affirmation of women's right as individuals to conduct themselves however they wish, however idiosyncratic their behavior might seem, and regardless of the possible consequences. The song begins, "There ain't nothing I can do or nothing I can say that folks don't criticize me, but I'm going to do just as I want anyway, and don't care if they all despise me." 84. Violence against women remains pandemic. Almost equally pandemic, although fortunately less so today than during previous eras, women's inability to extricate themselves from this web of violence. The conduct defended by the woman in this male-authored song is not so unconventional after all. "Tain't nobody's business if I do" may well have been a catalyst for introspective criticism on the part of many women in Bessie Smith's listening audience who found themselves entrapped in similar situations. To name that situation so directly and openly may itself have made misogynist violence available for criticism. Gertrude Rainey's Sweet Rough Man, 85, has been described as a classic expression of the hit me, I love you tradition of masochistic women's songs. In her analysis, Sandra Lieb argues that this song is an exception within the body of Rainey's work for its presentation of a cruel, virile man abusing a helpless, passive woman. 86. Feminist literary critic Hazel Carby calls it the most explicit description of sexual brutality in repertoire, emphasizing that it was composed by a man and reiterating Lieb's argument that there are differing responses to male violence in female and male-authored blues. 87. The lyrics to Sweet Rough Man include the following lines. I woke up this morning, My head was sore as a boil. I woke up this morning. My head was sore as a boil. My man beat me last night with 5 feet of copper coil. He keeps my lips split. My eyes as black as jet. He keeps my lips split. My eyes as black as jet. But the way he loved me makes me soon forget every night for 5 years. I've got a beatin' from my man every night for 5 years. I've got a beatin' from my man. People says I'm crazy. I'll explain and you'll understand, Lord. It ain't no maybe 'bout my man Bane, rough Lord. It ain't no maybe 'bout my man Bane, rough. But when it comes to lovin', he sure can strut his stuff. 88 of all the songs recorded by Bessie Smith and Gertrude Rainey. This one is the most graphic in its evocation of domestic violence, and goes farthest in revealing women's contradictory attitudes toward violent relationships. Though it was composed by a man, Rainey chose to sing it enthusiastically. We should recognize that to sing the song at all was to rescue the issue of men's violence toward women from the silent realm of the private sphere and reconstruct it as a public problem. The woman in the song assumes a stance which is at once normal and pathological. It is pathological to desire to continue a relationship in which one is being systematically abused, but given the prevailing presumptions of female acquiescence to male superiority, it is normal for women to harbor self-deprecatory ideas. Rainey's rendering of "sweet rough man" does not challenge sexist conduct in any obvious way, but it does present the issue as a problem women confront. The female character acknowledges that people says I'm crazy for loving such a brutal man, and the song very clearly states the dilemma facing women who tolerate violence for the sake of feeling loved. Naming issues that pose a threat to the physical or psychological well-being of the individual is a central function of the blues. Indeed, the musical genre is called the blues, not only because it employs a musical scale containing blue notes, but also because it names, in myriad ways, the social and psychic afflictions and aspirations of African Americans. The blues preserve and transform the West African philosophical centrality of the naming process. In the Dogon, Yoruba, and other West African cultural traditions, the process of nominaming things, forces, and modes, a means of establishing magical, or, in the case of the blues, aesthetic control over the object of the naming process. 89 through the blues, menacing problems are ferreted out from the isolated individual experience and restructured as problems shared by the community. As shared problems, threats can be met and addressed within a public and collective context. In Ma Rainey's and especially in Bessie Smith's blues, the problem of male violence is named, and varied patterns of implied or explicit criticism and resistance are woven into the artist's performance of them. Lacking, however, is a naming or analysis of the social forces responsible for black men's propensity, and indeed the male propensity in general, to inflict violence on their female partners. The blues accomplish what they can within the confines of their form. The political analysis must be developed elsewhere. There are no references to sexual assault in either Rainey's or Smith's music. Certainly, black women of that era suffered sexual abuse both by strangers and acquaintances. It is tempting to speculate why the blues do not name this particular problem. One possibility, of course, is that rape was still an unacknowledged and unarticulated dimension of domestic violence, and that black public discourse on rape was firmly linked to the campaign against racist violence. The birth of the blues coincided with a period of militant activism by middle-class black women directed at white racists for whom rape was a weapon of terror, and at white employers who routinely used sexual violence as a racialized means of asserting power over their female domestic help. Leaders like Mary Church Terrell and Ida B. Wells, who were instrumental in the creation of the Black Women's Club movement. 90 linked the rape of black women by white men to the manipulative use of false rape charges against black men. As a justification for the widespread lynchings of the period, 91 black men were habitually represented as savage, sex-crazed rapists, bent on violating the physical and spiritual purity of white womanhood. 92. It may well be that the discourse on rape was so thoroughly influenced by the prevailing racism that intraracial rape could not be named. The difficult and delayed emergence of the beginnings of a collective consciousness around sexual harassment, rape, and incest within the black community is indicative of how hard it has been to acknowledge abuse perpetrated by the abused. 93. Another explanation for the absence of allusions to rape within women's blues may be the very nature of female blues discourse. Even in their most despairing moods, the female characters memorialized in women's blues songs do not fit the mold of the typical victim of abuse. The independent women of blues lore do not think twice about wielding weapons against men who they feel have mistreated them. They frequently brandish their razors and guns and dare men to cross the lines they draw. While acknowledging the physical mistreatment they have received at the hands of their male lovers, they do not perceive or define themselves as powerless in face of such violence. Indeed, they fight back passionately. In many songs, Rainey and Bessie Smith pay tribute to fearless women who attempt to avenge themselves when their lovers have been unfaithful. In Black Mountain Blues, Bessie Smith sings, "Had a man in Black Mountain, sweetest man in town had a man in Black Mountain. The sweetest man in town he met a city gal, and he throwed me down. I'm bound for Black Mountain, me and my razor and my gun, Lord. I'm bound for Black Mountain. Me and my razor and my gun, I'm gonna shoot him if he stands still, and cut him if he run." 94. In Smith's Sinful Blues, a woman's rage also turns into violence. "I got my opinion and my man won't act right, so I'm gonna get hard on him right from this very night. Gonna get me a gun long as my right arm, shoot that man because he done me wrong. Lord, now I've got them sinful blues." 95. In Ma Rainey's C.C. Ryder Blues, the protagonist, who has discovered that her man has another woman friend, announces her intention to buy herself a pistol and to kill my man and catch the cannonball. 96. Her concluding resolution is, "If he don't have me, he won't have no gal at all." In Rainey's Rough and Tumble Blues, the woman attacks not the man, but the women who have attempted to seduce him. "I got rough and killed 3 women. For the police got the news 'cause mama's on the warpath with those rough and tumble blues." 97. In Rainey's Sleep-Talking Blues, the woman threatens to kill her man if he mentions another woman's name in his sleep. The woman in Smith's Them's Graveyard Words responds to her lover's confession that he has acquired a new woman friend with the murderous threat, "Them's graveyard words. I done polished up my pistol. My razor's sharpened too. He'll think the world done fell on him when my dirty work is through." 98. In some songs, the woman actually does kill her partner and is condemned to prison or to death. Frequently, she kills out of jealousy, but sometimes, as in Rainey's Cell-Bound Blues, she kills in self-defense, protecting herself from her man's violent blows. 99. In 2 of Bessie Smith's songs, Sing Sing Prison Blues and Send Me to the Electric Chair, when she comes before the criminal justice system, the woman is ready and willing to pay the consequences for having killed her man. In the former, directing her words to the judge, the woman says, "You can send me up the river or send me to that mean old jail. You can send me up the river or send me to that mean old jail. I killed my man, and I don't need no bail. 100. In Send Me to the Electric Chair, the woman pleads with the judge to give her the death penalty. She is not prepared to spend the rest of her life in prison, and she is willing to accept the punishment she deserves for having cut her good man's throat. The striking postures assumed by these women offer not even a hint of repentance for having taken their lovers' lives. In Send Me to the Electric Chair, the woman sardonically describes the details of her crime. I cut him with my Barlow. I kicked him in the side. I stood there laughing over him while he wallowed round and died. 101. These rowdy and hardened women are not simply female incarnations of stereotypical male aggressiveness. Women's blues cannot be understood apart from their role in the molding of an emotional community based on the affirmation of Black peoples and, in particular, Black women's absolute and irreducible humanity. The blues woman challenges in her own way the imposition of gender-based inferiority. When she paints blues portraits of tough women, she offers psychic defenses and interrupts and discredits the routine internalization of male dominance. In Bessie Smith's Hateful Blues, the woman is responding to a male partner who has skipped out on her. She is feeling low down, but she does not hesitate to inform us that nothing ever worries me long. Although she has cried and cried, she persuades herself to stop. I ain't gonna cry no more. And with increased determination, she announces that if he can stand to leave me, I can stand to see him go. Finally, she entertains thoughts of violent revenge. If I see him, I'm gone beat him, gone kick and bite him. Gonna take my weddin' butcher. Gonna cut him in 2102. This rough and tumble, sexually aware woman is capable of issuing intimidating threats to men who have mistreated her, and she is more than willing to follow through on them. She is a spiritual descendant of Harriet Tubman, who, it is said, always warned her passengers on the Underground Railroad that no one would be permitted to turn back, that they would all forge onward or die at her hands. This was the only way to guarantee confidentiality regarding their route of escape. The female portraits created by the early blues women served as reminders of African American women's tradition of womanhood, a tradition that directly challenged prevailing notions of femininity. The lives of many of the blues women of the 20s resembled those of the fearless women memorialized in their songs. We know that at times Bessie Smith was a victim of male violence, and also that she would not hesitate to hurl violent threats which she sometimes carried out at the men who betrayed her. Nor was she afraid to confront the most feared embodiments of white racist terror. One evening in July of 1927, robed and hooded Ku Klux Klansmen attempted to disrupt her tent performance by pulling up the tent stakes and collapsing the entire structure. When Smith was informed of the trouble, she immediately left the tent and, according to her biographer, ran toward the intruders, stopped within 10 feet of them, placed one hand on her hip, and shook a clenched fist at the Klansmen. "What the fuck you think you're doing?" she shouted above the sound of the band. "I'll get the whole damn tent out here if I have to. You just pick up them sheets and run." The Klansmen, apparently too surprised to move, just stood there and gawked. Bessie hurled obscenities at them until they finally turned and disappeared quietly into the darkness. Then she went back into the tent as if she had just settled a routine matter. 103 Daphne Duval Harrison has noted that women's blues in the 1920s introduced a new, different model of Black women, more assertive, sexy, sexually aware, independent, realistic, complex, alive. Her explication of the blues' importance for redefining Black women's self-understanding deserves extensive quotation. The blues women of Ida Cox's era brought to their lyrics and performances new meaning as they interpreted and reformulated the Black experience from their unique perspective in American society as Black females. They saw a world that did not protect the sanctity of Black womanhood, as espoused in the bourgeois ideology. Only white middle or upper-class women were protected by it. They saw and experienced injustice as jobs they held were snatched away when white women refused to work with them, or white men, returned from war to reclaim them. They pointed out the pain of sexual and physical abuse and abandonment. 104 blues women were expected to deviate from the norms defining orthodox female behavior, which is why they were revered by both men and women in black working-class communities. Ida Cox's Wild Women Don't Have the Blues became the most famous portrait of the nonconforming, independent woman, and her Wild Woman has become virtually synonymous with the blues queen herself. I've got a disposition and a way of my own when my man starts kicking. I let him find another home, I get full of good liquor and walk the street all night, go home, and put my man out if he don't treat me right. Wild women don't worry. Wild women don't have the blues. You never get nothing by being an angel child. You'd better change your ways and get real wild. I want to tell you something. I wouldn't tell you no lie. Wild women are the only kind that really get by, 'cause wild women don't worry. Wild women don't have the blues. 105 in Easy Come, Easy Go Blues. Bessie Smith also explored the theme of the wild woman, the woman who consciously rejects mainstream values, especially those prescribing passivity in relations with men. This song is about a woman who refuses to allow the mistreatment she has suffered at the hands of a man to plunge her into depression. She refuses to take love so seriously that its loss threatens her very essence. If my sweet man trifles, or if he don't, I'll get someone to love me anytime he won't. She concludes with a summary statement of her bold position. This world owe me a plenty lovin'. Hear what I say, believe me, I go out collectin'. Most every day I'm overflowing with those easy come, easy go blues. 106, Prove It On Me Blues, composed by Gertrude Rainey, portrays just such a wild woman, who affirms her independence from the orthodox norms of womanhood by boldly flaunting her lesbianism. Rainey's sexual involvement with women was no secret among her colleagues and her audiences. The advertisement for the release of Prove It On Me Blues showed the blues woman sporting a man's hat, jacket, and tie, and while a policeman looked on, obviously attempting to seduce two women on a street corner. The song's lyrics include the following. They said I do it. Ain't nobody caught me, sure got to prove it on me. Went out last night with a crowd of my friends, they must ve been women. 'Cause I don't like no men, it's true, I wear a collar and a tie, make the wind blow all the while, 'cause they say I do it. Ain't nobody caught me, they sure got to prove it on me. Wear my clothes just like a fan, talk to the gals just like any old man, 'cause they say I do it. Ain't nobody caught me, sure got to prove it on me. 107 Sandra Lieb has described this song as a powerful statement of lesbian defiance and self-worth. 108 Prove It On Me Blues is a cultural precursor to the lesbian cultural movement of the 1970s, which began to crystallize around the performance and recording of lesbian-affirming songs. In fact, in 1977, Teresa Trull recorded a cover of Ma Rainey's song for an album entitled Lesbian Concentrate. 109 Hazel Carby has insightfully observed that Prove It On Me Blues vacillates between the subversive hidden activity of women loving women, a public declaration of lesbianism. The words express a contempt for a society that rejected lesbians. But at the same time, the song is a reclamation of lesbianism, as long as the woman publicly names her sexual preference for herself. Carby argues that this song engaged directly in defining issues of sexual preference as a contradictory struggle of social relations. 110 Prove It On Me Blues suggests how the iconoclastic blues women of the 20s were pioneers for later historical developments. The response to this song also suggests that homophobia within the black community did not prevent blues women from challenging stereotypical conceptions of women's lives. They did not allow themselves to be enshrined by the silence imposed by mainstream society. Memphis Willie B. Boram's song, Bad Girl Blues, is one example of how lesbianism was addressed by blues men. The lyrics lack any hint of moral condemnation. Women loving each other, man. They don't think about no man women loving each other, and they don't think about no man they ain't playing no secret no more. These women playing it a wide open hand 111 Ma Rainey's Sissy Blues similarly recognizes the existence of male homosexuality in the black community without betraying any moral disapprobation. As is generally the case with the blues, the issue is simply named. I dreamed last night I was far from harm, woke up, and found my man in a sissy's arms. My man's got a sissy. His name is Miss Kate. He shook that thing like jelly on a plate now. All the people ask me why I'm all alone. A sissy shook that thing and took my man from home. 112. The blues songs recorded by Gertrude, Rainey, and Bessie Smith offer us a privileged glimpse of the prevailing perceptions of love and sexuality in post-slavery black communities in the United States. Both women were role models for untold thousands of their sisters to whom they delivered messages that defied the male dominance encouraged by mainstream culture. The blues women openly challenged the gender politics implicit in traditional cultural representations of marriage and heterosexual love relationships, refusing, in the blues tradition of raw realism, to romanticize romantic relationships. They instead exposed the stereotypes and explored the contradictions of those relationships. By so doing, they redefined women's place. They forged and memorialized images of tough, resilient, and independent women who were afraid neither of their own vulnerability nor of defending their right to be respected as autonomous human beings. Mama's got the blues rivals, girlfriends, and advisors. Trust no man. Trust no man. No further than your eyes can see, I said. Trust no man. No further than your eyes can see. He'll tell you that he loves you and swear it is true. The very next minute he'll turn his back on you. Trust no man. No further than your eyes can see. Trust no man. One classic blues comprised an important elaboration of black working-class social consciousness. Gertrude Rainey's and Bessie Smith's songs constituted historical preparation for social protest. They also foreshadowed a brand of protest that refused to privilege racism over sexism, or the conventional public realm over the private as the preeminent domain of power. Because women's blues were not ideologically structured by the assumptions that defined the prominent black women's organizations of the era as middle class, they could issue more direct and audacious challenges to male dominance. It is important, I think, to understand women's blues as a working-class form that anticipates the politicalization of the personal through the dynamic of consciousness raising, a phenomenon associated with the women's movement of the last 3 decades. Studies of feminist dimensions in African American women's historical activism tend to focus on individuals and organizations solidly anchored in the developing black middle class. Paula Giddings points out that while the mission of the Black Women's Club movement was fundamentally anti-racist, it shared certain class assumptions with the white women's movement it criticized. The Black Women's Club movement did have a number of things in common with the white club movement. Membership of both organizations consisted mostly of middle-class educated women who were steeped in the Protestant ethic. Neither group questioned the superiority of middle-class values or way of life, or had any romantic notions of the inherent nobility of the poor, uneducated masses. Education and material progress were values that black and white women shared. Both also believed in the importance of the home and the woman's moral influence within it. Black and white women saw the family as a microcosm and cornerstone of society too, When the National Association of Colored Women was founded in 1896, it chose for its motto, "Lifting as we climb." This motto called upon the most educated, most moral, and most affluent African American women to recognize the extent to which the dominant culture's racist perceptions linked them with the least educated, most immoral, and most impoverished black women. Mary Church Terrell described this cross-class relationship as a determination to come into the closest possible touch with the masses of our women, through whom the womanhood of our people is always judged. More explicitly, self-preservation demands that go among the lowly, illiterate, and even the vicious, to whom they are bound by ties of race and sex, to reclaim them. While this posture was certainly admirable and helped to produce a distinguished tradition of progressive activism among black middle-class women from the NACWA to the National Council of Negro Women and similar organizations today, what was and remains problematic is the premise that middle-class women embody a standard their poorer sisters should be encouraged to emulate. The Black Women's Club movement was especially concerned with the notion of defending our name against pervasive charges of immorality and sexual promiscuity, for given the extent to which representations of black inferiority emanating from the dominant culture were bound up with notions of racial hypersexualization, deployment of the myth of the black rapist to justify lynching is the most obvious exemplate. Is hard to imagine that women like Fannie Barrier Williams, Ida B. Wells, and Mary Church Terrell could have been as effective as they were without defending the sexual purity of their sisters. Yet, in the process of defending black women's moral integrity and sexual purity, they almost entirely denied sexual agency. As I emphasized in the first chapter, sexuality was one of the few realms in which masses of African American women could exercise autonomy and, thus tangibly distinguish their contemporary status from the history of enslavement. Denial of sexual agency was in an important respect the denial of freedom for working-class black women. The women about whom Gertrude Rainey and Bessie Smith sing are precisely those who were perceived by the club women as in need of salvation. Yet, middle-class women were not the only black women who engaged in community building. I want to suggest that women's blues provided a cultural space for community building among working-class black women, and that it was a space in which the coercions of bourgeois notions of sexual purity and true womanhood were absent. During the period following World War I, large numbers of black people left the South or moved from rural areas into southern cities, and thus into new job markets. At the same time, a distinctly post-slavery music culture was widely disseminated, thus accelerating and complicating the development of a post-slavery working-class consciousness. Yet, blues scholars working within the discipline of musicology are rarely concerned with the ideological implications of the blues, and historians studying the African American past rarely turn to blues history. In the few works that attempt to probe blues history for insights about the development of black cultural consciousness, masculinist bias almost inevitably leads to a failure to take seriously the efforts of women blues musicians and the female reception of their work. As a consequence, the central part played by women both in the blues and in the history of African American cultural consciousness is often ignored. Perhaps women's blues history has been so readily marginalized because the most frequently recurring themes of women's blues music revolve around male lovers and the plethora of problems posed by heterosexual relationships complicated by expressions of autonomous female sexuality. As I have attempted to point out, these love themes have complex social implications. Moreover, it is usually left unremarked that these songs provide a rich and complex backdrop for working-class women's lives, reflecting how they dealt with and experienced each other. Blues lyrics often construct these intragender relationships as antagonistic, as negotiations of encounters between competitors and rivals. At the same time, there are songs that highlight friendship, sisterhood, love, and solidarity between women. These range from Gertrude Rainey's Prove It On Me Blues, 5 and other songs recorded by women of that era celebrating sexual love between women to songs such as Bessie Smith's A Good Man Is Hard to Find, presenting advice to women on how to conduct themselves within their heterosexual relationships. 6 As I argued in the first chapter, the abundance of themes revolving around love and sexuality in women's blues indicate the extent to which, for African Americans during the decades following emancipation, sexual love was experienced as physical and spiritual, evidencing the blues as aesthetic evidencia of freedom. From this historical vantage point, competition and rivalry in love may be seen as evidence of the historical construction of Black working-class individuality. Although sexual rivalries no doubt existed among the emergent Black middle class, ideological prohibitions required women either to be silent or to engage in a proper way of speaking about such matters. As slave music suggests, the conditions for physical and spiritual survival during slavery, as well as the survival of transmuted African ancestral cultures, define the value of the individual as subordinate to the community. The abolition of slavery, while it did not bring economic and political freedom, created a backdrop for new kinds of relationships between Black individuals, and thus for a different valuation of the individual in general. The new African Americans, women and men, alike came to perceive their individual selves not only as welded together within the community, but as different from and in opposition to one another as well. For working-class women and men, the blues both allowed and furnished cultural representations of this new individuality. Blues portraits of women in competition with each other for sexual partnerships, vicious, as they may have appeared to women like Mary Church Terrell, revealed working-class women as capable of exercising some measure of agency in choosing their partners. This is not to deny the problematic aspects of blues constructions of female jealousy and rivalry, sometimes to the point of violence. On the contrary, while representations of female sexual agency no doubt played a progressive role by encouraging assertiveness and independence among Black women, these representations simultaneously legitimized a tradition of real and often murderous violence between women. As African American women forged a continuum of independent womanhood in contradiction to the prevailing ideology of women's placity, also affirmed, in frequently exaggerated forms, sexist models of women's conduct. While this contradictory character of the emergence of Black female working-class individuality is far from inconsequential, and I will later identify some of the ways these contradictions are manifested in blues performances, want to emphasize, for the moment, the importance of women's blues as a site for the independent elaboration and affirmation of subjectivity and community for women of the Black working class. Through the blues, Black women were able to autonomously work out audiences and performers a working-class model of womanhood. This model of womanhood was based in part on a collective historical memory of what had been previously required of women to cope with slavery. But more important, it revealed that Black women and men, the blues audience, could respond to the vastly different circumstances of the post-slavery era with notions of gender and sexuality that were, to a certain extent, ideologically independent of the middle-class cult of true womanhood. In this sense, as Hazel Carby has pointed out, the blues was a privileged site in which women were free to assert themselves publicly as sexual beings. Beginning with W.E.B. Du Bois's essay in Darkwater, many studies have emphasized the extent to which black working-class women's relative economic independence summoned various modes of female consciousness that emphasized strength, resilience, and autonomy. 7. However, such arguments often assume a strictly causal relationship between the economic conditions of slavery which inflicted responsibilities for production on women that were equal to those placed on men and the gendered consciousness among working-class black women that privileged independence. I want to emphasize women's blues as an important cultural mediator for this gendered consciousness that transformed collective memories of slavery as it worked with a new social construction of love and sexuality. The blues provided a space where women could express themselves in new ways, a space in which they sometimes affirmed the dominant middle-class ideology, but also could deviate from it. I begin with the most complicated expressions of women's independence and assertiveness, in which an independent sense of women's strength was interwoven with themes of female rivalry over a male lover. Rough and Tumble Blues, composed and recorded by Gertrude Rainey, presents a powerful, fighting, rough-and-tumble woman who boasts about her assertiveness and power. Her boasts, however, are directed at the women Mama Treetop Tall and Miss Shorty Toad who have their eyes on her man. Her power is established partly by virtue of her ability to support the man, financially evidenced by the fact that she has bought him a struttin' suit. The final verse of this song proclaims, "I got rough and killed 3 women. 4 the police got the news I got rough and killed 3 women. 4 police got the news 'cause mama's on the warpath with those rough and tumble blues. 9. A similar song, Ringing and Twisting Blues, composed by Paul Carter and also recorded by Rainey, announces the protagonist's desire to poison the woman for whom her lover left her. But if I know that woman that caused my heart to moan, I'd cook a special dinner, invite her to my home. If she eats what's on my table, she will be graveyard bound. I'll be right there to tell her, when they put her in the ground, you're the cause of me having those ringin' and 8-whistin' blues." There are comparable images of female violence directed against other women in Bessie Smith's songs. But if I find that gal that tried to steal my pal, I'll get her told, "Just you wait and see." 11. Or, in more aggressive terms, "St. Louis gal, I'm gonna handle you. I said manhandle you. Your life won't be worth a dime. You stole my pal. St. Louis gal, I'm goin' huntin'. Root duty doot, you know just what I'm gonna shoot. You stole my pal. St. Louis gal." 12. Such representations of jealousy and violence need not be taken literally. However, we should keep in mind the current discourse on racialized violence that merges real violence and representations of violence. Critiques of gangsta rap, for example, argue for a rather simple and mechanical relation between cultural images and material reality. Of course, the murders of rappers Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls within 6 months of one another in late 1996 and early 1997 tended to affirm this. But with respect to the role of violence in Rainey's and Smith's work, I am arguing that these performed lyrics provide a glimpse of a kind of working-class women's community building that, rather than advocating violence, proclaims women's complexity by refusing to deny or downplay female antagonism. The jealousy and competitiveness that was so openly expressed in the blues surely also characterized middle-class women's relations with each other. Remaining unnamed and unacknowledged, these antagonisms must have had vast political consequences about which we could not even begin to speculate today. Jealousy and rivalry, as they defined female blues subjects' attitudes toward other women, do not always erupt into actual or imagined violence, as in the songs cited above. Often there is simply suspicion, as in Bessie Smith's Empty Bed Blues. Lord, he's got that sweet something. And I told my gal friend Lou he's got that sweet something. And I told my gal friend Lou from the way she's ravin'. She must have gone and tried it too. Empty Bed Blues, Part Roman 2, concludes with a word of advice offered to other women. When you get good lovin', never go and spread the news, yeah. It will double-cross you and leave you with them. Empty Bed Blues 13 in a similar vein. He's got me going. A song replete with erotic imagery reveals a subject so utterly captivated by her lover that she fears other women may hear about him and try to attract his attentions. Afraid to advertise my man, simply scared to death these gals'll hear about him and try him for they self. 14 Unmitigated jealousy, however, is not always the posture assumed by jealous blues subjects. The blues never remain fixed on one perspective, but rather different songs. Sometimes the same songs explore experiences from various vantage points. This feature of the blues, the aesthetic incorporation of several perspectives and dimensions, may be interpreted as reflective of West African philosophical outlooks and representational strategies. Beneath the apparent simplicity and straightforwardness of the blues, complex visions reflecting the complexity with which reality is perceived can always be uncovered. This is another way in which the blues are located on an African cultural continuum. 15 Some songs describe the woman succumbing to feelings of jealousy. In other songs, jealousy is named and acknowledged, even celebrated as an important subject and a powerful blues theme. Still other songs reveal a critical attitude toward jealousy, pointing to its potential destructiveness. Within the body of Gertrude Rainey's work, all three of these attitudes are evident. In Sleep Talking Blues, the protagonist warns her man of the disastrous consequences of calling another woman's name in his sleep. When you talk in your sleep, be sure your mama's not awake. When you talk in your sleep, be sure your mama's not awake. You call another woman's name, you'll think you wake up in an earthquake. 16 In Jealous-Hearted Blues, one of Lovey Austin's compositions, jealousy is repeatedly named, as the jealous woman acknowledges the extent to which she has been overcome by this emotion. The following chorus is repeated 4 times. Yes, I'm jealous, jealous, jealous-hearted me, Lord. I'm just jealous, jealous as I can be. Indeed, the protagonist is so utterly driven by her jealousy that she announces this measure. Gonna buy me a bulldog to watch him while I sleep to keep my man from making his midnight creep. 17 Finally, in Jealousy Blues, an analytical and implicitly critical posture is assumed. This song focuses on the catastrophic potential of jealousy for relationships and for one's psychological well-being, as well as on its violence and its material consequences. If all the world is evil, all the world is evil. Oh, jealousy is the worst of all. It'll make you mad and lonely. Your sweet love will feel so pale it'll steal your loving daddy. Have many folks in jail. 18 The most complicated evocation of jealousy can be found in My Man Blues, a song written by Bessie Smith and performed as a duet with Clara Smith, who was known during the period as the Empress's most serious musical rival. The piece is about competition for the attentions of a man who each woman insists belongs to her. There are powerful resonances in this song, the actual competitive relationship between the two Smiths as entertainers, the rivalry in general between women, and a troubled but unmistakable reconciliation. Bessie. Clara, who was that man I saw you with the other day? Clara. Bessie, that was my smooth black daddy that we call Charlie Gray. Bessie. Don't you know that's my man? Yes, that's a fact. Clara, I ain't seen your name printed up and down his back. Bessie, you better let him be. Clara, what old gal, because you ain't talking to me. Bessie, that's my man, I want him for my own. Clara, no, no, he's my sweet daddy, you'd better leave that man alone. Bessie, see that suit he got on, I bought it last week. Clara, I been buying his clothes for 5 years, for that is my black chic. Bessie, is that you, honey? Charlie, tain't nobody but who's back there. Clara, it sounds like Charlie. Bessie, it tease my man, sweet Papa Charlie Gray. Clara, your man, how do you get that way? Bessie, now look here, honey, I been had that man for something years. Clara, child, don't you know I'll turn your damper down? Bessie, yes, Clara, and I'll cut you every way but loose. Clara, well, you might as well be get it fixed. Bessie, well then. Bessie, I guess we got to have him on cooperation plan. I guess we got to have him on cooperation plan. Clara, Bessie, Bessie, Clara, both. Ain't nothing different bout all those other two-time men. Bessie, how bout it? Clara, suits me. Bessie, suits me too. Clara, well then 19 Edward Brooks has called this humorous song a fascinating document which completely dispels the doubts of some commentators about Bessie Smith's supremacy over her nearest rival. 20. With respect to the content of the song, the women apparently are equal competitors for the love of the same man. That this rivalry is presented in broadly comic terms encourages in the audience a critical attitude towards such conduct on the part of women. What is most striking about this song is its resolution. The two women agree to share the man over whom they have been engaging in a verbal duel. Bessie proposes to Clara, I guess we got to have him on cooperation plan. Her suggestion seems to imply how futile it is for them to be so consumed by jealousy that they constantly are at loggerheads with one another. At this point in the song, their focus on the male lover is displaced by their mutual acknowledgement of each other. Each calls the other's name. And in the final moments of the song, they sing together for the first time, agreeing that, since most other men would be as unfaithful as the one over whom they have been battling, they may as well act on Bessie's suggestion. The reconciliation with which the piece concludes, as comically as it may be formulated, alludes to a possibility of sisterhood and solidarity that is forged in and through struggles around sexuality. The concluding posture of My Man Blues is especially interesting for the way it provides an imagined alternative to the notions of women's community building on which middle-class black club women relied. From their vantage point, women could only come together in defense of sexual purity. In other words, sexuality could only play a role in community building as an object of ideological protest and cleansing. Of course, the kind of political work the club women set out to do would have been impossible had they not denied the sexually motivated antagonisms so central in blues discourse. In light of the emergence of sexuality in recent decades as an important arena of political struggle, it is important, nevertheless, to understand the blues as a form that did allow explicit articulations and explorations of sexual politics. There are far more songs of advice among women's blues recordings than there are songs of female competition. One of the principal modes of community building in women's blues is that of sharing experiences for the purpose of instructing women how to conduct their lives. Many of the songs that describe the difficulties of romantic partnerships are pedagogical in character. In some instances, the instruction warns women to beware of the powers of seduction some men possess, as in the following stanza from Bessie Smith's Lookin' for My Man Blues. He's a red-hot papa, melt hearts as cold as ice, he's a red-hot papa, melt hearts as cold as ice, girls, if he ever love you once, you bound to love him twice. 21. Or, as in Ma Rainey's Trust No Man, women are instructed to rust no man, no further than your eyes can see. 22. There are also songs that advise women how to avoid triangular entanglements and how to keep other women from eyeing their men. In Bessie Smith's Keep It to Yourself, there is an underlying perception of other women as competitors and rivals. However, the instruction seeks to avoid active rivalry over men. If your man is nice and sweet, servant, you lots of young pigmeat, oh yeah, keep it to yourself. If your man is full of action, jiven, you a lots of satisfaction, oh yeah, keep it to yourself. If he tries to treat you right, give you lovin' every night, oh yeah, keep it to yourself. He don't fall for no one. He don't call for no one. He don't give nobody his love. 'Cause it's yours. With your man you've got the best go. Don't broadcast it on nobody's radio, oh yeah. Keep it to yourself. 23. There is an interesting dialectic here between the individual woman and the larger female community. While women are clearly perceived as antagonists, as potential intruders into others' relationships, they are also viewed as possessing common fears and common interests. They are located both outside and inside a community of women. This aesthetic community of women emerges in its most developed form when blues women share stories about abusive partners or advise their sisters how to conduct themselves in relation to such men. Daphne Duval Harrison points out in her pioneering study of the classic blues singers that advice to other women is a staple among women's blues themes, especially on how to handle your men. 24. Much of this advice seems to accept male supremacy without overtly challenging it, but it also displays unmistakable oppositional attitudes in its rejection of sexual passivity as a defining characteristic of womanhood. A process similar to the consciousness-raising strategies associated with the 1960s women's liberation movement unfolds in these songs, which are conversations among women about male behavior, in which the traditional call-and-response structure of West African-based music takes on a new feminist meaning. Consciousness-raising groups affirm the most dramatic insight of the early women's liberation movement. The personal is political. Individual women shared personal experiences with the aim of rendering explicit the underlying politics shaping women's lives. Because of the complicated racial politics of the 1960s, which defined the women's movement as white, and because of its emphasis on personal micropolitics, often seen as a retreat from the macropolitics of race, black women generally found it difficult to identify with the strategy of consciousness raising. In retrospect, however, it is possible to detect ways in which the sharing of personal relationships in blues culture prefigured consciousness raising, and its insights about the social construction of individual experience. Seen in this light, the blues women can be understood as being responsible for the dissemination of attitudes toward male supremacy that had decidedly feminist implications. That the blues is a highly personal, aesthetic form in no way diminishes its important social and political dimensions. Lawrence Levine has pointed out that blues was the most highly personalized, indeed, the first almost completely personalized music that Afro-Americans developed. It was the first important form of Afro-American music in the United States to lack the kind of antiphony that had marked other black musical forms. The call and response form remained, but in blues it was the singer who responded to himself or herself either verbally or on an accompanying instrument. In all these respects, blues was the most typically American music Afro-Americans had yet created and represented a major degree of acculturation to the individualized ethos of the larger society. 25. Levine is certainly accurate in his emphasis on the personal and personalizing dimensions of the blues, but he fails to recognize a more complicated persistence of the call-and-response form. The blues in performance creates space for spontaneous audience response in a manner that is similar to religious testifying. Just as the sermon lacks vitality when no response is forthcoming from the congregation, so the blues performance falls flat without the anticipated affirmations of the audience. It was this invitation to respond that rendered women's blues such a powerful site for the construction of working-class consciousness, and one of the only arenas in which working-class black women could become aware of the deeply social character of their personal experiences. The contemporary blues woman Coco Taylor has pointed out that the songs she writes and performs do not always reflect her own individual experiences. Yet, as she insists, she knows that among the women in her audiences, some will certainly identify with the situation she constructs. Now when I write a song, I'm thinking about people in general, everyday living. Just look around, you know. Say, for instance, like when I wrote this tune, Baby Please Don't Dog Me. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about, okay, here is some woman begging and she's pleading, baby please don't dog me, when you know that you're doing wrong yourself. Now that shoe might not fit my feet. That shoe might not fit your feet. But that shoe do fit somebody's feet. It's some woman out there is really thinking. She really feels the way that I'm singing about, what I'm talking about in this song. It's some woman somewhere really feels this way. These are the words she would like to say. 26 Call and response persists in women's blues through the construction of fictional subjects who assert their sexuality in a variety of ways. Such subjects permit a vast array of individual women to locate themselves within a blues community without having to abstract themselves from their personal lives. Rainey and Smith sang songs about women who had numerous male lovers, women angry about male sexual behavior, and women who loved women. Moreover, individual women were able to respond to and comment on the problems of other women without having to reveal the autobiographical sources of their authority and wisdom. The widespread use of the call and response discourse mode among African Americans, Black feminist sociologist Patricia Hill Collins points out, illustrates the importance placed on dialogue, composed of spontaneous verbal and nonverbal interaction between speaker and listener in which all of the speaker's statements, or calls, are punctuated by expressions, or responses, from the listener. This Black discourse mode pervades African American culture. The fundamental requirement of this interactive network is active participation of all individuals. For ideas to be tested and validated, everyone in the group must participate. 27 Collins defines call and response discourse as an essential dimension of the Afrocentric feminist epistemology she proposes. While she invokes Black women musicians like Billie Holiday and Aretha Franklin in her discussion of yet another dimension of this alternative epistemology, the ethic of caring, she does not discuss the musical roots of call and response discourse. Such a discussion, particularly in relation to blues women like Bessie Smith, would render her compelling argument even more powerful. Collins is concerned with the possibility of knowledge production that suppresses neither the individual at the expense of the general welfare, nor feelings at the expense of rational thought. The participatory character of the blues affirms women's community without negating individual feelings. Without the assumption of such an imagined community, the advice song in women's blues simply could not work. Gertrude Rainey's Trust No Man, composed by Lillian Hardaway Henderson, is one of the finest examples of the advice song. I want all you women to listen to me. Don't trust your man no further than your eyes can see. I trusted mine with my best friend, but that was the bad part in the end. Trust no man. Trust no man. No further than your eyes can see. I said trust no man. No further than your eyes can see. He'll tell you that he loves you and swear it is true. The very next minute he'll turn his back on you. Trust no man. No further than your eyes can see. 28 Singing, I want all you women to listen to me. In the first verse of the song, Rainey constructs an audience, an imagined community of women. It is clear on the recording that Rainey is inviting response even to this mechanical reproduction of her live performance. Her advice is framed and delivered in such a way that any woman listening can discover a way to identify with her admonition. The appeal is so powerful that it is easy to imagine the responses that came forth during her live performances. As if to preclude any doubt as to the invitation to respond, Rainey included spoken words in the second chorus. Say, take Ma Rainey's advice, don't trust no man. I mean, not even your own man. She concludes this spoken session with the words, just don't trust nobody, you see where it got me, don't you? He sure will leave you. Bessie Smith's Safety Mama is a song of advice that counsels women to take strong stands with the men with whom they are involved, and to take measures to guarantee their own economic independence. Let me tell you how and what one no-good man done to me. He caught me pretty, young and wild. After that he let me be, he'd taken advantage of my youth. And that you understand, so wait a while. I'll show you, child, just how to treat a no-good man, make him stay at home. Wash and iron, tell all the neighbors he done lost his mind. Give your house rent shake on Saturday night, Monday morning. You'll hold collectors good and tight, 29. This song's domestic imagery and the gender reversal have already been discussed in the first chapter. What is also striking about Safety Mama is that it emphatically counsels women to find ways of supporting themselves financially. Certainly, black women were compelled to work for a living, but for many decades following the abolition of slavery, the jobs that were available to them were limited to domestic work. Safety Mama suggests that rather than rely on their men and perhaps also to avoid the perpetual servitude to which so many working black women were condemned, to organize, rent parties in order to acquire funds to meet their landlord's demands. By the 1920s, these house rent shakes had developed into a community institution in the urban North, aiding men and women alike to raise the money necessary to hold collectors good and tight. The imagined women's community in this song is one that refuses to place women in sexual and economic subordination to men. It affirms working-class women's independence. Again, it is possible to envision the enthusiastic responses that came from Smith's female audiences. Another advice song recorded by Bessie Smith, also previously discussed's Pinchback Blues. It proposes to arm women with the power to resist men who attempt to use sexual attractiveness to exploit women. As in Safety Mama and Rainey's Trust No Man, Pinchback opens with an evocation of a female community. Girls, Smith states in the spoken introduction, I want to tell you about these sweet men. These men goin' round here tryin' to play cute. I'm hard on you boys, yes sir. She then proceeds to narrate an experience of having been lured into a relationship that led to marriage with a sweet man, who then refused to get a job to support either his female partner or himself. I fell in love with a sweet man once. He said he loved me too. He said if I'd run away with him, what nice things he would do. I'd travel around from town to town. How happy I would feel, but don't you know, he would not work. Universalizing the lesson drawn from these experiences, Smith offers direct advice to her female audience. Girls, take this tip from me, get a working man when you marry, and let all these sweet men be. There's one thing about this married life that these young girls have got to know. If a sweet man enter your front gate, turn out your lights, and lock your door. 30, the admonition, get a working man, is even more than a sound bit of advice to a woman who wishes to acquire a measure of material security. It suggests an identification with workers and, by extension, the values and perhaps also the collective consciousness associated with the working class. Women are urged to seek out solid working men and to learn how to resist the temptations of parasitic men who try to dazzle with their good looks and smooth talk. It is interesting that Bessie Smith's appearance in the 1929 motion picture St. Louis Blues 30 One, the only extant recording of her image on film was in the role of a woman who did not take the advice offered in Pinchback Blues. In this film, which incorporates an overabundance of racist and sexist stereotypes, the character she plays is abused and exploited by a handsome, light-skinned, disloyal, crapshooting man who has obviously attached himself to her for the sole purpose of taking her money. Bessie, the character she plays in the film, has bought clothes for Jimmy, played by Jimmy Mordecai, allowed him to live in the hotel room she is renting, and provided him with money. He, in turn, is involved with a thin, light-skinned woman, played by Isabel Washington, who fits a Eurocentric definition of feminine beauty. The plot of this film, superficially constructed around Bessie Smith's performance of W.C. Handy's St. Louis Blues, is based on Jimmy's taunting abandonment of Bessie, who is so utterly mesmerized by him that she pleads with him to stay even as she lies on the floor after being battered by him. When the scoundrel returns, the setting for this scene is a luxurious Harlem nightclub. She experiences a momentary exhilaration. However, she is soon overcome with despair once more because, as it turns out, Jimmy's romantic invitation to dance is simply a ploy to steal the money she has hidden in her garter. The film concludes with the pinchback Jimmy in a posture of triumph and the victimized woman, Bessie, in a state of paralyzing depression. The choice of Bessie Smith for the part in the film has been attributed to W.C. Handy, who, as a collaborator on the film, suggested to the director, Dudley Murphy, that she be cast in the leading role. She had made the definitive version of the title tune, Chris Albertson has pointed out, and her powerful voice was one of the few that could be heard over the projected accompaniment of a 42-voice mixed choir, jazz band, and strings 32. It is not difficult to understand Smith's decision to make this film. During the late 20s, the popularity of blues had begun to wane, and many leading blues singers Alberta Hunter and Ethel Waters increasingly began to sing Tin Pan Alley products and to seek roles in musicals. Smith had starred in a Broadway production that had flopped, and she, like other black women entertainers, was eager to break into the revolutionary medium of talking pictures. But black singers who had been able to exercise a certain measure of autonomy and control over their music found that the new medium used and abused their talents at the whims of producers and directors. St. Louis Blues deserves criticism not only for its exploitation of racist stereotypes, but for its violation of the spirit of the blues. Its direct translation of blues images into a visual and linear narrative violates blues discourse, which is always complicated, contextualized, and informed by that which is unspoken as well as by that which is named. St. Louis Blues, the film, flagrantly disregards the spirit of women's blues by leaving the victimized woman with no recourse. In the film, the response is amputated from the call. Although the advice song, Pinchback Blues, evokes a male figure who bears a striking resemblance to the character of Jimmy in the film, Pinchback warns women to stay away from such con men. In other women's blues that allude to these men, even when the criticism is not open and direct, the female subjects are never left in a state of absolute despair. Such a posture violates the spirit of women's blues. It is precisely the presence of an imagined community of supportive women that rescues them from the existential agony that Smith portrays at the end of St. Louis Blues. There are also a number of advice songs that suggest how women should conduct themselves in relationships with men who are worthy partners. A cover Bessie Smith recorded of Alberta Hunter's "A Good Man is Hard to Find" is a typical woman-to-woman advice blues of this kind. It eventually became a standard. This song is unique in that it does not evoke an individual's experiences, but rather is directed, in its entirety, to the female audience, articulating their collective experiences with their sexual partners. The persisting problems women encounter in their relationships are named: the unfaithful male lover whose actions provoke tumultuous feelings of jealousy in his female partner, as well as fantasies, if not realities, of violent assault. The main advice in this song is that if a woman does find a man who is loyal, respectful, and sensitive, she should know how to reciprocate. Lord, a good man is hard to find. You always get another kind yes. And when you think that he's your pal, you look and find him fooling round some old gal, then you rave. You are crazed. You want to see him down in his grave, so if your man is nice, take my advice, hug him in the morning, kiss him at night, give him plenty lovin'. Treat your good man right, 'cause a good man nowadays show is hard to find. 33. There is a series of songs among the recordings of Gertrude, Rainey, and Bessie Smith, in which the woman who is experiencing difficulties in love shares her problems and her feelings with other women. These songs implicitly emphasize the dialectical relation between the female subject and the community of women within which this individuality is imagined. In an aesthetic realm, these songs construct a women's community in which individual women are able to locate themselves on a jagged continuum of group experiences. They encourage intimacy and familiarity between women. They contextualize particular events in the personal histories of the songs. Subjects often actions by their male partners that have wrought havoc in their lives as stories they are sharing with their girlfriends. These girlfriends console them by implicitly confirming similar events in their own histories, thus providing emotional support and enabling women to confront such disruptive moments with attitudes that move from victimization to agency. Rainey, for example, begins Jelly Bean Blues by asking, "Did you ever wake up with your good man on your mind?" The song then proceeds to describe the subject's state of mind in the aftermath of her lover's desertion. The initial question establishes a relationship of intimacy and familiarity with her female audience. Bessie Smith's version of Rainey's composition, Moonshine Blues, makes a few minor but significant changes, including the substitution in one stanza of girls for Lord. Smith thus explicitly conjures up a supportive female community. In Rainey's rendition, I feel like screamin', I feel like cryin', Lord, I been mistreated folks and don't mind dyin'. 35. In Smith's version, girls, I feel like screamin', I feel like cryin', I been mistreated, and I don't mind dyin'. 36. Of course, Rainey, following the traditional patterns of blues discourse, is announcing her plight, publicizing her private woes, and thus, in this stanza, invokes her entire communitithe folkswell, directing her feelings of despair to the Lord. Smith, on the other hand, seeks solace not in the Lord but rather from the girls. In You Don't Understand, recorded by Bessie Smith in 1929, a collective female presence is invoked in the first line. The subject realizes that it is futile to try to persuade the man she loves to return to her. Here I am, girls of mine, pleading, but it's all in vain. The entire text, with the exception of the opening phrase, is directed to the unresponsive man. Rainey's Titanic Man Blues begins with a similar invocation. Everybody fall in line, going to tell you about that man of mine. From the story that follows, it is obvious that she is addressing herself to women. After this opening phrase, the female figure in the song proceeds to direct her comments to a lover she plans to leave, ending each verse with this statement: "It's the last time, Titanic, fare thee well." It is as if she invites a community of women to be present at a ritualistic shunning. Invoking the presence of sympathetic women summons up the courage the woman needs in order to eject this man from her life. Bessie Smith's I Used to Be Your Sweet Mama is one of the most stunning examples of sharing among women for the purpose of summoning up the emotional strength necessary to challenge male supremacy in personal relationships. All you women understand what it is to be in love with a two-time man. The next time he calls me sweet mama in his loving way, this is what I'm going to say. I used to be your sweet mama, sweet papa, but now I'm just as sour as can be. Again, this song anticipates the 1960s strategy of consciousness raising, affirming that the women in her listening audience have a common understanding of disloyal lovers. The protagonist creates, on the basis of that collective experience, a rehearsal space. One easily can imagine the testifying that punctuated Bessie Smith's performances of this song. She must have received enthusiastic shouts of encouragement from the women in her audiences as she sang, "This is what I'm going to say," and certainly as she informed her audience what she would tell sweet papa. "So don't come stalling around my way expectin' any love from me. You had your chance and proved unfaithful, so now I'm gonna be real mean and hateful. I used to be your sweet mama, sweet papa, but now I'm just as sour as can be. I ain't gonna let no man worry me sick or turn this hair of mine gray. Soon as I catch him at his two-time tricks, I'm gonna tell him to be on his way to the world." I scream. "No man can treat me mean and expect my love all the time. When he roams away, he'd better stay. If he comes back, he'll find you've had your chance and proved unfaithful, so now I'm gonna be real mean and hateful. I used to be your sweet mama, sweet papa, but now I'm just as sour as can be." Such songs as this and Rainey's "Trust No Man," in part because they evoked enthusiastic, testifying responses from their female audiences, would have been considered distasteful by middle-class club women. Formally educated women assumed that such cultural expressions tended to confirm the dominant culture's association of black women with sexual license and immorality. As the club women went about their work of defending our name, they disassociated themselves from working-class women's blues culture and assumed the missionary role of introducing true womanhood to their less fortunate sisters. In fact, they were defending the name of the female contingent of the black bourgeoisie. It did not occur to them, then, and may not be obvious to us today, that this women's blues community was in fact defending the name of its own members. And while the club women achieved great victories in the historical struggles they undertook against racism, and forcefully affirmed black women's equality in the process, the ideological terrain on which they operated was infused with assumptions about the inherent inferiority of poor and, especially sexually assertive women. In hindsight, the production, performance, and reception of women's blues during the decade of the 20s reveal that black women's names could be defended by working-class as well as middle-class women. Women's blues also demonstrate that working-class women's names could be defended not only in the face of the dominant white culture, but in the face of male assertions of dominance in black communities as well. Here come my train traveling themes and women's blues. I'm dangerous and blue. Can't stay here no more. Here come my train, folks, and I've got to go. Traveling blues, one live blues performances, as well as the widely distributed recordings of the 1920s, facilitated among black working-class women recognition of the social sources of ideas and experiences they encountered in their own lives. But this music accomplished much more. It permitted the women's blues community performers and audiences alike to engage aesthetically with ideas and experiences that were not accessible to them in real life. The imaginary was as important to the women's blues community and to its challenges to male dominance as real-life experiences. One of the most salient of these imaginary themes was travel. Travel themes are ubiquitous in early women's blues. Gertrude Rainey, mother of the blues, sings about women who were forever walking, running, leaving, catching trains, or sometimes aimlessly rambling. Their travels back and forth, away from and toward home, are frequently associated with the exercise of autonomy in their sexual lives. The subjects of Rainey's songs, like those of other blues women, make decisions to embark on various journeys because they have been hurt deeply by their sexual partners but refuse, even in their pain, to relinquish their own agency. They travel because they have lovers in other cities, or because they wish to find new lovers. As I pointed out in the first chapter, for people of African descent who were emerging from a long history of enslavement and oppression during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, sexuality and travel provided the most tangible evidence of freedom. I have discussed the ways women's blues simultaneously were shaped by and helped to shape a new consciousness in the Black community regarding female sexuality. This chapter will explore the ways in which blues representations of traveling women constructed a cultural site where masses of Black women could associate themselves aesthetically with travel as a mode of freedom. Blues representations of women engaged in self-initiated and independent travel constitute a significant moment of ideological opposition to the prevailing assumptions about women's place in society. Notions of independent, traveling women enter into Black cultural consciousness in ways that reflect women's evolving role in the quest for liberation. At the same time, dominant gender politics within Black consciousness are troubled and destabilized. Until the 1920s, for as long as African people had been present in North America, the majority had been confined to the environs of the plantations and the farms on which they worked. During slavery, their lives, extending in many instances even to their sexual partners, were dictated by their masters. Travel was the risky prerogative of runaways and fugitives. Many risked capture to join lovers. Although most accounts of fugitive travelers during slavery are found in narratives authored by men, there are a number of prominent cases of women joining the ranks of escaped slaves. Ellen Craft, who disguised herself as a white man while her husband posed as her slave, is one of the best known of these women. The most dramatic example of a woman runaway during slavery is detailed in the narrative of Harriet Brent Jacobs, who, as a fugitive slave, hid for 7 years in a tiny crawl space above a storeroom in her grandmother's house before finally escaping the South. However, the historical figure whose travel became most legendary was Harriet Tubman. Leader of runaways and fugitives and the most successful conductor on the Underground Railroad. When slavery was finally abolished, mobility was no longer proscribed by law, and the Black community was offered the historically new experience of embarking upon personal journeys, journeys whose territorial and economic relocations were occasioned by psychological repositionings. As important as spatial mobility has been throughout American history for all segments of the population, Lawrence Levine has observed, it was a particularly crucial symbol for Afro-Americans to whom it had been denied throughout the long years of slavery. Freedom of movement, as Howard Thurman has argued, was for Negro the most psychologically dramatic of all manifestations of freedom. The need to move, the existence of places to go, and the ability to get there, constituted central motifs in Black song after emancipation. For this new historical experience of autonomous movement, however, was subject to the gender restriction that reflected both the gender ideology of the dominant culture and its insinuation into the social structures and ideological perceptions of women's role in communities of newly freed slaves. While the universe of the newly freed male slaves was geographically and psychologically enlarged, women, in their overwhelming majority, remained territorially confined by the domestic requirements of family building. In Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God, Janie's grandmother tells her, "I was born back due in slavery, so it wasn't for me to fulfill my dreams of what a woman ought to be and to do. Freedom found me with a baby daughter in my arms, so I said I'd take a broom and a cook pot and throw up a highway through the wilderness for her. She would expound what I felt. But somehow she got lost off of the highway, and next thing I knowed here you was in the world 5, even as women were compelled to remain at home, to care for the children they had born and at the same time to earn money, by carrying out domestic tasks for white families in the vicinity men, often had no alternative to traveling in search of work. This was the genesis of a historical pattern of male travel within the African American community. This economic catalyst for male travel also set the stage for the evolution of the country blues, an improvised musical form forged by Southern black men wandering from town to town and from state to state. They move it in foot or by freight, train carrying their banjos and guitars in search of work, or simply succumbing to the contagious wanderlust that was a byproduct of emancipation. Following emancipation, jazz writer Ben Sidran has observed, freedom was equated with mobility, and thousands of Negroes took to the roads, establishing a pattern which was to become part of the black self-image in America. The traveling musician who had taken on the role of truth-teller from the black preacher, the role of trickster or bad nigger from the devil, became the ultimate symbol of freedom. Escape from the monotony and static hopelessness of black employment, combined with the potential for earning a living without having to rely on the white man beating the white man at his own game. In other words, the musician's status high 6, jazz musician and writer Julio Finn, emphasizes the psychological meaning of travel within the lives of male blues musicians. For the bluesman, the road is a living being, a redoubtable character capable of heavenly sweetness and incredible cruelty. He tells it his problems, admonishes it for its caprices, cajoles it to treat him right, and complains to it when things go wrong. It is both a seductress who lures him back away from his loved ones and the fairy godmother who leads him back home. Like themes of sexuality, themes of travel in the blues reflected and gave expression to new social realities. However, unlike sexuality, which was so conspicuously absent in the music of slavery, travel could claim a solid place within black musical history. In a sense, it can be said that travel themes in the blues rearticulated the collective desire to escape bondage that pervaded the musical culture of slavery. Travel was one of the central organizing themes of the spirituals. Traveling liberators, as in Go Down, Moses way down in Egypt land / tell old Pharaoh to let my people go, and signposts for travel, as in Follow the drinking gourd, and the old man is awaiting for to carry you to freedom / follow the drinking gourd, are common subjects of the spirituals. Images of trains, as in the gospel train is coming, get on board, little children, get on board, and other traveling vehicles, as in swing low, sweet chariot coming for to carry me home, are also abundant in the spirituals. In his discussion of the agencies and models of transformation in the spirituals, black music scholar John Lovell, Jr., observes, songs about trains are a minor miracle. The railroad train did not come into America until the late 1820s. It did not reach the slave country to any great extent until the 1830s and 1840s. Even then, the opportunities of the slave to examine trains closely were limited. Yet before 1860, many spiritual poems exploited the train, its seductive sounds, speed and power, its recurring schedules, its ability to carry large numbers of passengers at cheap rates, its implicit democracy. In the spirituals, Movement is rarely evoked simply to indicate territorial change. As Lovell insists, it is most often about structural transformation. Thus, images of rivers and oceans as sites of passage as well as troubling and cleansing can be found in spirituals such as Wade in the Water, which contains the line, God's gonna trouble the water. Spiritual and worldly desire are simultaneously inscribed in this religious music as compatible and non-contradictory. In the song, All God's Children Got Shoes, Wings, the mundane requirements for walking away from slavery are situated in heaven. I got shoes. You got shoes. All God's children got shoes. When I get to heaven, gonna put on my shoes, gonna walk all over God's heaven. 9. This desire to travel is articulated within a Christian framework. When the blues extricated travel from the spiritual's religious context and rearticulated it as an overarching blues theme, representations of desire took on the dimensions of actuality. In the process, travel was individualized, secularized, and sexualized. Women's blues, recorded prolifically during the decade of the 1920s, brought a gendered perspective to this process. Commenting on the blues, cultural critic Houston Baker has written, "Even as they speak of paralyzing absence and ineradicable desire, their instrumental rhythms suggest change, movement, action, continuance, unlimited and unending possibility. Like signification itself, blues are always nomadically wandering. Like the freight-hopping hobo, they are ever on the move, ceaselessly summing novel experience. 10. The traveling blues man is a familiar image. But the traveling blues woman is not so familiar. Although travel was generally a distinctly male prerogative, there were some women who, because their lives were not primarily defined by their domestic duties, were as mobile as men. These women were among the first black performers in the embryonic black entertainment industry. They were members of minstrel troupes and they performed in circuses and medicine shows. Gertrude "Ma" Rainey, who toured at the beginning of the century with the Georgia Smart Set, the Florida Cotton Blossoms, Shufflin' Sam from Alabama, and Tolliver's Circus and musical extravaganza, was destined to become the South's premier black entertainer. The most widely known company with which she toured, the Rabbit Foot Minstrels, often arranged its engagements to coincide with the harvests throughout the South. Sometimes the Rabbit Foot Minstrels followed the cotton harvest through Mississippi in the fall, spent the winter in Florida, and went back through the Carolinas in the spring. They traveled as far as the Georgia Sea Islands, Texas, Oklahoma, and even Mexico. 11. For Rainey and other black women who toured as entertainers from the turn of the century on, the interminable journeys around which they constructed their lives fundamentally challenged the normal social expectations surrounding female experience. These women disengaged themselves from the usual confines of domesticity. Although most of them did marry, few actually bore children and built families as the center of their lives. While women who operated in this tradition sometimes expressed regrets that they were unable to establish normal family lives. Bessie Smith and Billie Holiday, for example, there is often an emancipatory quality about their music that almost certainly would not have been present had their lives been fundamentally anchored in family pursuits. As Rainey's career as a traveling entertainer brought a message confirming the end of slavery like vast numbers of men, she was exercising the freedom to travel. Her music also invited her female audience to glimpse for themselves the possibility of equaling their men in this new freedom of movement. Rainey's music presented women who did not have to acquiesce to men who set out on the road, leaving their female partners behind. The female characters in her songs also left home, and they often left their male partners behind. They were female subjects who were free of the new, post-slavery fetters of domestic responsibilities and domestic service outside the home. I'm running away tomorrow. They don't mean me no good, I'm running away tomorrow. They don't mean me no good, I'm gone. Run away. Have to leave this neighborhood. 12. A perusal of some of Rainey's song titles suggests how much her music is permeated with travel. Leaving this morning. 13. Traveling blues, walking blues. 14. And runaway blues, from which the above verse is taken. Ma Rainey herself was apparently aware of the extent to which her music permitted her audience, especially the women who came out to see her, to partake vicariously of the experience of travel. During one phase of her career, she identified her favorite song as Traveling Blues. 15. Trains at the station. I heard the whistle blow, the trains at the station. I heard the whistle blow, I done bought my ticket and I don't know where I'll go. I went to the depot. Looked up and down the board, I went to the depot. Looked up and down the board, I asked the ticket agent, is my town on this road? The ticket agent said, woman, don't sit and cry. The ticket agent said, woman, don't you sit and cry, the train blows at this station, but she keeps on passing by. I hear my daddy calling some other woman's name, I hear my daddy calling some other woman's name, I know he don't need me. But I'm gonna answer just the same, I'm dangerous and blue. Can't stay here no more, I'm dangerous and blue. Can't stay here no more, here come my train, folks, and I've got to go. 16. When Ma Rainey sang this song, she dramatized the activity of travel, consciously attempting to evoke envy among members of her audience. Baby, I came out on that stage, dressed down. I had on a hat and a coat and was carrying a suitcase. I put the suitcase down real easy like, then stand there like I was thinking just to let them see what I was about. Then I sing. You could just see them jigs wanting to go someplace else. 17. For women especially, the ability to travel implied a measure of autonomy, an ability to shun passivity and acquiescence in the face of mistreatment and injustice, and to exercise some control over the circumstances of their lives, especially over their sexual lives. The railroad tracks were concrete evidence of something different, perhaps better, somewhere else. The protagonist of Traveling Blues does not know, in fact, where she is headed. Yet she has purchased her ticket and is certain of the fact that she has got to go wherever her travels may lead her. This song provides a powerful refutation of the blues cliché that, when a man gets the blues, he hops a train and rides. When a woman gets the blues, she lays down and cries. 18. The blues as a genre marked a point in African American historical development, when black communities seemed open to all sorts of new possibilities. It was a musical form whose implied celebration of exploration and transformation held a special meaning for African American women. It offered them the possibility of challenging the social norms governing women's place within the community and within the society at large. Indeed, women also could embark upon the search for a more fulfilling, more creative life, not only for their people as a group, but for themselves as individuals. The subject who announces in Runaway Blues that I'm running away tomorrow also expresses the hope that the sun's gonna shine someday in my backyard. In the meantime, rather than stabilize herself within a situation that involved domestic abuse, physical and emotional, she becomes a rebel, walking and wandering, unsure of what she seeks, but determined ultimately to find the sun. Got my clothes in my hand, walk the streets all night. The project and destination of the woman in Weeping Woman Blues is less ambiguous. A journey leading to the southern natal land is undertaken in search of an absconding male lover. Lord, this mean old engineer, cruel as he could be, this mean old engineer, cruel as he could be, took my man away and blowed the smoke back at me. I'm going down south. Won't be back till fall. I'm going down south. Won't be back Till fall if I don't find my easy rider, ain't common back at all 20 Weeping Woman Blues, is one of a series of songs in which the main characters embark on journeys in search of men who, for one reason or another, have abandoned them. Although the title of the song might lead one to believe that the posture assumed by the woman is one of dejection and resignation, the lyrics emphasize movement and agency, rather than immobility and passivity. While most black women were powerless in face of an absconding male partner who may have left in search of work, or to flee responsibilities at home, or was simply lured by the temptations of the road songs such as Weeping Woman Blues, disrupted this common-sense notion of the stay-at-home woman. Like Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith recorded a series of songs revolving around the theme of searching for an absconded lover, among which are Lookin' for My Man Blues, 21 Frankie Blues, 22 and Mama's Got the Blues. 23 in the last song, the woman's response to the man who has abandoned her is a boastful proclamation that, in fact, she has 19 other men. 1 in Alabama, 3 in Chattanooga, 4 in Cincinnati, 5 in Mississippi, and 6 in Memphis, Tennessee. Bragging about the accumulation of sexual partners in various cities and states was a posture often borrowed from male blues and adopted by the classic blues women. It attested to their extensive travels and was a sign of their determination to redefine black womanhood as active, assertive, independent, and sexual. Sandra Lieb considers Walking Blues, performed and composed by Ma Rainey, to be the finest expression of the wandering woman theme. 24 walked and walked till I walked and walked, till I almost lost my mind, hey, 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 walked and walked, till I almost lost my mind, I'm afraid to stop walking. 'Cause I might lose some time, got a short time to make it, short time to make it, and a long ways to go, Lord, 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 got a short time to make it. And a long ways to go tryin' to find the town they call San Antonio. 25 Walking Blues, Lieb asserts, shows indomitable will and strength rather than weepy self-pity. As she points out, here, the reason for the break in the man's departure is not even mentioned, and the song describes the woman's monotonous, exhausting days on the road and her fruitless requests for information. Still, there is an emancipatory quality about the woman's interminable walking. She is able to go out in pursuit of the object of her desire, an activity virtually inconceivable during previous eras of African American history, and beyond the realm of possibility for most black women of the time. Slow driving moan, with a few gender changes here and there, could easily be a male blues, based on the motif of the blues man's wanderlust. Ma Rainey's performance of this song, her own composition, renders it an explicit and powerful challenge to the prevailing notions of gender socialization. I've rambled till I'm tired, I'm not satisfied, I've rambled till I'm tired, I'm not satisfied, don't find my sweet man, I gone. Ramble. Till I die, oh, you've been feeling the same, I know our love is just the same, and now you know mom'll be home someday. I'll hear you call my name, I'm a common old Rolling Stone. Just got the blues for home, sweet home, 27 usually. It is the man who leaves his woman in order to answer the call of the road. In this case, the woman becomes the Rolling Stone, promising her man that she will eventually return home and settle down. The woman announces that she wishes to test the possibilities of freedom. In writing and singing Slow Driving Moan, Ma Rainey performed an invaluable service for her female audience, raising them to new levels of consciousness about the unexplored realms of their own lives. The experience of freedom is sought in the journey itself. It is mobility, autonomously constructed activity that brings with it a taste of liberation. There is no guarantee that the traveler will reach a satisfactory destination, or that the process itself will not be painful. Although, contrary to popular belief, there is no all-consuming pessimism in the blues, blues consciousness also eschews the optimism so evident in the spirituals. Lost Wandering Blues, another Rainey composition, provides a striking example of this non-teleological character of blues consciousness. I'm leaving this morning with my clothes in my hand, Lord. I'm leaving this morning with my clothes in my hand, I won't stop moving. Till I find my man, I'm standing here wondering. Will a matchbox hold my clothes, Lord? I'm standing here wondering. Will a matchbox hold my clothes? I got a trunk too big to be bothering. With on the road I went up on the mountain, turned my face to the sky, Lord. I went up on the mountain, turned my face to the sky, I heard a whisper said, Mama, please don't die. I turned around to give him my right hand. Lord, I turned around to give him my right hand. When I looked in his face, I was talking to my man, Lord, look a yonder, people. My love has been refused, I said, look a yonder, people. My love has been refused, that's the reason why Mama's got the Lost Wandering Blues. 28. The lyrics of Lost Wandering Blues articulate a commitment to undertake an emotional journey. Regardless of what the risks may be, and despite the fact that the destination cannot be precisely conceptualized, the song announces a determination to explore all the myriad possibilities inherent in Black women's new situation, regardless of the uncertainties and agonies that might be encountered. Here, religious enlightenment, sexual love, and psychological self-exploration are all intermingled. Initially, the goal of the journey is represented as finding my man. However, the spiritual experiences and existential confrontations along the way affirm sexual desire without remaining imprisoned within it. The woman in this song may not have achieved clarity with respect to the goal she wishes to reach. Is she in search of self-understanding? Is she exploring the dilemmas created by the church's condemnation of sexual pleasure? Is she seeking a new social context within which she can function as a free and creative human being? All of these ends are possible, unarticulated motivations for her journey. What is absolutely clear, however, is that she is determined to keep on moving, to explore all the possibilities. Julio Finn's observations on the significance of the road for blues men may be applied equally to blues women. To the bluesman, the road may be likened to a song, the meaning of which becomes, spiritually speaking, the road within. Like most blues songs, Rainey's Lost Wandering Blues is an evocative, associative, and symbolic presentation rather than a sequential narrative. The imagery of the first stanza, leavin' this mornin' with my clothes in my hand, indicates an absolute rupture with the old conditions the protagonist is rejecting. This is reaffirmed in stronger terms in the second stanza, which transforms a recurring male blues image into one with a specifically female content. The evocation of the matchbox as baggage for the journey is often associated with impoverishment. Traveler does not possess more than will fit into a matchbox. Blind Lemon Jefferson's Matchbox Blues, for example, contains this verse. I'm sitting here wondering, will a matchbox hold my clothes? I'm sitting here wondering, will a matchbox hold my clothes? I ain't got so many matches, but I got so far to go 30. However, when Ma Rainey sings, I got a trunk too big to be bothering with on the road. The matchbox emerges as a metaphor for the protagonist's conscious decision to strip herself down to the bare essentials, leaving behind everything that may have defined her place under former conditions. What once served as a sign of impoverishment and want becomes for Rainey an emancipatory vehicle. In this sense, her use of this metaphor is similar in meaning to Leadbella's matchbox in Packing Trunk Blues, sung in the archaic AAA form. Sitting here wondering, will a matchbox hold my clothes? Sitting here wondering, will a matchbox hold my clothes? Sitting here wondering, will a matchbox hold my clothes? I don't want to be bothered with no suitcase on the road. I don't want to be bothered with no suitcase on the road. I don't want to be bothered with no suitcase on the road. 31 Being a woman without roots and without ties meant something entirely different from being a man in a similar situation. In many ways, the African-American man of that era was compelled to take to the road, and he often developed an addiction to travel. Territorial mobility was a normal mode of male existence within the community of freed slaves. The woman who spent substantial periods of time on the road was exceptional, and was no doubt compelled to question her own ability as a woman to sustain herself and to persevere, tormented as she must have been by the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Lost Wandering Blues evokes just such a moment of spiritual questioning. The protagonist ascends to a mountaintop, turns her attention to the heavens, and, it is implied, is racked by thoughts of death. As is most often the case with the blues, no certain resolution is achieved in Lost Wandering Blues. Nonetheless, this song furnishes an affirmation of the woman's determination to keep moving, to continue wandering, as lost as she may feel. Though her love has been refused, she herself refuses to move away from the new persona imparted to her by her journey. Sandra Lieb describes such songs as characterized by an emphasis on action rather than emotional excess. Less self-indulgent, the woman is in motion, on the streets instead of crying in her bed. She has left the house, moving away from solitary depression to activity in the world. 32, Bessie Smith represents a new moment in Black American history, reflecting the changed circumstances ushered in by the migration northward. The traveling themes in her songs often express either a longing to return home or a belief in the ultimate futility of wandering. There are, nonetheless, some songs that emphasize, like Rainey's Lost Wandering Blues, the process itself as potential salvation. Sobbin'-Hearted Blues, for example, evokes a woman who has been mistreated by her man and who takes to the road in hopes of emerging from her depression. I'm gone start walkin', 'cause I got a wooden pair of shoes gone keep on walkin', till I lose these sobbin'-hearted blues. 33 A good number of Rainey's songs that evoke mobility and travel encourage Black women to look toward home for consolation and inspiration. In these songs, the activity of travel has a clear and precise goal. Travel is not synonymous with uncertainty and the unknown, but rather is undertaken with the aim of bringing certainty and stability into the woman's life. Home is evocatively and metaphorically represented as the South, conceptualized as the territorial location of historical sites of resistance to white supremacy, aesthetically transformed into sites of resistance to male supremacy. Southbound Blues, for example, explores the situation of a woman who has accompanied her man to the north, only to have him abandon her. "Oh, you done me wrong, you throwed me down, you caused me to weep," and to moan, "I told him I'd see him, honey, some of these days, and I'm going to tell him 'bout his low-down dirty ways." The woman's resistance is in returning home. In the concluding verse, she affirms and celebrates the voyage homeward, leaving unresolved the pleasure and pain of the return. "Done bought my ticket, Lord, and my trunk is packed goin' back to Georgia, folks. I sure ain't comin' back, my train s in the station. I done sent my folks the news, you can tell the world I've got those southbound blues." 34 This song affirms African American culture, rooted in the Southern experience, as the source of Black people's and women's creative energy, and of their ability to defy the hardships visited upon them. As in virtually all of Gertrude Rainey's songs, the focal point is a sexual relationship, and the man in the relationship is evoked in an accusatory fashion. However, representations of pain suffered by women in their sexual relationships often also seem to be metaphorical allusions to pain caused by the material hindrances of sexism and racism. This blurring of the sexual and social runs parallel to the spirituals, blurring of the religious and the mundane. What is needed to survive, the song seems to imply, is the inspiration that comes from the knowledge that Southern Black culture recapitulates the resilience of Africans who survived the Middle Passage, the slavery awaiting them in this hemisphere, and the unleashed racism that followed emancipation. Women suffered not only as laborers, but also because of the sexual abuse of white men and black men as well. The dismembering of families, forced breeding, and countless other forms of oppression. The actual return by train to Georgia described in Southbound Blues can be read as a spiritual identification with the black ethos of the South and the cumulative struggles black people have collectively waged over the centuries. Southbound Blues voices the situation of black women who found themselves betrayed and mistreated by the men who had raised false hopesmen whom they had accompanied to an alien and hostile world. It encourages a spiritual identification with black Southern culture, which produced a standard of womanhood based on self-reliance and independence. The song appeals to women to summon up within themselves the courage and independence of their foremothers. Movement backward into the African American historical past becomes movement forward, progressive exploration. Bessemer-Bound Blues is another of Rainey's songs linking resistance to abusive treatment within a relationship to a return to the natal land. Bessemer, then a rural suburb of Birmingham, Alabama, is the destination of a woman who decides that experiencing the glitter of Chicago is not worth the trouble of being victimized by a mistreating man. Assertively informing her papa that, "I won't be your dog no more," she announces the news that Mama's going home singin' those Bessemer blues. During this era, the North still represented, in the eyes of most Southern black people, palpable hope for a better life. But many who migrated north discovered that the bright lights of the city could not camouflage the poverty and alienation awaiting them. In women's blues, the relationship gone sour in the North frequently serves as a way of articulating the frustrations, disappointments, and disillusionment black women suffered as a consequence of migration. The return to the South symbolizes a new measure of hope. As Rainey sings in Bessemer-Bound Blues, "State Street's all right and lights shine nice and bright, State Street's all right and lights shine nice and bright, but I'd rather be in Bessemer reading by a candle light 35 in Toad Frog Blues." The journey back to the South is a search for a harbor of refuge from the blues. The ubiquitous image of the train occurs in this song, again, like in the spiritual predecessors of the blues, as a symbol of hope and transformation. When you hear a frog croaking, you'll know they're crying for more rain. When you hear a frog croaking, you'll know they're crying for more rain. But when you hear me crying, I'm crying, because I can't ride a train if I don't lose these blues. I'll be in some undertaker's morgue if I don't lose these blues. I'll be in some undertaker's morgue. I'm tired of eating one meal, hopping two. Just like a frog, I can't get no higher. Sure can't get no lower down. I can't get no higher. Sure can't get no lower down. I got the Toad Frog Blues, and I'm sure Lordy Dixie bound 36 in Rainey's Moonshine Blues. A woman whose partner has abandoned her turns to alcohol, proclaiming in a drunken stupor that she intends to head southward. My head goes round and around, babe. Since my daddy left town, I don't know if the river runnin' up or down, but there's one thing certain. It's Mama's going to leave town. You'll find me wrigglin' and rockin', howlin', like a hound catch the first train that's runnin' southbound 37. Bessie Smith, who recorded this Rainey composition 2.5 years before Rainey herself recorded it, had more experience with alcohol than Rainey. 38. Smith also had a broader grasp of the problems encountered by black women who migrated northward, since, as a native of Tennessee, she had decided to take up residence in Pennsylvania. Although Rainey spent much of her career on the road, she always maintained her residence in the South. The theme of disillusionment with the North is much more frequent in Smith's work than in that of her mentor. Smith's work resonated with the new experiences of Black people in the urban North, and her songs helped to forge for Northern African Americans a collective consciousness rooted in memories of the South, but rearticulated with the Northern Black working-class experience. The forging of this consciousness was critically important as a buffer against the often traumatizing effects of the migration northward. During slavery, the North had been an enduring symbol of freedom and hope, frequently merged with visions of heaven in the spiritual music produced by slaves. The South, under the reign of an oppressive slavocracy, was the geographic locus of Black people's lifelong troubles, and site of the oppression from which millions of African Americans wished to escape their home to Africa, a place also frequently merged with heaven in the spirituals, or to the promise of freedom in the North. The South did not change its symbolic geography after the Civil War, when Black people were as impoverished as ever, and Jim Crow segregation brought murder-o's waves of racist terror. There was still all the reason in the world to bid the South goodbye, as Cow Davenport insisted in his 1929 recording of the Jim Crow blues. "I'm tired of this Jim Crow, gonna leave this Jim Crow town, doggone my black soul. I'm sweet Chicago bound, yes. I'm leaving here. From this old Jim Crow town I'm going up north, where they say money grows on trees. I don't give a doggone if my black soul leaves. I'm going where I don't need no BVDS. 39. But of course, money did not grow on northern trees, some of which, as in the South, even served as sites of lynching. Migrant Black working people frequently discovered that times were harder in the North than in the southern towns and countryside they had left behind. Conspicuously absent in the North were the cultural unity and extended family support systems they had known in the South, by means of which they had succeeded in humanizing their environment. As the socio-economic realities of the North shattered Black immigrants' illusions, the historical meaning accorded the South was reconfigured and became associated with release from the traumas of migration. In expressing his optimistic ideas about life up north, Cow Davenport did not fail to acknowledge that he might encounter disappointments that would motivate him to return to his southern homeland. "Lord, well, if I get up there where they don't suit, I don't start no crying. Go tell that old ma'am of mine, Lord, I'm ready to come back to my Jim Crow town 40, far away blues." A duet Bessie Smith sang with Clara Smith in what is unfortunately one of her least successful recordings, expresses unmitigated disenchantment with the Northaven to the point of predicting death from loneliness. "We left our southern home and wandered north to roam like birds, went seeking a brand new field of corn. We don't know why we are here, but we're up here just the same, and we are just the lonesomest girls that's ever born." The song concludes with these two lines: "Oh, there'll come a day when from us you'll hear no news, then you will know that we have died from those lonesome far-away blues." 41. Bessie Smith's Louisiana Lowdown Blues is, like Far-Away Blues, one of those rare instances in which allusions to personal relationships are absent. It draws upon traditional imagery associated with the spirituals, yet in an appropriately inverted fashion. "Louisiana, Louisiana, Mama's got the low-down blues. Louisiana, Louisiana, Mama's going on a cruise tonight when I start walking. Although the road is hard, I'm gonna keep on walking till I get in my own backyard. Mississippi River, Mississippi River, I know it's deep and wide. Mississippi River, I know it's deep and wide. Won't be satisfied till I get on the other side. Gone to keep on trampin'." Gone keep on trampin'. Till I get on solid ground gonna keep on trampin'. Till I get on solid ground on my way to Dixie. Lord, I'm Louisiana bound, got a low down feelin'. A low down feelin'. I can't lose my heavy load, got a low down feelin'. I can't lose my heavy load, my home ain't up north. It's further down the road 42. The imagery reminiscent of the religious slave songs is that of flight ships, interminable walking and crossing rivers deep and wide, on whose opposite shores freedom awaits. But whereas the freedom-seeking voyages of the spirituals point to northern destinations, Louisiana low-down blues tells of the return home to the South. Dixie Flyer Blues restates the central phrase of Louisiana low-down blues. The concluding line of the latter song, "My home ain't up north, it's further down the road," becomes part of the opening stanza of the former. "'Cause my home ain't here, it's a long way down the road." Like Louisiana low-down blues, Dixie Flyer Blues avoids any reference at all to a personal relationship, concentrating instead on the theme of homecoming. In a rare allusion to family life, the woman of this song announces that she is returning to her mother. "Here's my ticket, take it please, conductorman. Here's my ticket, take it please, conductorman." Goin' to my mammy way down in Dixieland 43, Bessie Smith performs this song with gusto, joyously celebrating the decision to leave the North behind, wouldn't stay up north to save nobody's doggone soul, and return to Dixieland, the grandest place on earth. The segregated conditions under which the journey home would be made were evoked in a song by Bessie Smith's rival, Clara Smith. L&N Blues explicitly calls attention to the racist policies of the South, even as it praises the traveling woman. The Jim Crow policies of the railroad companies, as the last verse asserts, send black people into the segregated coaches as soon as they cross the Mason-Dixon line. "I'm a ramblin' woman, I've got a ramblin' mind, I'm a ramblin' woman. I've got a ramblin' mind, I'm gonna buy me a ticket and ease on down the line. Mason-Dixon line is down where the South begins. Mason-Dixon line is down where the South begins. Gonna leave a Pullman and ride the L&N 44. Edward Brooks expresses astonishment that Bessie Smith would record a popular tune called "Muddy Water," another song of nostalgia for the South, whose lyrics seem to romanticize and thus trivialize the disastrous Mississippi floods. The lyrics of "Muddy Water, a Mississippi Moan" express nostalgia for an idealized South which would cause little serious objection if they did not also sentimentalize the recurrent Mississippi floods. Bessie presumably still had little control over her recording material, otherwise it is hard to explain why, having dealt with the theme sincerely in Backwater Blues a fortnight earlier, she now risks casting doubt upon this sincerity by entertaining such ludicrous Tin Pan Alley words. 45. These are the lyrics to which he refers. "Dixie moonlight, Swanee shore headin', homebound just once more to my Mississippi Delta home. Southland has got grand garden spots, whether you believe it or not. I hear those trees a-whispering, come on back to me. Muddy water round my feet, muddy water in the street, just God's own shelter down on the Delta. Muddy water in my shoes, reelin' and rockin' to them low-down blues. They live in ease and comfort down there. I do declare, been away a year today to wander and roam. I don't care. It's muddy there, but see, it's my home. Got my toes turned Dixie way. Round the Delta let me lay my heart cries out for muddy water. 46. These lyrics certainly reflect the banality of Tin Pan Alley assembly line musical products, and as a written text, hardly measure up to the poetry of blues lyrics. A patchwork of discordant imagery, reflecting the South of white aristocrats with their grand garden spots, and the home of working-class black people reelin' and rockin' to them low-down blues. Muddy Water, appears to have been thrown together without any sensitivity to real social relations, racial and class of the South. The most conspicuous example of this is the phrase, which was probably entirely unintentional. I hear those trees a-whispering, come on back to me. Although the literal reference is to the grand garden spots, how many black people could listen to this evocation of whispering trees without being reminded of the thousands of lynchings in which trees became instruments of terror? Why would Bessie Smith record such a song? Chris Albertson challenges critics' explanation for the recording session during which this song was produced, which consisted exclusively of popular songs, including Alexander's Ragtime Band, by Irving Berlin, as an attempt to revitalize her popularity by recording commercial material. Brooks is probably right in pointing to her lack of control over this material. Albertson notes that during the time this session took place, Smith was appearing at the Lincoln Theater in Harlem in a show that was advertised as Bessie Smith and Her Yellow Girl Review. Albertson suggests that she probably had nothing to do with the production and billing of the show, because she had always expressed monumental disdain for light-complexioned women. 47. What Albertson fails to indicate here is that it would not have been merely a question of prejudice on Smith's part. In fact, during that period, light-skinned showgirls were the only ones given work in most of Harlem's clubs and theaters. It is interesting that the instrumentalists for this recording session were some of the most brilliant jazz musicians of the era: Fletcher Henderson, Joe Smith, and Coleman Hawkins. Albertson is quite correct in pointing out that, working with these musicians, Smith's treatment of these songs offers delightful evidence of her talent for turning banal material into something special. 48. Moreover, because the first master of Muddy Water was damaged, Columbia later released the second take under the same record number. In the second take, Smith adopts a very different mood toward her material, one which is more contemplative and complicated, as if she is summoning her audience toward a critical reading of the lyrics. In this Tin Pan Alley song, whose lyrics create a minstrel-like caricature of the blues theme of the return home, Smith's performance foreshadows the transformative work that Billie Holiday, drawing virtually all of her material from Tin Pan Alley, would later undertake. Blues scholar Paul Oliver described Bessie Smith's art in relationship to the Great Migrations in these terms. This was a period of great social change for the Negro, and to a certain extent her art symbolized it. Attracted by the prosperity enjoyed by their brothers who had already moved into the northern industrial centers, streams of Negroes from the South continued to pour into Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, and Gary. Retaining some indications of their Southern origins and habits, yet trying to assume a new way of life in a strange environment, they aggravated the housing problem and were the unintentional cause of many interracial and biracial disturbances. Many were homesick, unaccustomed to the teeming cities, the accelerated pace of living, and the extreme climate. When they heard that Bessie Smith was in town, a singer who sang the blues and songs of their southern homeland, but who was a part of the urban scene in the Negro North, they flocked to hear her. 49. While nostalgia certainly figured in Bessie Smith's evocations of the South, and while vast numbers of the newly immigrant black population in the North were no doubt homesick for the South they had left behind, the celebrated blues artist did much more than cater to a wistful yearning for home. She assisted in the creation of a new consciousness of African American identity, a consciousness that was critical of the experiences of exploitation, alienation, and, for women, male dominance in the North, which had been the focus of black people's hopes and dreams since the earliest days of slavery. Her songs, more than those of any other blues performer of the era, constructed aesthetic bridges linking places and time, and permitting a collective prise de conscience encompassing both the unity and the heterogeneity of the Black experience. Blame It on the Blues. Bessie Smith, Gertrude, Ma Rainey, and the politics of blues protest. Can't blame my mother. Can't blame my dad. Can't blame my brother for the trouble I've had. Can't blame my lover that held my hand. Can't blame my husband. Can't blame my man. Can't blame nobody. Guess I'll have to blame it on the blues. Blame It on the Blues won the lyrics of women's blues, as interpreted in the recorded performances of the classic blues singers, explore frustrations associated with love and sexuality, and emphasize the simultaneously individual and collective nature of personal relationships. Sexuality is not privatized in the blues. Rather, it is represented as shared experience that is socially produced. This intermingling of the private and public, the personal and political, is present in the many thousands of blues songs about abandonment, disloyalty, and cruelty, as well as those that give expression to sexual desire and love's hopefulness. There is also a significant number of women's blues songs on work, jail, prostitution, natural disasters, and other issues that, when taken together, constitute a patchwork social history of Black Americans during the decades following emancipation. Most often such themes are intertwined with themes of love and sexuality. Bessie Smith recorded numerous songs invoking problems emanating from racism and economic injustice, crime, incarceration, alcoholism, homelessness, and the seemingly insurmountable impoverishment of the Black community. In this sense, she further developed the legacy of Gertrude Rainey, whose socially oriented music constituted an aesthetically mediated community building and assisted in developing a specifically African American social consciousness. Rainey's work was inextricably linked to the experiences of Black Southerners, the vast majority of whom were still tied to agrarian life. Smith's art, while obviously rooted in Black rural culture, also reflected the new historical experiences of the urban immigrant communities of the North. The tendency among blues scholars and critics evident, for example, in the work of Samuel Charters's, been to argue that the blues form, which demands an intensely personal perspective on the part of the composer or performer, is rarely compatible with social commentary or political protest. In his often quoted 1963 study, The Poetry of the Blues, Charters writes, "There is little social protest in the blues. There is often a note of anger and frustration. Sometimes the poverty and the rootlessness in which the singer has lived his life is evident in a word or a phrase, but there is little open protest at the social conditions under which a Negro in the United States is forced to live. There is complaint, but protest has been stifled." It is almost impossible for the white American to realize how tightly he is united against his Black fellow citizens. The oppressive weight of prejudice is so constricting that it is not surprising to find little protest in the blues. It is surprising to find even an indirect protest. Charters's argument fails to consider the interpretive audience to which the blues is addressed, and treats potential protest as necessarily constructed in terms established by an imagined white oppressor. Like so many white scholars in the early 1960s who attempted to define their work as anti-racist, Charters displays here notions of Black subjectivity that reek of paternalism. Paul Oliver develops an argument to explain the putative lack of protest themes in the blues. He peremptorily announces that Black people are nothing more than the product of their material circumstances. That the number of protest blues is small is in part the result of the Negro's acceptance of the stereotypes that have been cut for him. In rural areas where education is meager and the colored people have known no better environment, there is little with which to compare their mode of life. They are primarily concerned with the business of living from day to day, of getting along with the whites, of conforming and making the best of their circumstances. As surely as the Southern white intends them to keep their place, the majority of Negroes are prepared to accept it. They know that they cannot change the world but that they have to live in it. An apathy develops which the racial leaders find exasperatingly hard to break. And even when aggravation reaches the point where the spirit of revolt against the system arises, this is often soon dissolved in minor personal disruptions and eventual disregard. 3. I am primarily concerned with Oliver's claim that a dimension of protest is rarely discovered in the blues. But the temptation to comment on his attitude toward the masses of Southern black people at the beginning of the civil rights era is too great to resist. Oliver is British and considers himself culturally removed from the blues and its originators. But there is no excuse for representing Southern black people as necessarily apathetic or any less politically mature than any other people. Such a position is especially offensive considering the fact that the era during which he wrote this book, the years following the Montgomery bus boycott, was the beginning of one of the most influential social movements in modern world history. It was precisely these black people whom Oliver characterizes as being more concerned with getting along with white people than with challenging the system who initiated revolutionary changes in the racist social structure of the United States. In order to contest Charters's and Oliver's arguments that the blues lack a dimension of social protest, I use the recorded performances of Gertrude Rainey and Bessie Smith in two ways. First, I will argue that, even when using these blues scholars' notions of what constitutes protest consciousness, such a consciousness is an integral part of the blues. I also argue that the inflexibility with which they define both what constitutes protest and what constitutes acquiescence prevents them from looking more deeply at the blues imagination. Central to both moments of my interpretation of women's blues as protest is the recognition that such earlier investigations of the blues as Charters's and Oliver's symptomatically fail to address the reign of male dominance as worthy of social protest. This failure is also true of more recent studies, which tend to treat women's blues as a marginal phenomenon. Even in Paul Guerin's excellent study Blues and the Poetic Spirit, which highlights psychoanalytic analyses of desire, he considers only a handful of women blues singers. However, it should be pointed out that following a section of his study which furnishes examples of male supremacy in men's blues, Guerin includes an extremely provocative, albeit short, section entitled Liberation of Women. Quoting lyrics of songs recorded by such blues women as Ida Cox, Victoria Spivey, Sarah Martin, and Memphis Minnie, but interestingly none by Ma Rainey or Bessie Smith, Guerin argues, if there is implicit in the blues a feminist critique of society, linked to this is a broader critique of repressive civilization, based not on any sex specificity, nor even on the peculiar position of the black in American culture. Although this characteristic is very likely the major force from which blues draws its unique perspective, as well as its specific form, 4 evaluations of the works of the classic blues singers must unfortunately be based largely on their recordings. They were, of course, primarily live performers, who relied on their records to attract audiences to their shows. Yet because no recordings exist of their live performances, we can only speculate except in the few instances where we have first-hand accounts about the full impact of those performances. Moreover, the material recorded by blues singers during the 20s was subject to the veto power of white record producers. In some rare instances, the head of a company's race section was black, but his superior was certainly white. Paul Oliver observes that, amongst the record companies, Precautions were generally taken to ensure that material likely to cause embarrassment and possible distress was rejected. According to music critic Carmen Moore, Bessie Smith sang a song during her live performances which included this verse. All my life I've been making it, all my life white folks have been taking it 6. If indeed she sang this song, it may have remained unrecorded thanks to the censorship powers of Frank Walker, who headed Columbia's Race Records division. In view of her forcible character, observes Edward Brooks, it is, on the surface, strange that Bessie should always be so careful to avoid direct criticism of whites on record, but presumably the white shareholding and management of Columbia Records, the only company she recorded for, was responsible. Significantly, her stage shows in which Albertson says she frequently alluded to the subject were produced by blacks in theaters owned by blacks 7 more than a decade after the height of the classic blues era. Billie Holiday was unable to convince Columbia, which held her under contract, to permit her to record Strange Fruit. They were unwilling to face the negative responses, particularly from white Southerners, that, inevitably, would be provoked by the overtly anti-racist content of her song. Eventually, Commodore Records, a new independent label whose management was far more audacious than Columbia's, agreed to record her powerful anti-lynching anthem. Anyone familiar with the 160 songs that comprise the extant work of Bessie Smith would unhesitatingly refer to Poor Man's Blues if asked about the role of social protest in her repertoire. In the same way, Strange Fruit has come to stand for social protest in Billie Holiday's work. Like Strange Fruit, Poor Man's Blues has been viewed as an anomaly. However, this has as much to do with the definitions of social protest music as with the explicitly racial and class evocations in the lyrics of the two songs. Poor Man's Blues was composed by Bessie Smith and recorded in 1928. Chris Albertson calls it a poignant song of social protest and designates it as Black Man's Blues. As critics would later define Billie Holiday as apolitical, Albertson implies that Smith had no interest in politics. 9. That, in other words, she was not capable of thinking about class relations, lines of demarcation between rich and poor, but only about race relations, those between white and black. However, the words of Poor Man's Blues refute this narrative of Smith's political apathy. Mr. Rich Man, open up your heart and mind, Mr. Rich Man, open up your heart and mind, give the poor man a chance. Help stop these hard times while you're living in your mansion. You don't know what hard times means while you're living in your mansion. You don't know what hard times means. Poor working man's wife is starving. Your wife's living like a queen, please. Listen to my pleading. 'Cause I can't stand these hard times long, oh, listen to my pleading. Can't stand these hard times long, they'll make an honest man do things that you know is wrong. Poor man fought all the battles. Poor man would fight again today. Poor man fought all the battles. Poor man would fight again today. He would do anything you ask him in the name of the USA. Now the war is over. Poor man must live the same as you. Now the war is over. Poor man must live the same as you. If it wasn't for the poor man, Mr. Rich Man, what would you do? 10. This song was recorded a year before the stock market crash ushered in the era of the Great Depression. Its historical reference is to the post-World War I period, when black people found themselves caught up in a web of painful economic circumstances that foreshadowed the Depression. In this song, there is a sophisticated combination of realism, humor, and irony, with which Smith creates a complex portrait of class and race relations. Poor Man's Blues openly indicts the wealthy classes for the prevailing poverty and, not only in the black community, highlighting the extent to which their luxurious lifestyle renders them blind to the economic injustice they themselves have created. When Smith sings of the desperation that inevitably accompanies hard times, she passionately explains the social roots of crime. They'll make an honest man do things that you know is wrong. The stanza referring to the role played by poor men as combatants during World War I is an accurate observation on the working-class background of the frontline soldiers in virtually all wars conducted by the United States. The complexity of the statement, "He would do anything you ask him in the name of the USA," points to both gullibility and serious commitment, and she sings it with the appropriate irony. There are many reasons black people and working people of other ethnic backgrounds would take seriously the quest for freedom and democracy. After all, black people fought in the American Revolution, in the Civil War, and not only served as combatants in the two world wars, but militantly challenged the racist discrimination practiced by the military establishment as well. But Bessie Smith's voice also delivers a humorous critique of the super-patriotic stance assumed by some black and poor people. According to prevailing notions of protest music, poor man's blues can be seen as a venerable but forgotten ancestor of the social protest genre in black popular music. Its impassioned denunciation of injustice would be repeated time and time again across the continuum of black musician blues, in jazz, in rhythm and blues, in funk, and in rap. This pioneering song established social protest themes as legitimate content for African American popular music. The historical role of poor man's blues obviously discredits arguments alleging the absence of protest in the blues, and in particular in the classic blues. But we need to go much further than this in our analysis. As is true of any artist's oeuvre, Bessie Smith's recorded legacy should not be interpreted simplistically as the mere sum of its parts. It is true that Poor Man's Blues is strikingly different from most of her other songs, precisely because it seems so dissimilar in its uncamouflaged social analysis and protest. The entire body of Bessie Smith's work needs to be re-examined with an eye to uncovering its social content and its political dimension of protest. As explicit social protest, Poor Man's Blues does not stand entirely alone. Another 12-bar blues recorded in August 1928 during the same session, as Poor Man's Blues, also provides scathing social commentary in the traditional sense. In Washwoman's Blues, Bessie Smith sang with stark simplicity about the economic conditions of many African American women. Her heartfelt presentation reveals the extent to which she identified with the countless numbers of black women for whom domestic service was the only available occupation. Poor Man's Blues can be taken literally as a song about poor men. Similarly, Washwoman's Blues is a song about poor women. Contrary to the employment trends for white women during the first decades of the 20th century, most black women did work for a living, and the overwhelming majority of black working women cooked, cleaned house, did the laundry, or engaged in some other form of domestic service for well-off white people. The first and second stanzas of Washwoman describe the stultifying impact of the labor to which so many black women were condemned. It was, in effect, slavery reincarnated. All day long I'm slavin', all day long I'm bustin', suds all day long I'm slavin', all day long I'm bustin', suds G. My hands are tired, washin' out these dirty duds, Lord. I do more work than 40 leavin' gold dust twins, Lord. I do more work than 40 leavin' gold dust twins, got myself a chin from my head down to my shins. After evoking the gold dust twins, a reference to a brand of washing powder during that period that was packaged in a box bearing the picture of two pickaninnies, the third stanza states the economic necessity that drove so many black women into domestic service. Sorry I do washin', just to make my livelihood, sorry I do washin', just to make my livelihood, oh, the washwoman's life. It ain't a bit of good 12. Edward Brooks treats this song as a mild social protest against the type of work blacks are forced into. 13. Brooks's comprehensive study, The Bessie Smith Companion, is largely concerned with analyzing her musical technique in conjunction with the instrumental accompaniment of each recording session. But some of his comments are revealing, because they typify conventional misconceptions both about the blues and about what constitutes protest in the blues. Criticizing the lyrics written by Spencer Williams, Brooks characterizes the song as one of his less successful efforts. The lyrics are jejune and lack authenticity, with their use of such cultural anachronisms as duds, livelihood, and the archaic scullion. As has been mentioned before, it is unusual for Bessie to use her songs as vehicles for social protest, and here in the fourth chorus, the already innocuous remonstration is further weakened by sycophantic gestures towards those against whom it should be directed. Rather be a scullion, cooking in some white folk's yard. Twice. I could eat up, sick, plenty. Wouldn't have to work so hard. 14. Brooks's critique is problematic because of its analysis of the protest as unsuccessful. He does not address Smith's performance except to comment on the seriousness with which she treats the material. For example, in reference to a series of bizarre chuckling notes emanating from the reed section after the third verse quoted above, he makes the following observation. Whilst Bessie generally makes sober observations upon the disagreeable life of a drudge, the reeds take an unsympathetically Olympian view, the most offensive expression of which is the jeering laugh at the end of the third chorus. 15. Brooks moves from an analysis of the language in the lyrics of Washwoman's Blues, which he regards as anachronistic and inauthentic, to a much too literal, and thus rather shallow reading of the content, which he thinks is violated by the instrumentals. He attempts none of the historical contextualization which is at the center of his reading of Poor Man's Blues. It is as if the evocation of black women's work is not even worth the trouble of a discussion that connects this song with the historical conditions that were specific to women. Moreover, his characterization of the song as consisting of innocuous remonstrations and sycophantic gestures ignores the importance of indirection, irony, and humor in the blues. The literal, semantic level of blues lyrics is often an invitation to misreading. When the washwoman in the song declares that she would rather be a scullion, these words do not affirm how welcome a cook's job would be to a black washwoman. Instead, there is equivocation in these words, a light and scathing Aranya hint of protest. The washwoman is saying that her occupational possibilities are so restricted that the only other jobs available to her would also require her to be a servant. Her expressed desire to work in Mr. Charlie's kitchen is reminiscent of the prison work song in which the convict sings, "My buddy got 100 years. I got 99. Wasn't I lucky when I got my time?" 16. In both instances, we hear veiled protest of the social conditions that create such objective impasses in the lives of black people. Brooks's claim about the instrumental phrase after the third verse is equally misguided. There are ways of interpreting it that do not require us to hear the laughter of the reeds as dismissive or demeaning of the washwoman's problems. His analysis fails to pose a key question. Who, indeed, is laughing at this poor woman? Is it her sisters, most of whom share the same plight? Is it her brothers, who often depend upon the pittance she brings in from such work as the only hope of the family's survival? Or is there another presence in this song? The taunting instrumental response mimics the ridicule directed toward the washwoman by her white employer and, in a larger sense, by the racist society. In that case, who, we must ask in this interpretation, is the trickster, and who is made the fool? It is important to register what is not included in Brooks's analysis. Like Poor Man's Blues, Washwoman's Blues reveals that blues do not always require an individual narrator who shares his or her personal experiences, that the personal can also be conveyed through the social. Smith's recording of Washwoman also provides us with an example of the way she and other blues women addressed gendered social issues that were rarely, if ever, formally acknowledged elsewhere. The absence of what Charters and Oliver would call direct social protest in blues songs can be explained without denying their powerful political content. Protest implies the existence of formal political channels through which dissent can be collectively expressed. In this context, protest would suggest some strategic goals such as bringing black women domestic workers into organized trade unions. But such a historical possibility did not exist at the time. 17. Protest, when expressed through aesthetic forms, is rarely a direct call to action. Nevertheless, critical aesthetic representation of a social problem must be understood as constituting powerful social and political acts. Samuel Charters might interpret such representation as complaint, but public articulation of complaint, of which there are many instances in the blues, must be seen as a form of contestation of oppressive conditions, even when it lacks a dimension of organized political protest. Washwoman's Blues does not conclude with a call for the unionization of domestic work, but rather with a restatement of the worker's misery. Me and my old washboard show do have some cares and woes. Me and my old washboard show do have some cares and woes in the muddy water, wringin' out these dirty clothes. 18. Washwoman's Blues, in my opinion, is a powerfully moving tribute to the countless numbers of African American women whose toiling hands released their more prosperous white sisters from the drudgery of domestic work. During slavery, black women worked in the cotton fields alongside their men, performed their own domestic chores, and many of them were also charged with the responsibility of keeping the big house in order, preparing the meals, washing the clothes, scrubbing the floors. During the post-slavery decades, the paid work most available to black women, the work that in fact was reserved for them, was house cleaning, child care, cooking, and clothes washing. Until the late 1950s, the majority of African American women who worked outside their homes were maids and washerwomen. 19. Bessie Smith's rendition of Washwoman's Blues simultaneously memorializes these millions of women and issues a cry of condemnation against the conditions under which they have worked, as well as against the society that restricts them to this type of work. Poor Man's Blues and Washwoman's Blues are only the most literally explicit of the vast body of blues songs that name and explore oppressive social conditions defining life in the black community. A recurring theme in both female and male blues is imprisonment. Bessie Smith recorded numerous songs on this theme. Jailhouse Blues, 20. Workhouse Blues, 21. Sing Sing Prison Blues, 22. Send Me to the Electric Chair, 23. But it is Ma Rainey's Chain Gang Blues that most incisively and realistically addresses this omnipresent fact of life in the black community. The judge found me guilty. The clerk, he wrote it down. The judge found me guilty. The clerk, he wrote it down. Just a poor gal in trouble. I know I'm county road bound. Many days of sorrow, many nights of woe, many days of sorrow, many nights of woe, and a ball and chain. Everywhere I go, chains on my feet, padlock on my hand, chains on my feet, padlock on my hand. It's all on account of stealing a woman's man. It was early this morning that I had my trial. It was early this morning that I had my trial. 90 days on the county road, and the judge didn't even smile. 24. Sandra Lee points out that the lead sheet for this song contains a penultimate verse which was omitted in the recording. Ain't robbed no train, Ain't done no hanging crime, ain't robbed no train. Ain't done no hanging crime, but the judge said I'd be on the county road a long, long time. As Lieb indicates, the woman's crime was clearly minor, 25, but obviously the point of the song is not her guilt or innocence, but the experience of the chain gang and the convict lease system, from which black women were not exempt by virtue of their gender. The convict lease system carried over the relations of slave labor into the era of emancipation. Shortly after the Hayes-Rutherford Compromise of 1877, which terminated the exciting transformations of radical Reconstruction, Southern states legislated the Black Codes, simultaneously institutionalizing peonage and convict leasing. In 1878, Georgia's system leased out 1,124 black people and 115 whites, charging an average of $25,000 each. 26 over 40 years later. During the era of the classic blues, this system seemed to be even more brutal than slavery. In a pamphlet issued by the American Civil Liberties Union in 1921, William Pickens described Georgia's convict labor system. It can be readily understood why this system is so much more vicious than was the old slave system. In a regular slave system, the owner might have such selfish interest in the slave as any man may have in the preservation of valuable property. But in the convict lease system of Georgia, it is to the landlord's advantage to put the least into the Negro and get the most out of him whom he owns for a limited time, only 27. The discourse of slavery had bestialized black labor, allowing for the assignment of women and men to work without regard to the gendered division of labor operative in the larger society. 28. This practice was carried over to the convict lease system. It is one of the greatest horrors of our history that colored women have been thus farmed out to work and live in stockades under the absolute control of brutal men. The multiple lynchings in Brooks and Lowndes counties, Georgia, which were caused by this system in May 1918, are among the most savage of such occurrences. The unspeakable vivisection of Mary Turner, a colored woman whose baby was to be born about 4 weeks later, was one in this carnival. 29 black people throughout the South who listened to Rainey perform chain gang blues, and who were all too familiar with the chain gang and convict lease systems, likely would have interpreted this song as a deeply felt protest aimed at the racism and sexism of the criminal justice system. Ma and Pa Poorhouse Blues, recorded by Ma Rainey and Papa Charlie Jackson in 1928, employs the broad humor associated with vaudeville routines to evoke the experience of poverty and the possibility of another form of incarceration in the poorhouse. Despite the levity of their presentation, there could have been no doubt about the seriousness of this subject in the minds of Rainey's Southern black audiences. The song opens with a comic dialogue spoken by the two performers, each relating their respective woes. Charlie has been forced to pawn his banjo, and Ma's touring bus has been stolen. Each one informs the other that she or he is broke. When Charlie asks what they should do, Ma answers, "Let's both go to the poorhouse together." Rainey, "Too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad. Too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad. Too bad I've lost all my money, lost everything I had." Jackson, "Ma, being broke's all right when you know you got some more money common." And being broke's all right when you know you got some more money common. But when you lose your money, that's when friendship ends." Rainey, "Oh, here I'm on my knees, Pa, here I am. On my knees I want the whole world to know Mama's broke and can't be pleased." Jackson, "When you had lots of money, you had plenty friends." Rainey, "Lord, lost all my money, that was my end. Oh, ain't got no money now both. We better go to the poorhouse, and try to live anyhow. We better go to the poorhouse, and try to live anyhow." 30. This is certainly an instance of laughing to keep from crying, an aesthetic strategy black people learned to use in the work songs of the slave era, which have continued to be sung in the prison work camps. Interwoven in the broad comedy of this piece is an all-important message about the perseverance and survival of the community. The key is togetherness and solidarity. Let's both go to the poorhouse together. We better go to the poorhouse. Try to live anyhow. One unavoidable consequence of poverty is the inability to meet the incessant demands of the landlord. House Rent Blues, recorded by Bessie Smith, poignantly evokes this common dilemma. In the first two stanzas, she conjures up the stark reality of impending homelessness, rendered even more dreadful by the fact that it is, on a cold, dark, and stormy night, that an eviction notice is nailed on her door. The last stanza sums up the situation. Lordy, what a feelin', rent man comes a-creepin', in my bed a-sleepin'. He left me with those house rent blues 31 again. Social experiences rooted in the historical oppression of the African American community are interwoven with experiences of sexuality also inflected by collective oppression. The evicted protagonist in House Rent Blues appeals to a lover to oust his woman so that she herself may find shelter. See me comin'. Put your woman outdoors, see me comin'. Put your woman outdoors, you know I ain't no stranger, and I been here before 32 here. As in blues discourse generally, the personal relationship stands both for itself and for unrealizable social aspirations and failed dreams. The blues as aesthetic form and practice must be understood as a means of testifying to and registering the lack of real, objectively attainable possibilities of social transformation. In this song, the protagonist is willing to inflict her predicament on another woman as a means of saving herself from homelessness. Nevertheless, there is a dimension of protest here. The symbolic economy of the blues refutes and simply refuses to be subject to the symbolic economy governing mainstream American popular forms. In other songs, the intrusion of the landlord, demanding his rent payments, complicates an already existing set of depressing sexual circumstances. In I'm Down in the Dumps, Bessie Smith sings of having been abandoned by her lover. She goes on to inform us that, someone knocked on my door. Last night when I was asleep I thought it was that sweet man of mine making his 4-day creep. 'Twas nothing but my landlord. A great big chump stay, way from my door, Mr. Landlord. 'Cause I'm down in the dumps 33 and in baby, won't you please come home? The woman making this appeal wants her lover back because, among other reasons, she needs money to pay the rent. Landlord's gettin' worse, I got to move May 1st, baby. Won't you please come home? I need money, baby. Won't you please come home? 34 The blues idiom requires absolute honesty in the portrayal of black life. It is an idiom that does not recognize taboos. Whatever figures into the larger picture of working-class African-American reality, however morally repugnant it may be to the dominant culture, or to the black bourgeoisie as an appropriate subject of blues discourse. There are, for example, numerous blues about prostitution, from both the male perspective as procurer, as customer, or as the unfortunate man who falls in love with a prostitute from the perspective of the prostitute herself. As a rule, these songs do not criticize the institution, but simply treat it as an existing reality. Rainey's Hustlin' Blues, while it is not a direct critique of prostitution as such, does portray a woman who decides to turn her pimp in to the police and who wants to leave the streets altogether. It's rainin' out here and tricks ain't walkin'. Tonight it's rainin' out here and tricks ain't walkin'. Tonight I'm goin' home. I know I've got to fight if you hit me tonight. Let me tell you what I'm going to do if you hit me tonight. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm gonna take you to court and tell the judge on you I ain't made no money. And he dared me to go home, I ain't made no money. And he dared me to go home, Judge. I told him he better leave me alone, he followed me up. And he grabbed me for a fight, he followed me up. And he grabbed me for a fight, he said. Oh, do you know you ain't made no money tonight? Oh, Judge, tell him I'm through, oh, Judge. Tell him I'm through, I'm tired of this life. That's why I brought him to you. 35 Hazel Carby describes this song, which was co-composed by Rainey and Thomas Dorsey, as the articulation of the possibility that women could leave a condition of sexual and financial dependency, reject male violence, and end sexual exploitation. 36. But there are also underlying racial implications and political contradictions in this song, which Rainey's black audience would have been able to read. The woman in this song is not only subject to the abusive and exploitative behavior of her pimp, and to the general hazards of her trade. When she stands before the white judge as a black woman, she is already hypersexualized within a context of power relations defined by race. There is thus a tragic incongruity to this woman's plea, for she stands between a white male symbol of power and repression and a black male purveyor of abuse and exploitation. She has informed on her pimp, and in all likelihood, the judge will not only refuse to protect her from her procurer, but will sentence her, rather than her pimp, to jail. This song invites audiences to fashion their own critique of the impact of racism on black life. The inspiration for one of Bessie Smith's greatest compositions, Backwater Blues, came from an encounter with a southern black community in the throes of a disastrous flood, and with the racism underlying the differential relief provided black and white victims. In the words of Bessie Smith's sister-in-law, Maud Smith, after we left Cincinnati, we came to this little town, which was flooded, so everybody had to step off the train into little rowboats that took us to where we were staying. It was an undertaker parlor next door to the theater, and we were supposed to stay in some rooms they had upstairs there. And after we had put our bags down, Bessie looked around and said, "No, no, I can't stay here tonight." But there was a lot of other people there, and they were trying to get her to stay, so they started hollering, "Miss Bessie, please sing the Backwater Blues. Please sing the Backwater Blues." Well, Bessie didn't know anything about any backwater blues. But after we came back home to 1926 Christian Street where we were living, Bessie came in the kitchen one day, and she had a pencil and paper, and she started singing and writing. That's when she wrote the Backwater Blues. She got the title from those people down south. 37. Its timing made the recording of Backwater Blues extraordinarily successful. The song's 1927 release coincided with one of the most catastrophic and tragic floods of the Mississippi River in history. 26,000 square miles of land were inundated, causing over 600,000 people, more than half of whom were black, to lose their homes. 38. When it rains 5 days, and the skies turn dark as night. When it rains 5 days, and the skies turn dark as night, then troubles taken place in the lowlands at night when it thunders and lightnin'. And the wind begins to blow when it thunders and lightnin'. And the wind begins to blow, there's thousands of people ain't got no place to go. Backwater Blues done caused me to pack my things and go. Backwater Blues done caused me to pack my things and go, 'cause my house fell down, and I can't live there no mo. MMMMMMMMM. I can't move no mo. MMMMMMMMM. I can't move no mo. There ain't no place for a poor old girl to go. 39. The seasonal rains causing the Mississippi River to flood its banks are part of the unalterable course of nature, but the sufferings of untold numbers of black people who lived in towns and the countryside along the river also were attributable to racism. Black people were often considered expendable, and their communities were forced to take the overflow of backwaters in order to reduce the pressure on the levees. While most white people remained safe, Black people suffered the wrath of the Mississippi, nature itself having been turned into a formidable weapon of racism. In 1927, between the months of April and June, hundreds of thousands of people lost everything they owned in the floods, with virtually no means of recovery. While relief services were free to white victims, black victims were often informed that they would have to pay cash for food and other necessities. Destitute, they were forced to take loans from plantation owners, who later forced them to work off their alleged debt 40, according to John Barry, author of Rising Tide, The Great Mississippi Flood of 1927, and How It Changed America. Will Percy, the head of the Flood Relief Committee in Greenville, Mississippi, announced that no able-bodied Negro is entitled to be fed at all unless he is tagged as a laborer. Moreover, Percy issued the following order: 1 / No rations will be issued to Greenville Negro women and children unless there is no man in the family, which fact must be certified by a white person. 2 No Negro man in Greenville nor their families will be rationed unless the men join the labor gang or are employed. 3 Negro men drawing a higher wage are not entitled to be rationed. 41 A minister from Greenville wrote to President Coolidge that black people were being made to work under the gun, just bossing the colored men with big guns buckled to them. All of this mean and brutish treatment of the colored people is nothing but downright slavery. After the relief operations ended, there were reports of mob violence and lynching in several of the states affected by the flood. The Colored Advisory Commission appointed by Herbert Hoover, whose successful campaign for the presidency was based in large part on his role as the national head of relief operations, reported that black men were beaten by the soldiers and made to work under guns, that more than one wanton murder was committed by these soldiers. Women and girls were outraged by these soldiers. 43. The intense coverage in the black press and the NAACP's anti-racist campaign around the relief operations meant that the 1927 Mississippi flood was a major event in the lives of black people, both North and South. The enormous sales of Backwater Blues attest to Bessie Smith's ability to capture the sentiments of the thousands of people whose lives were touched by the Mississippi floods. Scores of blues songs were inspired by these floods, including Rising High Water Blues, 44 by Blind Lemon Jefferson, and Mississippi Heavy Water Blues, 45 by Barbecue Bob. Sippy Wallace, a blues woman like Bessie Smith, recorded Flood Blues in June of 1927.46. In September of that year, Bessie Smith recorded Homeless Blues, which accusingly addresses the Mississippi River as the bearer of responsibility for the protagonist's homelessness. 47 Charlie Patton released High Water Everywhere in 1929.48. Bessie Smith's and Sippy Wallace's contributions, together with many other songs about the catastrophic effects of the floods on the lives of black people, preserve a tragic moment in the history of African Americans. They also preserve and reflect a cultural consciousness that was capable of transforming such tragedies into catalytic events, rather than consigning them to historical memory as merely private misfortunes. If not for the blues, many individual tragedies affecting black working-class communities might never have been recast as social, collective adversities. Such a course would have significantly diminished black people's ability to constitute themselves as a community in struggle. Songs like Backwater Blues are much more than the folk history to which they are often relegated. Transforming individual emotions into collective responses to adversity, they transcend the particular circumstances that inspired them and become metaphors about oppression, while the aesthetic distance achieved through music forges a consciousness that imagine's community among the people who share glimpses of the possibility of eventually moving beyond this oppression. We would encounter many more blues with themes of critical social commentary if the artists had been allowed to record all the material they included in their live repertoires. But even if we were not able to document a single blues song that treated social issues directly, this, in itself, would not justify the argument that early blues avoided political engagement. Given its place within the African American music tradition, the blues absorbed techniques from the music of slavery, in which protest was secretly expressed and understood only by those who held the key to the code. Gertrude, Ma Rainey, who stands at the juncture of country blues and the professionally performed classic blues of artists like Bessie Smith, recorded a number of songs that contained coded references to the racial and economic oppression that afflicted black communities. Blame It on the Blues is an example of such a song. I'm so sad and worried. Got no time to spread the news, I'm so sad and worried. Got no time to spread the news, won't blame it on my trouble. Can't blame it on the blues, Lord, 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 Lordy, Lord, 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 Lordy, Lordy, Lord, 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 Lord. Wham I gonna blame it on then? I can't blame my daddy. He treats me nice and kind. I can't blame my daddy. He treats me nice and kind. Shall I blame it on my nephew? Blame it on that trouble of mine? This house is like a graveyard when I'm left here by myself. This house is like a graveyard. When I'm left here by myself, shall I blame it on my lover? Blame it on somebody else? Can't blame my mother. Can't blame my dad. Can't blame my brother for the trouble I've had. Can't blame my lover that held my hand. Can't blame my husband. Can't blame my man. Can't blame nobody. Guess I'll have to blame it on the blues. 49. The blues represent experience as emotionally configured by an individual psyche, historically shaped by post-Civil War conditions, and the emancipation of the slaves. These conditions are often simply designated as the blues. The emotional responses to them are also called the blues. The blues, therefore, designates both feelings and the circumstances that have provoked them. In Ma Rainey's Blame It on the Blues, the protagonist exhaustively investigates the individuals who play central roles in her life in order to uncover the source of her difficulties. Her inability to blame any one of them implies that someone or something that cannot safely be named in the direct manner in which she has named her kin and sexual partners is responsible. Thus, she blames it on the blues. Many among her black working-class audiences could have understood this song to mean that the white man, in other words, the racist structure of the society in which they lived, was finally responsible for their troubles. As discussed at the beginning of this chapter, blues scholar Samuel Charters argues that the blues allow for complaint, but not for protest. 50. Such a distinction is questionable, particularly when applied to the nascent period of the organized black liberation movement, which began with the founding in 1910 of the NOCPOF, which W.E.B. Du Bois initially was the only black office, ran the founding of the Urban League in 1911. To reiterate a point made earlier in this chapter, in order for protest to acquire an explicitly political character, there must be an organized political structure capable of functioning as a channel for transforming individual complaint into effective collective protest. At the same time, social protest can never be made the exclusive or limiting function of art. Art may encourage a critical attitude and urge its audience to challenge social conditions, but it cannot establish the terrain of protest by itself. In the absence of a popular mass movement, it can only encourage a critical attitude. When the blues name the problems the community wants to overcome, they help create the emotional conditions for protest, but do not and could not of themselves constitute social protest. If it is true that the linguistic origin of the term blues is in the 18th century English term blue devils, referring to a psychological state of depression, 51, then it underwent a significant transformation in the context of Black culture. Black people's inflected appropriation of this term did not make such a rigorous distinction between a subjective, psychological state of depression and an objective, socially defined status of oppression. Indeed, it seems likely that in the African American consciousness of the period of their origins, the blues were considered to be both a subjective state and an objective phenomenon. The verse with which Bessie Smith concludes Jailhouse Blues consists of these traditional and frequently recurring words. Good mornin', blues, blues. How do you do? How do you do? Good mornin', blues, blues. How do you do? Say, I just come here to have a few words with you. 52 blues singers, regardless of their ethnic backgrounds, recognize the historical connection between blues music and Black experience. As bluesman Houston Stackhouse put it, hardworking people been half mistreated and done aroundy believe that's where the blues come from. Well, the blues come from Black people. 53 Lil Son Jackson says, I think that the blues is more or less a feeling that you get from something that you think is wrong, or somebody did wrong to you, or something that somebody did wrong to some of your own people or something like that. And the onlyest way you have to tell it would be through a song, and that would be the blues. But the blues is really aimed at an object of some kind or an indirect person. 54 Although Ma Rainey's Slave to the Blues contains a fleeting reference to a male partner, it addresses the blues anthropomorphically as a slave master. Ain't robbed no bank, ain't done no hangin' crime, ain't robbed no bank. Ain't done no hangin' crime, just been a slave to the blues, dreamin' 'bout that man of mine. Blues, please tell me, do I have to die a slave? Blues, please tell me, do I have to die a slave? Do you hear me pleadin'? You going to take me to my grave? I could break these chains and let my worried heart go free. If I could break these chains and let my worried heart go free, but it's too late now. The blues have made a slave of me. You'll see me raving. You'll hear me crying. Oh, Lord, this lonely heart of mine, whole time I'm grieving. From my hat to my shoes I'm a good-hearted woman. Just am a slave to the blues. 55 Rainey herself was just one generation removed from slavery, and her unveiled references to the institution had to have evoked historical memories of the system that had kept preceding generations in bondage. Even though the blues that figuratively enslave the protagonist of this song arise from a romantic relationship, just a slave to the blues, dreamin' 'bout that man of mine, the image of slavery throughout the lyrics is too stark not to resonate beyond the level of individual heartsickness. There is no consistent exploration of the love relationship referred to in the first verse as the source of the protagonist's blues. If the blues have made a slave of me, it is because they constitute and express a state that is grounded in profound injustice. Allusions to the repressive character of the criminal justice system can be found in the first verse. The woman has not perpetrated a crime that justifies her punishment. The implication is that the blues at once stand in the place of the slavocracy of previous times and function as a means of registering the oppressive force now weighing on the Black community. Ma Rainey's Yonder Come the Blues also hints at the social underpinnings of the blues. I worry all day, I worry all night. Every time my man comes home he wants to fuss and fight when I pick up the paper to read the news just when I'm satisfied. Yonder come the blues. I went down to the river each and every day tryin' to keep from cryin', and do myself away. I walked and walked, till I wore out my shoes. I can't walk no further. Yonder come the blues. Some folks never worry. Things all come out right. Poor me. Lie down and suffer, weep and cry all night when I get a letter. It never bring good news every time I see the mailman. Yonder come the blues. Go back, blues. Don't come this way, Lordy. Give me something else besides the blues all day, every man I've loved. I've been misused, and when I want some lovin'. Yonder come the blues. People have different blues and think they're mighty bad, but blues about a man the worst I've ever had. I been disgusted and all confused every time I look around. Yonder come the blues. 56 Charters has called this song one of the most vivid personifications of the blues, in which seems to suggest that the blues is a loiterer, lounging after her when she tries to ignore his presence. According to Sandra Lieb, the repetition of the refrain strengthens the sense of personification, an inheritance from folk blues. The blues become an entity that stalks the singer throughout the stanzas and surrounds her by the end of the song. But if in this song the blues are a personification, they are also a symbol of an adversary as pervasive and amorphous as Mr. Blues himself. The blues, which approach at every juncture, which influence every aspect of the woman's life, are certainly far more powerful than the lover who wants to fuss and fight, or even all the men who have abused and misused her. It is significant that in the last verse, after having asserted that blues about a man the worst I've ever had, she confesses how confused she is. The omnipresent blues seem to symbolize, in a fundamental though generalized way, the mystifying, all-pervasive, seemingly insurmountable but obscure social forces that have created the overall context of misery and oppression. The reference in the third verse to some folks who are never tormented by the blues is equally general but can be heard as an allusion to white people, to well-to-do people in general, or even to black men. Sandra Lieb considers Rainey's Tough Luck Blues 59 an expression of a mood of self-defeat is extended beyond love, and could be called absurdist in the contemporary sense. She argues that the apparently nonsensical lyrics actually reveal a pattern of sardonic frustration and confusion. But another way to interpret this song is as an aesthetic invocation of the social impasse and lethal incoherence of a society organized around the demented logic of racism. When a black cat crosses you, bad luck. I heard it said when a black cat crosses you, bad luck. I heard it said one must have started cross me, got halfway and then fell dead. Things sure breakin' hard, worse than ever before. Things sure breakin' hard, worse than ever before. My sugar told me, speak to him no more, yeah. My right hand's raised to the good Lord above, yeah. My right hand's raised to the good Lord above. If they was throwin' away money, I'd have on boxing gloves. If it was rainin' down soup, thick as #1 sand. If it was rainin' down soup, thick as #1 sand. I'd have a fork in my pocket and a sifter in my hand. My friend committed suicide. While I was away at sea, my friend committed suicide. While I was away at sea, they want to lock me up for murder in first degree. 61 linked, as she was to the strong folk tradition of the blues. Ma Rainey gave individual expression to problems that were the collective lot of black people. The images humorously evoked in this song capture the collective predicament of working-class African Americans, always the recipients of the worst of the worst. Black cats simply cross other people's paths, bringing them their rightful share of bad luck, but this very symbol of bad luck falls dead in front of black people. The social circumstances of black people's lives produce an endless series of calamities. Even God, and this is especially interesting given most black people's deeply felt religious commitment seems to participate in this conspiracy. Even though she has her hand raised toward God, he is of no assistance in ameliorating her economic plight, or, by extension, that of her people. The images of wealth and food in abundance, money thrown away, and soup raining down off which the protagonist is unable to take advantage, evoke conditions of social injustice. Finally, the lyrics portray a familiar experience in the black community: fraudulent charges brought by the criminal justice system. Although her friend committed suicide while she was far away from the site of the tragedy, she nonetheless is charged with murder. Sexuality, too, loses its emancipatory edge in Tough Luck Blues, bringing tribulations that only add to life's difficulties. The narrator's lover has instructed her not to speak to him. Charters and Oliver might interpret Tough Luck Blues as a prime example of blues complaint, and Lieb sees the song as simply affirming frustration and confusion. There is, however, latent protest in the song, inscribed by the process of humorously naming the African tradition of namath, difficult route black people have had to navigate in all aspects of their lives. Gertrude Rainey's and Bessie Smith's recorded work reveals an abundance of socially significant themes approached from a number of different perspectives. In a few salient instances, oppressive conditions are explicitly and literally denounced, while in other cases they are simply stated. The problem is named, whether it be eviction, prostitution, imprisonment, or homelessness, brought on by floods and the resulting failure of the government to furnish emergency assistance to black people. Such issues were often stated in such a way that the mere naming of the problem was likely to provoke at least a rudimentary community consciousness of the need for eventual social transformation. Finally, there are representations of adversity, whose relatively abstract character often simply in the form of the blues bears some measure of resemblance to abstract visual art in both European and African forms. The African-American community of that era did not need to be informed about the underlying social implications of such seemingly abstract notions. Their collective emotional experience of these themes almost certainly facilitated shared social interpretations. When Ma Rainey sang about soup raining from the sky, her listeners would not have found it difficult to extract a metaphorical evocation of the affluent society, especially since the protagonist, with a fork in her pocket and a sifter in her hand, is ill-equipped to partake of the surrounding abundance. Lawrence Levine has insightfully pointed out, the blues insisted that the fate of the individual black man or woman, what happened in their everyday trivial affairs, what took place within them, their yearnings, their problems, their frustrations, their dreams were important, were worth taking note of and sharing in song. Stressing individual expression and group coherence at one and the same time, the blues was an inward-looking music which insisted upon the meaningfulness of black lives. In these respects, it was not only the angry work songs but the blues as well that were subversive of the American racial order, and proved to be an important portent of what was to come in a very few decades. 62 Seen in this light, Gertrude Rainey's and Bessie Smith's songs may be interpreted precisely as historical preparation for political protest. They are certainly far more than complaint, for they begin to articulate a consciousness that takes into account social conditions of class exploitation, racism, and male dominance, as seen through the lenses of the complex emotional responses of black female subjects. While there may not be a direct line to social activism, activist stances are inconceivable without the consciousness such songs suggest. Preaching the blues spirituality and self-consciousness, Lord, I got the blues this morning, I want everybody to go down in prayer, Lord, Lord, layin' in my bed with my face turned to the wall, Lord, layin' in the bed with my face turned to the wall, tryin' to count these blues so I could sing them all. Countin' the blues. One, music was central to the meaning of a culture of resistance during slavery. Likewise, the blues, the most important post-slavery musical genre, encouraged forms of social consciousness that challenged the dominant ideology of racism. Women's blues, specifically, celebrated and valorized black working-class life, while simultaneously contesting patriarchal assumptions about women's place both in the dominant culture and within African American communities. I have argued that women's blues helped to construct an aesthetic community that affirmed women's capacities in domains assumed to be the prerogatives of males, such as sexuality and travel. In this chapter, I contend that the construction of this women's community entailed bold challenges to institutions and ideologies within the African American community, as well as in the dominant culture. Women's blues contested black bourgeois notions of high culture that belittled working-class popular music. They also challenged the most powerful African American institution, the Christian Church. In order for the blues to be extricated from a hierarchy that established Christianity as the community's overarching moral authority, they had to affirm, in a self-conscious manner, their own cultural integrity. I have attempted to emphasize the complex political implications of the blues' post-slavery historical context. This musical form reflected both continuities and ruptures with slave culture. The importance of gender-based structures and themes in the blues reflects a significant rupture with the musical culture of slavery. At the same time, even in the absence of cultural representations of women's place in slave music, the relatively equal social status of women within slave communities reveals a historical precedent for blues affirmations of black women's self-reliance and assertiveness. As I argued in Women, Race, and Class, the conditions of production under U.S. slavery which required women to perform virtually the same labor tasks as men established a distorted form of gender equality between African women and men. While this equality was in the first place an indication of the severity of oppression under slavery, it also led to gender politics within the slave community that were radically different from those operating in the dominant culture. Moreover, women's leadership in the domestic sphereon of the only social spaces, not subject to the overarching authority of the slave masters, mean that women played an especially important role in the community of slaves. Two women's blues are such an important source of insights about African American historical consciousness, precisely because they do not attempt to eradicate the memory of an era of relatively egalitarian gender relations. Veteran New Orleans jazz musician Danny Barker's humorous description of Gertrude Rainey also evokes, I think, the historical respect accorded women. Ma Rainey was Ma Rainey. When you said Ma, that means mother. Ma, that means the tops. That's the boss, the shack bully of the house, Ma Rainey, she'd take charge. Ma Rainey's coming to town, the boss blues singer, and you respect Ma. Grandma, my ma and ma. That's Ma. That's something you respect. You say mother. That's the boss of the shack. Not Papa. Mama 3 in nationalist expressions of black middle-class and later working-class cultural consciousness. The historical memory of slavery, the most painful institutionalized oppression in African American history, frequently has been conflated with an ideologically distorted notion of black matriarchy. According to this construction of slavery, slave women literally ruled over slave men, sometimes collaborating with the white slaveholders. In the 1960s, as exemplified by the official government report authored by Daniel Moynihan, The Negro Family, the case for national action, the allegedly matriarchal structure of the black family was increasingly identified as the main source of the community's impoverishment. This hegemonic notion that a dysfunctional matriarchal family and community structure was the most pressing social problem in poor black communities was uncritically appropriated in black nationalist articulations that equated patriarchal dominance with Black Liberation 5 during the late 1960s, when cultural nationalist movements rose to prominence in black communities. Women were relegated to subsidiary and decidedly inferior positions, both ideologically and organizationally. In this context, male dominance was considered a necessary prerequisite for black liberation. Similarly, the abstract emphasis on African heritage in contemporary cultural representation often invokes a heroic, masculinist past situated in an African imaginary, which tends to displace the era of slavery as the formative historical period for Americans of African descent. In hip-hop culture, for example, black women are often portrayed as African queens, to be accorded respect by their men. What is frequently implied by evocations of queens, however, is that the ultimate authority rests with the kings. Along with the oppression associated with slavery, this imagined masculinist past erases the relative equality of women characteristic of the slave community. Like the music of slavery, the blues incorporated recast elements of European musical culture as well as recognizable, but transformed, West African features. Defying literal interpretation, this musical form, like spirituals and work songs, contained secrets that the dominant white culture was unable to decipher. Failing to detect the complexities of the blues form and blues themes, some early white observers tended to consider this music low, childish, irrational, and bizarre. But the blues were not only perceived to be lowly and vulgar by those to whom their language was foreign. African Americans, whose social aspirations led them to disassociate themselves from the more impoverished members of their community, often condemned the blues as well. During the Harlem Renaissance, even as black artists and intellectuals attempted to articulate an often divergent ways a uniquely black aesthetic, they almost entirely ignored the musical heart of African American culture, the blues. There were two notable exceptions. Zora Neale Hurston, in both her scholarly and her creative work, affirmed the vitality and integrity of black folk culture, of which the blues was an integral part, and Langston Hughes used the blues as the very foundation of his poetics. Both artists tended to be shunned by black intellectuals, who assumed that the primitive ingredients of poor and working-class black culture needed to be transcended if great art was to be produced by people of African descent. When Black Swan, the first black recording company, lined up the artists it wished to record, its producers chose music that had more in common with the music of the dominant culture than with the popular musical expressions of the African American people. Bessie Smith's sound as sophisticated and urban as it was in relation to Gertrude, Rainey's country blues sound was rejected because it was considered too raw by Black Swan 7. The most pervasive opposition to the blues, however, was grounded in the religious practices of the historical community responsible for the production of the blues in the first place. The blues were part of a cultural continuum that disputed the binary constructions associated with Christianity. In this sense, they blatantly defied the Christian imperative to relegate sexual conduct to the realm of sin. Many blues singers, therefore, were assumed to have made a pact with the devil. Among the many myths surrounding the legendary Delta blues man Robert Johnson is one that has him signing away his soul to Legba, or Eligua, the Yoruba Orisha of the crossroads, represented in the black Southern vernacular as a devil-like figure. 8 blues singers were, and to a certain extent still are, associated with the devil because they celebrated those dimensions of human existence considered evil and immoral according to the tenets of Christianity. But precisely because they offer enlightenment on love and sexuality, blues singers often have been treated as secular counterparts to Christian ministers, recognized by their constituencies as no less important authorities in their respective realms. However, from the vantage point of devout Christians, blues singers are unmitigated sinners, and the creativity they demonstrate and the worldview they advocate are in flagrant defiance of the community's prevailing religious beliefs. According to Danny Barker, a veteran of that era, some of them feared the stage. That's the devil's work. They stay home, married, and had a family and still died with that attitude. That's the devil's work, the stage. Make believe. A contemporary literary expression of this marginalization of the blues singer is the character Shug Avery in Alice Walker's novel The Color Purple. According to Selly's written account, when the community minister chooses to take condition for his text, he don't call no name, but he don't have to. Everybody know who he mean. He talk about a strumpet in short skirts, smoking cigarettes, drinking gin, singing for money and taking other women men's. Talk 'bout slut, hussy, heifer, and street cleaner. However, from the margins to which she is relegated, Shug sparks numerous transformations in the lives of Selly and Mr., the main characters in the novel. Steven Spielberg's cinematic version of The Color Purple presents a rather contrived reconciliation between the blues woman and her minister father, a character created by Spielberg, not Walker, in which Shug leads a group of good-time, blues-loving people from the juke joint, where they were partying on Saturday night into Sunday morning church services. 11 Historically, the blues person has been an outsider on 3 accounts. Belittled and misconstrued by the dominant culture that has been incapable of deciphering the secrets of her art, she has been ignored and denounced in African-American middle-class circles, and repudiated by the most authoritative institution in her own community, the church. Yet, at the same time, she has been loved, praised, and emulated by the masses of black people as her community's most intimate insider. Gertrude Ma Rainey was celebrated by black Southerners as one of the great cultural figures of her time. Her contemporaries no doubt appreciated not only the fact that she sang the blues, but also that, in face of the forces condemning them, she defended the vitality of the blues and their indispensable social role in the lives of African Americans. Considering the cultural centrality of the blues during the formative decades of the construction of a free African American working-class community, it is significant that the most widely known blues performer and defender of the blues was a woman. In the context of black Christianity's disdain for the blues, Rainey's work can be viewed as a female subversion of the male Christian ministry that equated blues and sexuality with the devil and sin. This is not to imply that women have not played an important role in perpetuating the Christian discourse opposing the blues. Although they have been largely relegated to a subsidiary status within the church hierarchy, black women are, and have always been a mainstay in the church, and have sometimes defended and perpetuated the church's most backward positions. When Rainey herself retired as a blues performer, she joined the Friendship Baptist Church in Columbus, Georgia church where her brother, Thomas Pridgett Jr., served as a deacon. She spent the last years of her life as a Christian devotee, refusing to sing the blues and fervently supporting the church and its institutions. 12 Like Rainey, Ethel Waters would not sing the blues after she committed her life to the church. She did not, however, leave the stage entirely, for she continued to work as an actor and limited her singing to religious music. Many less-known blues women shunned the make-believe and sexually charged world of the blues during their latter years. Music critic Bruce Cook quotes a conversation with Annie Pavajow, the wife of a dead New Orleans jazz bassist and herself, a former blues performer. Any kind of music make you feel good, blues or church music. It's the sincereness of it that's what make you feel good. It does seem to me, though, that you're bound to feel different when you sing for Jesus than when you sing the blues, because then you are inspired by the Holy Spirit. 13 Later in the conversation, Pavajow justified her former involvement in the blues life as a function of her youth, and explained that during that period, I wasn't a church member, not even a churchgoer. When she turned to the church, she was compelled to give up the blues. I didn't believe I could play all that ragtime music and still serve God in truth and spirit. I give all my time to the church today. Moreover, you can't serve two people. Jesus said that. You can't serve God and mammon too. Everything that is not right is wrong. Everything that does not pertain to God is sinful. We believe the way Christ did. 14-veteran blues singer Ida Goodson has a different perspective. I'm going to tell you something. This is no lie. I can be playing the blues. And when I play the blues, I feel something going on, and next thing I know, I'm feeling good. That's the devil in me then. And then you go and play church songs, and then that feeling come back. That Christian feeling coming back on you. You see, that's just the way it is. The devil got his work and God got his work. 15 Annie Pavejau's disdain for the blues, while articulated in religious terms, resonates with the assumptions about high and low cultural productions that deem the blues an inferior music. Ma Rainey, on the other hand, championed the blues in her performances, unafraid to affirm their authority in overt defiance of both the church and the musical traditions of the dominant culture. Her lusty rendition of Down in the Basement, for example, unhesitatingly upholds the lowness of music in the blues tradition, with its uncamouflaged sexual implications, as far more desirable than the elite, highbrow music of the dominant culture. I've got a man. Piano Hound plays anything that's going around. When he plays that highbrow stuff, I shout, "Brother, that's enough. Take me to the basement. That's as low as I can go. I want something low down, Daddy. Want it nice and slow. I can shimmy from A to Z. If you'll play that thing for me, take me to the basement. That's as low as I can go." 16 Ma Rainey injects an uplifting meaning into the characterization of the blues as low down, thereby contesting dominant assumptions about the inferiority of the blues, as well as the ideologically constructed inferiority of black people. Down in the Basement memorializes black musical culture as well as the people who created it. Bessie Smith sang a number of popular songs that pay tribute to the scores of unsung black musicians who, by the prevailing white musical standards, were refused recognition as the brilliant instrumentalists they were. Trombone Collie is one such song. Nobody else can do his stuff 'cause he won't teach 'em how. Oh, Collie, blow that thing, that slide trombone, make it talk, make it sing, Lordy. Where did you get that tone? Oh, Collie, make it sing. That slide trombone, you'll even make a king get down off his throne. And he would break a leg, I know, by doing the Charleston while you blow 17, Jasbo Brown, the unschooled clarinet player from Memphis town, who is unable to read music and don't play no classy stuff like them Hoffman tales, nonetheless plays music that is good enough for the Prince of Wales. 18 In recording such songs, Smith honored the blues source of African American music, thus elevating both the blues people and the blues spirit. 19 In one sense, Rainey and Smith are simply carrying forth a blues tradition that incorporates in the ritual of its creation a certain self-reflexivity that calls upon the blues artist to share with her or his audience the meaning of a blues vision. The blues aesthetic is an aesthetic of self-consciousness, after all. But in a less obvious sense, the defense of the blues proposed by the classic blues artists I am exploring Gertrude, Ma Rainey and Bessie Smith has profound feminist implications. For in defending as well as in performing the blues, they were establishing it as a genre that belonged as much to women as to men. They were also implicitly defining the blues as a site where women could articulate and communicate their protests against male dominance. One of the most explicit and most eloquent defenses of the blues spirit and the blues tradition can be found in one of Ma Rainey's own compositions, Countin' the Blues, in which she invokes the spirit of the blues by naming themer, in her formulation, by counting, them thews, recapitulating the West African practice of Namo, 20, which conjures powers associated with things by ritually pronouncing their names. This song directly alludes to 14 blues titles, many of which were recorded by Rainey and or Smith. The blues she names or counts are Memphis Blues, Rampart Blues, Beale Street Blues, Graveyard Blues, Bama Bound Blues, Stingery Blues, Southern Blues, Downhearted Blues, Gulf Coast Blues, Midnight Blues, Jailhouse Blues, and finally 3 of her best-known works, Bad Luck Blues, Boll Weevil Blues, and Moonshine Blues. The importance of countin' the blues resides in the fact that, in its self-reflexivity, it challenges the notion that blues songs are unconscious and naive creations of primitive folk, catering to base instincts and prurient interests. This proud, self-conscious catalog questions the premises on which the blues have been dismissed by European American culture, by the black working class, and by the black church. Countin' the Blues is a deeply spiritual blues reflection on the socio-psychological function of the blues. This song is a blues affirmation of the blues, as self-conscious art and communicative act. The conscious reference to black spirituality is announced in the opening phrase, which is spoken. Lord, I got the blues this morning. I want everybody to go down in prayer, Lord, Lord. Rainey consciously refigures the blues as prayer. Indeed, she is conjuring through Namingagin, recalling the process of Namath, African equivalent of Christian prayer, but by virtue of its magical potential, even more powerful 21 Namo is more powerful than Christian prayer because it attributes to human beings the power of the word, which, in the Judeo-Christian religion, is exercised by God alone. In the beginning was the Word, says the Bible, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. As God created, He named, and as He named, He created. This creative and transformative power, possessed not only by supernatural beings but by living women and men, is an important distinguishing characteristic of the philosophical discourse of traditional West African societies. It can also help us understand blues aesthetics, which linked post-slavery African-American culture with its African antecedent. Rainey's Countin' the Blues carries forth this connection. The sung section of Countin' the Blues opens with a typical blues posture, layin' in my bed with my face turned to the wall. This blues posture is described immediately following the spoken invocation, which calls upon people to go down in prayer. Blues music performs a magicaler aesthetic exorcism of the blues, those things that lead to unhappiness and despair. Ritually invoking the names of blues songs serves the purpose of preparing the blues woman for the process of conferring aesthetic form on her emotional troubles. By creating out of them a work of art, she is giving herself aesthetic control over the forces that threaten to overwhelm her. As she lies in bed with her face turned to the wall, she is trying to count these blues, so I could sing them all. Having called the names of numerous blues songs, Rainey concludes by proclaiming that she is going to sleep, to try to dream away my troubles, countin' those blues. 22 in this song, Rainey speaks as the quintessential blues woman, establishing the realm of the blues, defending it, validating it, and celebrating it. By doing so, she countered the Christian monopolization of black spirituality and established herself as an equal to the church's patriarchs. One of Bessie Smith's own compositions philosophically juxtaposes the spirit of religion and the spirit of the blues, and contests the idea of the incontrovertible separateness of these two spheres. In Preachin' the Blues, 23 Rainey's younger counterpart establishes the realm of the blues as spiritually coexistent with and simultaneously antithetical to Christian religious practices. While Preachin' the Blues is not technically a blues, it employs typical blues postures of humor and sarcasm in order to contest the marginalization of the blues spirit. In a light-hearted and unabashedly blasphemous tone, Smith defines the content of the blues as scripture, and its presentation as sermon. In this song, she playfully, but openly, defies the Christian piety that dismisses the blues as beyond the pale of spiritual discourse. As in Rainey's invocation to go down in prayer, Smith declares that the blues should be preached, and that thereby souls can be converted. Preach them blues, sing them blues, they certainly sound good to me, moan them blues, holler them blues. Let me convert your soul 24 by turning the blues into a spiritual discourse about love. This song reveals an interesting affinity with West African philosophical affirmations of the connectedness of spiritual and sexual joy. Later in her career, Bessie Smith recorded two gospel-related songs, On Revival Day and Moan, You Mourners. In these she assumed a different posture, deploying religious references in a relatively orthodox way. The former ends with these lines: "When that congregation starts to sing nothing in this world don't mean a thing, oh, glory hallelujah makes you feel so peculiar the devil cannot rule you on Revival Day 25, and in the latter, there is an admonition to get down on your knee and let the good Lord hear your plea, 'cause if you want to rest with ease, moan. You mourners just bend your head way down and pray to have the devil chased away.' 26. Even in these two songs, however, religious content is conveyed through the vehicle of secular song. 27. Preachin', the blues, has important contemporary implications in that it places women at the center of a blues aesthetic that advises women to take control of their sexuality and implicitly challenges the church's condemnation of sexuality. It contains these lines: "I will learn you something if you listen to this song. I ain't here to try to save your soul, just want to teach you how to save your good jelly roll." 28. At a time when the greatest institutional support of homophobia in the African American community is channeled through the church, it may be helpful to look at cultural challenges to the church's denunciation of sexuality, as they were historically formulated in women's blues. In one sense, the fear of homosexuality perpetuated by the church is related to a generalized fear of sexuality. This fear of sexuality takes on new meaning when considered in light of the fact that the freedom to choose sexual partners was one of the most powerful distinctions between the condition of slavery and the post-emancipation status of African Americans. In this sense, the incorporation by the Black Church of traditionally Christian dualism, which defined spirit as good and body as evil, denied Black people the opportunity to acknowledge one of their most significant social victories. The church played a pivotal role in valorizing that aspect of racist ideology that sexualized the ascription of intellectual and spiritual inferiority to Black people. The racialization of sexuality and the sexualization of race, as it worked its way into the evolution of dominant racist culture, was thus facilitated by the Black Church's condemnation of sexuality and its representation and affirmation in the blues. Religiously justified homophobia, the resulting intransigence concerning the AIDS epidemic, has also been influenced strongly by this historical position assumed by the church. Counter to this has been the historical affirmation of sexuality as a part of working-class oppositional consciousness in the Black community. This was a defining characteristic of women's blues. This is not to ignore the extensive elaboration of sexual themes in male blues. However, the affirmation of autonomous sexuality by women was characterized by a complexity that was not present in men's blues. And women's blues influenced men's attitudes toward women even as they were influenced by the prevailing ideas of women as sexual objects rather than as subjects of their own experience. Also simply by virtue of the fact that women's blues were more extensively recorded than men's during the 20s, the former enjoyed wider exposure. In Ralph Ellison's tribute to Jimmy Rushing, he points out that Rushing, along with the other jazz musicians whom we knew, had made a choice, had dedicated himself to a mode of expression and a way of life no less righteously than others dedicated themselves to the church. Jazz and the blues did not fit into the scheme of things as spelled out by our two main institutions, the church and the school, but they gave expression to attitudes which found no place in these, and helped to give our lives some semblance of wholeness. 29 Ellison evokes conversations about Jimmy rushing among the youth of his neighborhood in Oklahoma City's East Side that designate band members in language mocking the church hierarchy that condemns the blues. At the same time, this parody illuminates the real similarities between the blues ritual and religious life. "Now, that's the Right Reverend Jimmy rushing preaching now, man," someone would say. And rising to the cue another would answer, "Yeah, and that's old Elder Hot Lips signifying along with him, urging him on, man." And keeping it building, but though you can't hear him out this far, old Deacon Big Gun is up there patting his foot and slapping on his big belly to keep those fools in line. And we might go on to name all the members of the band as though they were the biblical 24 elders, while laughing at the impious wit of applying church titles to a form of music, which all the preachers assured us was the devil's potent tool. 30. If a translation of this parody that replaces the men's names with those of women like Bessie Smith, Ma Rainey, Ida Cox, or even Memphis Minnie rings strange, it is only because of the deeply ingrained male dominance in the church. It is hard to imagine Ellison describing a performance by Bessie Smith in which she is mockingly referred to as the Right Reverend Smith, not because she did not dedicate herself in a righteous way to the performance of the blues, but rather because of male supremacy in the church and in black music culture. In Preachin' the Blues, Bessie Smith evokes the milieu of the blues, the deep South Atlanta, Georgian more specifically, the juke joint or barrel house where people are drinkin' corn and hollerin' hooray, and where there are pianos playin' till the break of day. These sites where blues were produced and performed were also places of great sexual freedom. The abode of the blues, a vital center for the production of African American musical culture, is also evoked in Soft Pedal Blues 31, another Bessie Smith composition, which recreates the atmosphere of the Buffet Flat. The Buffet Flat was an institutionalized house party in the urban black community of that era, combining celebratory music with sexual activities of all sorts. It was also a major component of the black gay subculture, particularly during the era of the Harlem Renaissance. The soft pedal here refers to the need to keep the piano music as low as possible, so as not to provoke a police raid on the party. The blues realm is all-encompassing. In contrast to the condemnatory and censuring character of Christianity, it knows few taboos. As a cultural form that has long been a target of racist-inspired marginalization, the blues categorically refrains from relegating to the margins any person or behavior. Because the blues realm is open to discourse on every possible subject affecting the people who created it, it need not banish religion. Rather, what it rejects is religion's manner of defining the blues as an inferior expression of an inferior people. The openness of the blues realmet's repudiation of taboos of all sorts is rendered possible by virtue of the fact that the blues always decline to pass judgment. Their non-judgmental character permits ideas that would be rejected by the larger society to enter into blues discourse. That is why blues women are able to speak in an active and assertive voice, not permitted in mainstream society. Smith's Nashville Woman's Blues, for instance, celebrates that ability to say whatever is on one's mind. Down there, they strut they stuff the way they strut. It really ain't no bluff, you can say what you choose. I have got those Nashville Woman's Blues 32 in ya to do. Ma Rainey sings in a light and playful way about the attraction the blues hold for black people, but her message is profound. Every evening, 'bout 4:30, sweet piano playin' near my door and turn to raggin'. You never heard such blues before. There's a pretty little thing they play, it's very short, but folks all say, oh, it's a pickin'. When they start to want to cry for more, I don't know the name. But it's a pretty little thing, goes you-do-do-do. You-do-do-do, fill you with harmonizing, minor refrain, it's a no-name blues, but'll take away your pains, you-do-do-do. You-do-do-do, everybody loves it. You-do-do-do-do. 33. The power of the blues to exorcise black people's emotional anguish is zestfully and buoyantly praised here. While in Countin' the Blues, Rainey emphasizes the ceremonious naming of the songs. You-do-do refers to a no-name blues, which nonetheless receives its scat-like name. You-do-do-do. There is a self-conscious character about this song, which announces that the music itself, its harmonizing, minor refrain, exerts that magical power of banishing the blues. Bessie Smith's yodeling blues is similar. It bemoans the depressing situation of the protagonist, whose man has abandoned her for no apparent reason. After wondering who put them jinx on me, she turns to the blues as a means of extricating herself from this unhappy predicament. I'm gonna yodel, yodel my blues away, yee-hoo. I'm gonna yodel till things come back my way. 34. Yodeling blues is about the blues as both feeling and song as an emancipatory process. Yodeling blues confronts the blues with the blues and uses the blues to drive the blues away. It enacts the potential convergence of the aesthetic dimension with psychosocial reality. Blues singers acknowledge this central function of blues song. The blues are sung in order to drive the blues away. A recurring stanza in traditional 12-bar blueson, which Bessie Smith borrows for her Jailhouse Blues, establishes the following confrontation. Good morning, blues, blues, how do you do? How do you do? Good morning, blues, blues, how do you do? Say, I just come here to have a few words with you. 35. Confronting the blues, acknowledging the blues, counting the blues, naming the blues through song, is the aesthetic means of expelling the blues from one's life. This is an expression of the historical role of African American song, whether secular or religious. It also reveals how the blues spirit constantly contests the borders between reality and art. In the work of Gertrude Rainey and Bessie Smith, blues song represents the collective woes of the community, along with the determination to conquer them. But at the same time, it acquires a specifically female meaning, furnishing women with one of the rare vehicles through which their agonies, joys, and aspirations may be expressed. In Rainey's Memphis-Bound Blues, composed by Thomas Dorsey, song itself is represented as a means of inspiring and giving shape to emotional responses that might otherwise turn inward and become self-destructive. In this particular instance, the courage is generated through song to confront and express anger at a man who has run out on the female protagonist. I talk because I'm stubborn. I sing because I'm free. My daddy's gone and left me, bound for Memphis, Tennessee. 36. In another Dorsey composition, Last Minute Blues, the self-conscious character of the song reinforces the social character of the blues. Until W.C. Handy became the first to publish a blues song he had written, the Memphis Blues, thereby acquiring the title Father of the Blues. 37 blues songs were never considered the personal property of their composers or the performers. They were the collective property of the black community, disseminated, like folk tales, in accordance with the community's oral tradition. A blues sung by one person and heard, remembered, revised, and resung by another belonged as much to the second performer as to the first. This socializing character of the blues rendered conscious the shared nature of emotional experience as well as the collective character of the blues form itself. Last Minute Blues presents an individual female experience of pain within a relationship, and transforms it into a collective naming of the social quality of Black women's domestic experiences. As anonymous as it is intensely personal, this song memorializes the countless nameless women who suffered in similar ways. There is triumph in the way it offers the experience and its creative expression to whoever wishes to claim it. It affirms the women's blues community, as it affirms the integrity of the blues itself. Minutes seem like hours, hours seem like days, minutes seem like hours. Hours seem like days, it seems like my daddy won't stop his evil ways, seem like every minute going to be my last, seem like every minute going to be my last if I can't tell my future. I won't tell my past, the brook runs into the river. River runs into the sea, the brook run into the river. River run into the sea if I don't run into my daddy. Somebody'll have to bury me if anybody asks you who wrote this lonesome song. If anybody asks you who wrote this lonesome song, tell 'em you don't know the writer. But Ma Rainey put it on 38, putting on, or performing the blues on stage, was preeminently the achievement of the women who sang the blues during the decade of the 20s. Women like Rainey and Smith presided over blues gatherings, and they were respected for the backstage work they did to pull these often extravagant shows together. Alberta Hunter, who saw Bessie Smith perform several times, described her as wearing a headdress with 1,000 feathers. She was dressed very gaudily, of course she paid a lot of money for her clothes. Among other preparations, they decked their bodies out with pearls, gold, and rhinestones. For audiences accustomed to seeing Black performers in mammy costumes, Bessie Smith presented a rare vision. In full Empress regalia, she was bold, beautiful, outrageously out of line, and impossible to forget. 40, but they were also acknowledged for the responsibility they assumed for booking their shows, paying their musicians and dancers, and transporting them from city to city week after week and month after month. As jazz musician Danny Barker put it, they had to be fighters, scientists, and bakers. When you ran a show, a group of people depend on you for a living. 41. In an era in which the church had provided the main source of autonomous social space for African Americans, women like Gertrude Rainey and Bessie Smith helped to carve out new space in which Black working people could gather and experience themselves as a community. The tent shows in the South and the clubs and buffet flats in the North, where the devil's music was performed by irrepressible and sexually fearless women, helped to produce a new feeling of community, one in which Black culture was affirmed and the male dominance of the Black church powerfully contested. Up in Harlem every Saturday night, blues and the Black aesthetic. Up in Harlem every Saturday night, when the highbrows get together, it's just too tight, they all congregates at an all-night strut, and what they do is tut, tut, tut. Ol' Hannah Brown from cross town gets full of corn and starts breaking. Down, check all your razors and your guns, do the shim sham shimmy. Till the rissin', son, gimme a reefer and a gang o' gin, slay me, 'cause I'm in my sin. Gimme a pigfoot. One Gertrude Rainey established the blues as women's music and became a mentor for countless women musicians. Contemporary blues singer Coco Taylor listened constantly to Rainey's and other blues women's recordings as a child in a family of sharecroppers working a cotton farm. I always said I would like to be like these people I'm hearing on these records, she says. What these women did, like Ma Rainey, was the foundation of the blues. They brought the blues up from slavery up to today. 2. Rainey's work remained solidly anchored in the rural culture of Southern Black people as they gradually emerged from the era of slavery. Born in 1886, she was only one generation removed from slavery. When she began to perform in 1900 at the age of 14, the post-slavery system of racial segregation in the South had been firmly established. 3. Rainey made 92 records, most of them in Chicago between 1923 and 1928, and according to Sandra Lieb, although her performances were largely in Southern tent shows. She in fact played many successful engagements in Chicago and performed in Cleveland, Cincinnati and other Ohio cities, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, and Newark as well. Because she lived in Chicago, she was not a regular Harlem performer, but did appear at the Lincoln Theater in 1923 and in March 1926. Most likely she gave other local performances when she recorded in New York in 1924 and 1925.4. Every study of Gertrude Rainey cites Sterling Brown's powerful poem, Ma Rainey. I too want to quote it here because it so successfully conveys the Southern flavor of her appeal. When Ma Rainey comes to town, folks from any place miles around, from Cape Girardeau, Poplar Bluff, flocks in to hear Ma do her stuff. Comes fliverin' in or ridin' mules or packed in trains, picnickin' fools, that's what it's like, 4 miles on down to the New Orleans Delta and Mobile Town, when Ma hits anywheres around. Roman 2 Day comes to hear Ma Rainey from the Little River settlements, from Black Bottom cornrows and from lumber camps. Day stumble into hall, just a laughin' and a cacklin', cheerin' lack roarin' water, lack wind in river swamps. And some jokers keeps day laughs a goin' into crowded aisles, and some folks sits dere a waitin' wid day aches and miseries, till Ma comes out before dem, a smilin' gold tooth smiles, and long boy ripples minors on de black and yellow keys. Roman 3 O Ma Rainey, sing yo song. Now you's back while you belong, get way inside us, keep us strong, O Ma Rainey, lilin' low. Sing us bout de hard luck round our due. Sing us bout de lonesome road we muse go. Roman 4 I talk to a fellow and the fellow say, she jest catch hold of us, some kind of way. She sang backwater blues one day. It rained 4 days and the skies was dark as night, trouble takin' place in de lowlands at night. Thundered and lightened and the storm begin to roll, thousands of people ain't got no place to go. Den I went and stood upon some high all lonesome hill, and looked down on the place where I used to live. And den de folks, dey naturally bowed dey heads and cried, bowed dey heavy heads, shet dey moofs up tight and cried, and Ma left the stage, and followed some de folks outside. Dere wasn't much more de fellow say. She jest gets hold of us date away. 5 Gertrude, Ma Rainey was a pioneer on the black entertainment circuit. She shaped a musical tradition for many generations of blues women and was celebrated by black Southerners as one of the great cultural figures of her time. Frank Driggs / archive photos for Rainey and other black women who toured as entertainers from the turn of the century on. The interminable journeys around which they organized their lives posed fundamental challenges to the normal social expectations surrounding female experience. A sampling of her song titles suggests how much her music is permeated with travel themes. Leavin' This Morning, Traveling Blues, Walking Blues, and Runaway Blues. Michael Ox archives Venice Ca. When Bessie Smith auditioned at Black Swan, the first black-owned record company, was rejected because of her grassroots sound. The company's board of directors included W.E.B. Du Bois and John Nail, James Weldon Johnson's brother-in-law, and the most prominent real estate broker in Harlem. Frank Driggs / archive photos. As much a legend as her mentor, Ma Rainey, Smith would become one of the most extraordinary personalities in the history of American popular culture. Frank Driggs / Corbus Bettman. Smith's work allows us to make a case for female enunciators of a historical consciousness that elevates women's lives to a position of equal importance with men's. Frank Driggs / Corbus Bettman. Bessie Smith figures in Harlem Renaissance history largely owing to Carl Van Vechten's desire to count her among the guests at his notorious parties. While his written accounts of her performances leave much to be desired, He made a remarkable series of photographs of her the year before she died. Courtesy of the estate of Carl van Vechten, Joseph Solomon, executor, and the Yale Collection of American Literature, Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Yale University. The performances of the classic blues women, especially Bessie Smith, were one of the few cultural spaces in which a tradition of public discourse on male violence was established in the 1920s. Frank Driggs/archive photos. Smith created a musical caricature of domesticity that marked the beginnings of an oppositional attitude toward patriarchal ideology. Frank Driggs/Corbus Bettman. Women's blues provided a cultural space for community building among working-class black women, as well as a space devoid of bourgeois notions of sexual purity and true womanhood. Fodhofist. Although formal blues played a minimal role in Billie Holiday's repertoire, her music, deeply rooted in the blues tradition, recalled and transformed this cultural product of former slaves and used it to powerfully contest and transform prevailing popular song culture. Frank Driggs/archive photos of the various ways Billie Holiday's work remains connected to the blues tradition. One of the most striking is the intimate connection it reveals between love, sexuality, individuality, and freedom. Corbus Bettman. As a jazz musician who worked primarily within the idiom of white popular song, Lady Day transformed already existing material into her own form of modern jazz. In the process, she had a lasting influence on vocalists and instrumentalists alike. She is pictured here with Louis Armstrong on the set of the movie New Orleans in 1946. Culver Pictures, Inc. Strange Fruit, which Billie Holiday called her personal protest against racism, radically transformed her status in American popular culture. Robert Parent/Fodhofist. Holiday's extraordinary cultural contributions as an artist are often overshadowed by her popular image as a woman whose private life was beset with personal tragedies. Michael Ochs archives Venice. Lady Day's music proved that she was capable of negotiating entrances into mainstream popular culture while simultaneously forging sharp social critiques. Culver Pictures, Inc. With the incomparable instrument of her voice, Holiday could completely divert a song from its composer's original and often sentimental and vapid intent. She was able to set in profound motion deeply disturbing disjunctions between overt statements and their aesthetic meanings. Copyright Bob Douglas/Michael Ochs archives Venice. Lady Day's genius was to give her life experiences an aesthetic form that recast them as windows through which other women could peer critically at their own lives. She offered other women the possibility of understanding the social contradictions they embodied and enacted in their lives, an understanding she never achieved in her own life. Courtesy of the estate of Carl van Vechten, Joseph Solomon, executor, and the Yale Collection of American Literature, Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Yale University. Bessie Smith, who patterned herself after Rainey, was popular among both rural Southern and urban Northern audiences. As much a legend as the mother of the blues, Smith would become one of the most extraordinary personalities in the history of U.S. popular culture. When Harlem emerged as the cultural capital of Black America, Bessie Smith became the quintessential Harlem blues woman. And the audacious and innovative contributions of the premier blues woman of the 20s would inform the evolution of both jazz and popular song for the remainder of the century. Following her first recording, Downhearted Blues, 6 made in 1923, simultaneously Columbia's first popular hit and its first race record, she sold millions of records and made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bessie Smith, the world's greatest blues singer, the first real superstar in African American popular culture, attracted a significant number of white people to her performances in the South as well as in the North. Her work, however, was segregated into the race music market by the recording industry. The racialized classification of her 160 recordings ensured that her part and the role played by her peers in shaping the popular musical culture of the mainstream would never have to be acknowledged. Initially, that is, before black music was commodified successfully by the recording industrialized location of the blues within a largely African American cultural environment, was simply due to the social conditions of its creation. This music sprang from the contradictory realities of black people's lives in the aftermath of slavery. However, during the 1920s, as blues music became the foundation of the fledgling recording companies, race records sections, it was identified and culturally represented not only as music produced by black people, but as music to be heard solely by black people. As music entered its age of mechanical reproduction, blues were deemed reproducible only within the cultural borders of their site of origin. The racially segregationist distribution strategy of the recording industry implicitly instructed white ears to feel revolted by the blues and, moreover, to assume that this sense of revulsion was instinctive. Even those white Americans who wanted to break through barriers of racism and who sincerely attempted to appreciate this music tended to perceive it as primitive and exotic. Despite their intent to resist the racism that located the blues in a racially restricted cultural space, their Eurocentric perspective conferred upon the blues the very sense of inferiority they thought they were challenging. Carl Van Vechten, for instance, who played a pivotal role in expanding Bessie Smith's white audience, wrote about her strange rhythmic rites in a voice full of shouting and moaning and praying and suffering. A wild, rough, Ethiopian voice, harsh and volcanic, but seductive and sensuous, too, released between rouged lips and the whitest of teeth, the singer swaying lightly to the beat, as is the Negro custom 7 for Bessie Smith's black working-class audiences. She was a serious artist, not an exotic oddity who courageously explored unknown terrains of the blues and honed and stretched the form to its very limits. Following a tradition established by the elder Rainey, Smith made the blues into women's music and a site for the elaboration of a black cultural consciousness that did not ignore the dynamics of gender. Her popularity was a result of the black community's ability to identify her greatness as an artist and to discover themselves and their lives, women and men, alike in her work ate in later black cultural discourses. Leadership political, religious, culturales gendered as male. Bessie Smith's work allows us to make the case for female enunciators of a historical consciousness that elevates women's lives to a position of equal importance with men's. For masses of black people during the decade of the 20s, for those who remained geographically rooted in traditional Southern culture, as well as for migrant populations in the North and Midwest, Smith was an articulator and shaper of African American identity and consciousness. Her songs at once reflected and conferred order upon the social experiences of black women and men, and their emotional responses to those experiences. The themes of her music were the themes of working-class black people's lives, and the myriad emotional qualities with which her voice transmitted these themes, pathos or humor, aggressiveness or resignation, irony or straightforwardness, were the various ways in which her working-class sisters and brothers lived the realities of these themes. For the millions of women condemned to jobs involving domestic drudgery, there was Washwoman's Blues. 9. And for all those familiar with the monthly ritual of scraping together pennies to pay the landlord, there was House Rent Blues. Jailhouse Blues. 11 acknowledged the inevitability of the prison experience in virtually every household of the black community, while Backwater Blues. 12 was for those whose socially inflicted destitution was tragically compounded by floods and other natural disasters, and for all those who could be prodded to reflect upon the roots of their myriad pains of poverty. There was Poor Man's Blues. 13. This is not to say that Bessie Smith's musical messages coincided with the literal meaning of her lyrics, but the reality-oriented dimension of her songs, with all their secret allusions, rendered them easily accessible to her black audiences. As one jazz critic pointed out in a tribute to Smith 5 years after her death, her art was real. She expressed the spirit of her people, to whom she remained faithful all her life. Her message was mixed with pain, oppression, and the horrors of Lynch Lawa panorama of a great race and a cowardly foe. 14. Bessie Smith knew how to ground her appeal in her own lived experiences as an African-American woman. Many of the songs she recorded directly addressed the circumstances of black women's lives: work, jail, physical abuse inflicted by male partners, and other injustices. The attitudes of the female subjects in the songs she sang encouraged black women to be as strong and independent as they were loving and caring. Bessie Smith's blues attitude foreshadowed the later development of feminist consciousness during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Her music issued an appeal as universal as the circumstances in which it was anchored were historically and culturally specific. In the immediate aftermath of her death, John Hammond evaluated Smith's importance in this way: "To my way of thinking, Bessie Smith was the greatest artist American jazz ever produced. In fact, I'm not sure her art did not reach beyond the limits of the term jazz. She was one of those rare beings, a completely integrated artist, capable of projecting her whole personality into music." 15. Although her contributions are frequently ignored by the historians of jazz, she has been called the first modern jazz performer, a performer of considerable influence on everyone from Louis Armstrong to Billie Holiday. 16. Richard Hadlock, who may be criticized for the sexism that led him to ignore other influential women musicians of that era, forcefully acknowledged the Empress. In Bessie Smith's work, he observes, instrumentalists recognized the sort of individuality they sought to express on their own horns and strings. Jazzmen heard, too, a thoughtful blend of precomposed song structures and Southern blues feeling, a blend close to their own ideas about how good jazz should sound. 17. Formerly unschooled in musical technique, Bessie Smith nevertheless developed many of the important technical elements that jazz musicians, vocalists and instrumentalists alike, would strive to perfect in the decades following her death. The decade of Bessie Smith's artistic rise coincided with the Harlem Renaissance. Her music sought to accomplish the same goal as the visual and literary art associated with the Renaissance cultural articulation of African-American identities and consciousness. Yet she, and indeed the blues and jazz movements that reached their apogee during the 20s, were all but ignored by most of the leading figures of the Renaissance. The exception was Langston Hughes. As Stephen Tracy points out in his important study Langston Hughes and the Blues, the premier poet of the Renaissance turned to the blues for formal and thematic inspiration. 18. His first published volume of work was entitled The Weary Blues. 19, as Hughes recalls in his first autobiography, The Big C. His relationship with the blues was so intense that even though he could not carry a tune, he sometimes attempted to sing his own blues poems aloud. The blues poems I would often make up in my head and sing on the way to work, except that I could never carry a tune, but when I sing to myself I think I am singing. One evening I was crossing Rock Creek Bridge, singing a blues I was trying to get right before I put it down on paper. A man passing on the opposite side of the bridge stopped, looked at me, then turned around and cut across the roadway. He said, "Son, what's the matter? Are you ill?" "No," I said. "Just singing." "I thought you were groaning," he commented. "Sorry," and went on his way. So after that I never sang my verses aloud in the street anymore. 20 Langston Hughes paid tribute to the blues in numerous ways. In the narration of the pageant entitled The Glory of Negro History, he represented the blues as a metaphor for black life. The blues are sad songs, but with an undercurrent of hope and determination in them. Thus it was with Negro life for a long time, with pools of prejudice and segregation at the doorstep, but with hope and determination always there. In the 1940 essay entitled Songs Called the Blues, Hughes characterized the blues and the spirituals as two great Negro gifts to American music. In his opinion, the three greatest singers of the blues were women: Mamie Smith, Clara Smith, and the astounding Bessie Smith. 22, and in one of the simple stories, which he called Shadow of the Blues, there is a dialogue about the three Smiths in which Simple attempts to argue that he is younger than Hughes's narrator, based on the latter's familiarity with the classic blues singers. 23. However, when the discussion turns to Ma Rainey, Simple risks revealing his age in order to boast of his first-hand experience of Rainey's performances. Anyhow, to get back to the blues, let me ask you about one more personality we forgot: Ma Rainey. Great day in the morning. Ma, that woman could sing some blues. I loved Ma Rainey. You are not as old as I am, you're older. I scarcely remember her myself. Ma Rainey is a legend to me. A who? A myth. Ma Rainey were too dark to be a mist, but she really could sing the blues. I will not deny Ma Rainey even to hide my age. Yes, I heard her. I am proud of hearing her. To tell the truth, if I stop and listen, I can still hear her. At this point, Simple sings a few blues lyrics. He ultimately declares that giving away his age is a small price to pay for the privilege of announcing that he has heard Ma Rainey sing the blues firsthand. Carl Van Vechten, one of the leading white patrons of the black literary renaissance, was equally interested in the black popular musical culture of the era. A former music critic for the New York Times and a regular contributor to Vanity Fair, Van Vechten reviewed concerts and recordings by blues and jazz musicians. In a letter to H. L. Mencken in 1924, he stated that jazz, the blues, Negro spirituals, all stimulate me enormously for the moment. 25. Van Vechten, who took a decided interest in Bessie Smith's career, boasted that he had acquired boxes and boxes of her records, which I played in the early 20s, and everybody who came to my apartment was invited to hear them. As a matter of fact, musicians arriving from Europe called on me especially to listen to these records. It is indeed ironic that if the personality of Bessie Smith figures into Harlem Renaissance history, it is largely due to Van Vechten's desire to count her among the guests at his notorious parties, which were attended alike by leading black intellectuals and white connoisseurs and consumers of black culture. Ethel Waters, one of Van Vechten's regular guests, said he knew more about Harlem than any other white man except the captain of the Harlem police station. Some of the most widely circulated anecdotes from the Harlem Renaissance revolve around Bessie Smith's attendance at one Van Vechten party, where she performed while characteristically intoxicated. Smith is said to have physically assaulted Fania Marinoff,